The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 3. By Tamba. Translated by Grave Rubber TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 8. Migrant Problem. Chapter 51. Steadfast Resolution. 1. 11 years ago. At that time, the empire was at war with the kingdom of Palan. At the same time, the Sokol Empire in the east had invaded and destroyed the dwarven nation located adjacent to the Adraxia Empire. Many dwarfs fled to the empire and some of their royal families were under the empire's protection. However, the Sokol Empire's aim wasn't gold and silver the dwarfs had accumulated but the smithing skill they had amassed, so they have issued several warnings to the empire. The empire's response was, it's impossible to completely bar the immigrants, but the emperor of the Sokol Empire had run out of patience and dispatched his son as the ambassador to the empire. This has become quite a problem, hasn't it? Totally. Emperor Johannes nodded to the words from Franz, his prime minister. The three largest nations of this continent are the Adraxia Empire, the Kingdom of Palan, and the Sokol Empire. Geographically, the empire is sandwiched in the middle of the two countries. Getting in conflict with the Sokol Empire while they are at war with Palan is something that the empire absolutely wanted to avoid. If we revoke our protection of the dwarfs, the demi-human across the continent will turn into our enemies. Of course, that also applies to the demi-humans living inside our empire as well. If that's the case, then we cannot afford to be at war with other countries anymore. So we have to choose between antagonizing the Sokol Empire or the demi-humans here. That is not necessarily true. If we hand over the dwarfs' technique, the situation should be able to calm down for the time being. What should we hand over then? The Sokol Empire is a magical superpower. However, they have a shortage of jewels production that is dispensable for their development of magic tools. In particular, they are severely lacking in huge jewels that are necessary to develop magic weapons. Jewel is a general term for ores that have the capability to store magic power. With its magic power storing property, it is a valuable material that can be reused even if you depleted the magic power stored inside. The amount of magic power that can be stored is proportional to the size of the jewel. The larger a jewel, the higher the capacity. Are you saying that I should just hand it to them? I don't like it. Do we really have to show such a weak attitude toward them? We only gave asylum to those who have fled from them, right? Yes. We have to do that to avoid engaging enemies on two fronts. Fortunately, our country doesn't have any trouble with jewel production. With that being the case, giving them what they want in order to avoid the war is a cheap price. It doesn't like we are handing our mines either, so there will be no harm to our country. For more than 100 years, the Sokol Empire has been digging jewels at the mine inside their territory to develop magic tools, and as a result, the amount of jewels that can be mined has decreased year by year. On the other hand, the empire did not focus on mining jewels, and with the existence of excellence or veins inside their territory, the empire doesn't have any problem with their jewel supply. Feeding them some scraps to shut them up here. Well, I don't want to put any more burden on our military as well. Exactly. Let's hand them the huge jewel and silence them for now. The Western Front is also in a stalemate, so we might be able to have a ceasefire with them soon as well. Alright then. We have the upper hand anyway. The kingdom will probably agree to our proposal. Saying so, Johannes and Franz concluded the talk. Section. The day has come when Franz prepared the huge jewel and had to welcome the ambassador. On that day, a girl was visiting the castle. That cherry-colored hair girl was the 6-year-old Elna. Brimming with curiosity, Elna had too much time to spare as her father was having a conversation with others and went away on her own. Ha! When she noticed, Elna was in an unknown place. She looks around a little, but there is nothing she could recognize around her. Well, there's no doubt that I am still inside the castle. Thinking so, Elna headed out to find someone she could ask for directions. Then, she found a small hole in the castle wall. It was big enough for a small child to pass through. Hidden behind bushes, it looked like an air vent, but it looked somehow well maintained, as if it was an entrance to a secret base. Her curiosity piqued, Elna crouches down and infiltrates the vent. After going through the darkness for a while, she arrived in a dark room. The closed-off room was illuminated by a faint glow, and Elna soon realized that she was standing in a treasure vault. Goo-wah! The place was much larger than the treasure vault at the Brave House, and there are various treasures inside. Then Elna spotted a certain thing. A magic sword. Magic swords are weapons that can exhibit magical power like fire or wind. In addition, what was placed inside the treasure chest was not a modern magic sword but an ancient one. Elna takes it up with one hand and pulls it out of its sheath. Elna was spellbound by its intense gleam and sharpness and tries swinging it around several times. This is a good sword. The sword is too long for a child like Elna to wield, but she's still one of the Brave House. She could easily handle it with her physical ability. Fond of the sword's performance, Elna began to test it out with her swordplay. Even if it's a large treasure vault, what would happen in a place with so many valuable treasures if someone started to do something violent inside? Elna, who was absorbed in testing her new sword, didn't think of that. The sword she swung sideways crashed onto a box covered with cloth. The box was cut in half by Elna's sharp slash. Moreover, the magic power released from the box destroyed the magic tool that was illuminating the treasure vault, and the light goes out. In the darkness, Elna heard a gong sound and her heart started to get cold. After a while, Elna's eyes become accustomed to the darkness. Peeking inside the box, there were 2 parts of giant jewels that were cut in half. Its size was larger than a person's head. I cut down something in the treasure vault. When Elna realized that, she panicked. She tried to put it back together, but it was clean cut and it was impossible to fix it. After a while, Elna started crying because of the feeling of helplessness and anxiety. Hick. Otu-sama. Pchem. Is someone there? Why is it so dark? At that time, a boy came in through the vent she had entered through. Black hair and black eyes. It was the 7-year-old Arnold. Al was surprised because there is a guest in the place he usually used as his personal hideout and by the complete darkness inside, but he soon noticed that a girl was crying. Are you crying? Hick. Al, who is blinded by darkness, has no idea of the person who was crying inside the vault. He only knew that it was a girl who was about the same age as him. Al was groping around to advance forward, but soon he realized that something was broken. Quite flashier. Isn't this the rumored jewel? Well, yeah. It seems that it was intended to be a gift for the ambassador. Ambassador? Don't cry. I will do something about it. He only said that to calm down the young girl. He simply thought that it would be troublesome if the girl kept crying any more than this. However, the situation turned for the worst. This way. Ambassador Dono. It was the emperor's voice. Al was panicked for a moment, but he immediately understood the situation and sent Elna to the vent. Hurry up and get in. Run. But quickly. Although he was still young, Al knew that the situation was very serious. The emperor came here to personally show the jewel to the ambassador. If he knew that it was broken, he would definitely be furious. There might be some leniency for a prince, but he has no idea what the punishment will be if he knows that the culprit is an unknown child. Considering the worst, Al quickly made Elna escape through the vent. When Elna finally got out, the door to the vault opened. Al sighed at the thing that will happen from now on and take a deep breath in preparation to face it. This is the treasure vault of our empire. The jewel is. I am very sorry, father. I broke it. Al immediately bowed and apologized to the emperor, who has no clue what is going on. The emperor and the ambassador, along with the people in their surrounding, couldn't understand what's going on for a moment. There was a prince in the treasure vault that was supposed to be tightly guarded with a jewel that was broken in half beside him. No one spoke a word. They had no courage to say anything before the emperor. It was not just that. No one dared to look at the emperor's expression. The emperor slowly walks toward Al. Did you really do it? Arnold. Yes. Really? Yes, I did it. Al raises his face and answers. That's why only Al knew that the emperor had a complicated expression on his face. The emperor closes his eyes and slowly takes a breath in. Then, a dry sound of something being hit echoed. You damn fool. That jewel was a sign of friendship between Adraxia and Sokol, you know. Why did you break it? Have you no awareness as a prince? I'm sorry. Holding down the pain in his cheek, tears started accumulating in Ul's eyes. However, he did not cry. He thought that he must not do it, because he knew that Elna still hasn't left yet. That's why Ul didn't cry. He thought that she might come back if he started crying. On the other hand, when Elna saw Ul being hit, she cried even harder. Doesn't know what to do. She was honestly thinking about admitting her fault. However, the Emperor's wrath scared her and she couldn't move. Someone put this idiot's son in prison. Don't let him out for a week. I don't want to see his face. I'm sorry. Ul only apologizes and doesn't defend himself. Elna, who had watched Ul being taken away, realized that she couldn't do anything and ran out of the vent. Crying, she ran through the castle and finally found her father. Elna, where have you been? Otu-sama, Otu-sama, the prince. The prince is. Wait. Calm down first. Settle down and tell me what happened. Being told by her father, Elna explained the matter while crying her eyes out. Seeing her father's expression, which gradually got cloudier and cloudier, Elna's heart was filled with anxiety. Chapter 52. Steadfast Resolution 2. That's the truth, Your Majesty. Everything was my daughter's doing. It is completely my fault for not keeping an eye on her. When the brave went to discuss the future course of action with the ministers, he bowed down and told that to the emperor. Elna is also bowing down beside him. In response, the ministers only complained about Ul. If that's the case, then he should say so in the first place. The honor of the brave house is important, but the imperial family's honor takes precedence. But since we already declared that it's his fault in front of the ambassador, we cannot afford to change it now. The matter is getting more complicated. They will surely take advantage of this as a disgrace to the imperial family. If the fault of the daughter is the fault of the brave, the fault of the prince will be the fault of the emperor as well. Why couldn't he understand that? In the first place, it was Prince Arnold's fault because he crawled through that vent, wasn't it? Isn't that already a problem in itself? What was he thinking? Seriously, this is no longer just a problem of the jewel being broken. There is now a fact that a member of the imperial family has broken it. We can't say anything back to them even if they don't want to ally with us anymore. Every one of them was criticizing Ul. Elna wanted to say that was wrong and it was all her fault, but she knew that she was in no position to say that. That's why Elna endured it with tears in her eyes. Looking at such Elna, the emperor sighed. I knew that Arnold was trying to protect someone, but I never thought that it would be the brave's daughter. You knew, Your Majesty? The emperor nodded to the brave's question. That jewel box had magical protection installed in it. No matter how good the sword is, Arnold wouldn't be able to cut it open. That's why I tried to confirm it with him. Still, he insisted that he did it. He can't afford to say that he didn't do anything in front of the ambassador after all. He had no choice but to say that it was his fault. The emperor heaved a huge sigh and leans back on his throne. My initial plan is gone. Even if we prepare another jewel, Sokol will probably not accept it. The prince will surely use this as a bargaining chip to demand the mining rights from us. That's why the ambassador turned down the offer to investigate the matter on the spot. He will not believe the result even if we truthfully told him that it was Elna who did it. I can see through what he is thinking. As long as there is the fact that Ul was there, there's no other hand to play. Because he knew that, the emperor put Ul in prison. It's like that, brave. I'm sorry, but there's no meaning even if Elna admits it herself. Right now, we can't afford to let Ul free. No way. Elna suddenly utters. Everyone's gaze turns toward Elna. Exposed to the cold eyes of the adults, Elna is frightened, but she doesn't avert her eyes. Meanwhile, a woman entered the room. That's no eye to be looking at a child with, right? The person who said that was a black-haired woman in a black dress. She's the 6th consort of the emperor as well as Ul's mother, Mitsuba. Of all the places she could be, why is she here? That was what the expression of the ministers was saying. If her son was taken to jail, of course, she would move. However, unexpectedly, Mitsuba didn't say anything about that and headed over to Elna first. You are the Brave's daughter? Why, yes. You are an honest one, aren't you? Good girl. I guess Ul would be satisfied knowing that he has gone to prison in your place. While saying that, Mitsuba smiled and stroked Elna's head. The minister's eyes opened wide at that scene while the emperor only smiled bitterly. Am I, Mitsuba-sama? Did you not come here to talk about Prince Arnold's matter? I'm only here because I was called. I don't really have anything to say about Ul's matter. That child acted on his own judgment and took the fall for this child. It's only natural that he would be receiving the punishment in this child's place, right? He already knew this when he did that, so it is the responsibility of that child to go through with it. Is that the case? Besides, would His Majesty release Ul from prison if I beg for forgiveness in his stead? Even though he decided to protect a girl on his own, if he ended up being saved by his mother, that child's pride will be hurt, right? It was his decision to save this girl. That feat belongs only to him. I have no intention to take away a child's achievement. Moreover, even if Ul regrets his decision inside the prison, I think it will be to his own good. He has to know that saving someone is not something that can be done half-heartedly, and with this, he should realize how privileged the environment he has been living in is as well. The ministers closed their mouths after hearing Mitsuba's words that can be received as cold. To be able to remain so calm when her son, a prince no less, was sent to prison, all of them think that Mitsuba is abnormal. Most of the consorts the ministers knew are all doting parents who only think how cute their child is. It was me who called Mitsuba here. I did think about letting Arnold out of the prison if you pleaded with me though. There's no need. I have always let that child do as he pleased. He always says that everything is his own responsibility. He always neglected his studies and head out to play on his own. But it is that child's choice not to acquire more knowledge. It is the consequence of his own action that he is being criticized and ridiculed by others. This matter is the same. He moved under his own judgment, and as a result, he managed to protect this child and got sent to prison. Every responsibility here is his to bear. Phew. You saying that I shouldn't let him off, right? Troubled, the emperor scratches his head. As an emperor, he cannot show leniency toward his child. That's why he called the child's mother, Mitsuba, here. With a direct pleading from Mitsuba, he can treat this matter like he couldn't help but release him after all. However, the reality now is that the emperor wants to pardon his child while Mitsuba is telling him not to do it. This is something that will never happen with other of his consorts. Mitsuba-sama, forgive me, but it is due to your education policy that has led us to this incident. I understand that freedom is important, but I would like to request you to lessen the prince's freedom in the future. Is there a problem? We can just prepare another jewel for Sokol's ambassador, aren't we? Compared to other princes and princesses, Ul doesn't personally spend that much money anyway. A single jewel wouldn't cost that much now, would it? The Minister of Foreign Affairs who voiced his opinion's expression turned sore. There are many ministers and nobles who would dismiss Mitsuba as just a dancer. They may be polite on the surface, but on the inside, they think of her as just an upstart. If Mitsuba was more modest, the ministers could respond to her with a smile, but Mitsuba was not a woman who would rely on flattery. This is not the problem of money. The matter at hand is that the imperial ambassador will no longer be satisfied with only the jewel. Then he can just go back. Seriously. It was my fault to bring up politics with Mitsuba-sama. Those words were close to insulting an imperial consort in front of the emperor. Franz was about to admonish the Minister of Foreign Affairs for going too far, but the emperor raised his hand to stop him. He then looks at Mitsuba as if he is enjoying the show. Politics, is it? Certainly, I don't know much about politics myself. But if I am in your shoes, I would not participate in a war with such a poor outlook in the first place. The Principality of Albatro would definitely support the Kingdom of Palan from the sea in case we choose to go to war with them. We may be able to cut out their supply line several times, but if they can be resupplied via sea route, that will render our efforts meaningless. Originally, we should have entered into a non-aggression pact with the Sokol Empire so that we can keep Albatro in check through diplomatic means first. I wouldn't dare to declare war on Palan without that much preparation in place. That is. Of course, that is something a person who isn't familiar with politics like me can understand. Surely our wise Minister of Foreign Affairs should already be aware of those facts. Naturally, this situation should be well within your expectations. There's no way that a wise minister such as yourself would say that we have no choice but to show such a weak attitude toward the Sokol Empire. With that said, can you please enlighten a person who is so unfamiliar to politics like me on the way we can resolve this situation? I've overstepped my bounds. Please forgive me, said the foreign minister as he lowered his head. Half of the surrounding ministers give him a look of sympathy while the other half mock him for his foolish conduct. Mitsuba, who has traveled to various countries, is particularly knowledgeable among all the other consorts. She is not a woman with a sheltered upbringing. One can expect such retaliation from her if they think that she is the same as the other consorts. The emperor nodded happily, seeing Mitsuba's sharp reply. However, Mitsuba's tongue turned to the emperor this time. Your Majesty, this is a good opportunity, so allow me to tell you this. You, what is it? Please behave yourself like an emperor. I don't remember becoming a wife of someone who would be so troubled over another country's problem. The emperor frowned at her harsh words while Franz put his hand on his forehead next to him. To the two of them, Mitsuba continues. Handing the jewel to the Sokol Empire was only a measure to buy time in the first place, right? That's right, Mitsuba-sama. It's a good decision given the state of the empire, but weak diplomacy can make our opponent grow conceit. The empire has never broken our superior stance in your Majesty's generation. I'm afraid that showing a weak attitude now would create a misconception that we have grown weak, though. That is exactly the case. However, until we can reach a ceasefire agreement with Palan, we cannot do much against Sokol. Then we should dispatch the Minister of Foreign Affairs and let him finalize the ceasefire agreement immediately. The Minister of Foreign Affairs in question jumped in surprise. Don't tell me that you can't do it, all right. Such implications can be felt from Mitsuba's words. It is the duty of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to secure diplomatic lines with enemy countries even after the war has already broken out. If that's the case, then there is a possibility that Palan might take advantage of us. It is still better than leaving the situation as muddy as it is. Breaking the Palan Kingdom's sea supply route is a difficult task. Moreover, Palan probably wouldn't try to take advantage of us. If we show them that we are firm on our stance, they wouldn't dare to poke their hand into our business either. Our stance? What I mean is our stance to protect the demi-humans. We already declared that this is our stance the moment His Majesty accepted the dwarfs into the Empire. The reason the Empire wants an immediate ceasefire is to protect the demi-humans. If they want to take advantage of us knowing full well of that fact, dissatisfaction will raise from both inside and outside of the Palan Kingdom. This is something that Mitsuba, who has traveled to various countries, can confirm. There are not that many demi-humans inside the Sokol Empire, while large amounts of the Adraxia Empire and Palan Kingdom's population are demi-humans. As long as that is the case, there is only one path both nations can choose when their decision affects the lives of demi-humans. Your Majesty has already decided to protect the demi-humans, haven't you? Why did you want to change your mind now? It was for the country. If you think about the country, then you should act as a strong emperor. Your Majesty, children are smarter than adults give them credit for. I'll probably put in a lot of thoughts before he decided to save that child. About the Empire, about your Majesty, and about the girl that is crying right now. He decided to take all the blame after he considered all of that. Your Majesty's plot, and how he would damage the imperial family's honor. Both are what a prince must think about. However, as a prince and a man, he made his resolve and came through with it. Even if many people would criticize him, I want to give him praise. Because he showed me a certain quality as a prince. He went through what he decided on. This is something that is important for a prince. It is the same for an emperor. There is nothing your son can do, but you cannot, Your Majesty. In response to Mitsuba's words, the emperor looks up at the ceiling for a while, then let out a huge sigh. The wrinkles on his face ever since the dwarven country was invaded finally disappeared from his face. He was finally unshackled, both by the words of his consort and the action of his son. Franz. Any objection? I still recommend that a safer option should be taken. But I understand that it is against your principles, Your Majesty. Yumu. It is as Mitsuba says. Ul made his resolve and went through with it. I want to accept and recognize his resolve. Who beside Mitsuba and I would? Who else would recognize that resolve of his? We are his parents. Therefore we have to act like ones. There are no children that would recognize a father who falls behind his own son. Both as a parent and emperor, I will show him a figure that he can be proud of. The emperor said that with a radiant expression. Next to him, Franz heaves out a huge sigh. Even though he went out of his way to prepare so many precautionary measures, it still ended up like this. Franz looks at Mitsuba with some bitterness, but Mitsuba has already turned her heels. Seeing such a figure, Franz muttered, Your Majesty, I'm really not good with Mitsuba-sama. What a coincidence, me too. Then why did you take her in as a consort? I thought she was a good woman, and it seems I wasn't wrong. Nodding satisfactorily, the emperor stands up. Then, he started giving out his commands. Gather all the imperial knight captains. The brave can back down for now. In the unlikely event that something happened, I will immediately call on you. Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, and bring Ul here too. I have to show him what an emperor looks like. The emperor grins. Astounded by the childlike emperor, Franz began to act according to the emperor's command. Section. The emperor and his prime minister are standing before the lined-up knight captains inside the throne room. Surrounded by the proud knights of the empire, the ambassador nervously raised a question. Why, Your Majesty? What exactly is the thing that you wish to discuss? Yumu. My son was rude to you earlier. As an apology for that, we will prepare you another jewel. I want you to take that and bring it back to your country. So it is about that. Your Majesty, my country certainly needs the jewel. However, we have already obtained a certain number of jewels from the dwarven nation. What we need now are their skills and techniques to process them. Please give me a dwarf. If that is impossible, then we would like to request something of equal value. Otherwise, I have no choice but to tell my country that the empire does not to be on friendly terms with Sokol. Then do it. Yes. The ambassador, who was overconfident in himself, couldn't understand the emperor's words for a moment. However, after accepting the sharp gaze of the emperor, he immediately understood the empire's intention. Are you implying that you wish to be hostile toward my empire? That's right. The empire doesn't have the habit of kicking out its people once they have already been accepted. If you are unhappy with the jewel, then any more negotiations are meaningless. I'm aware that the empire is currently at war with the kingdom. I don't think it would be such a wise idea to antagonize us though. That's a bluff. And the ambassador is calling on it. They just appeared to be strong, but they cannot possibly afford to start another war right now. That was what the ambassador thought, so he still has a carefree expression on his face. However, I've already sent a messenger to the kingdom for a ceasefire agreement. It's a fight to protect the demi-humans. The kingdom will understand our intention. No way. You can't understand unless I say this directly. All right. The people who have flown into my country are my subjects. The people who are living in my empire's territory right now are those who I must protect. I will not hand any of them over. If you want them, then feel free to try taking them away. But if you are going to do that, then I will assume that you have made your resolve. I will personally lead all the imperial knights here to fight you. Cold sweat dripped down through the ambassador's cheeks. The empire's imperial knights. If the emperor says that he would lead these matchless warriors into battle himself, then it means that the empire is serious. No matter how many messengers he sent to the kingdom, there will be no immediate result. In the meantime, if the Sokol Empire attacked, they will be forced to fight the war on two fronts. However, the emperor had said that he is willing to do so. Are you going to dispatch the Brave House as well? Of course. I don't know what the other countries will say if you utilize the holy sword indiscriminately, you know. It's a fight to protect the demi-humans. The cause already exists. Even if we use a property of mankind like the holy sword here, no other nations will complain, even if we were to use it to bring ruin to the Sokol Empire. If they are going to do it, then they will give it their all. The emperor is talking with the ambassador with the resolve to destroy the Sokol Empire. While being pressured by the emperor, the ambassador bitterly began to speak. You will regret this. Don't underestimate the empire. My country doesn't care about what your country thinks, nor will we make any pointless sophism. We are not afraid of war, but we will not tolerate being made light of. We are a strong nation and I am a strong emperor. Go back and tell your country that the negotiations have failed. At the emperor's shout, the ambassador left the throne room with a distorted expression. Then the emperor made the gathered knight captains fall back and call out Arnold, who has been observing everything that happened in the throne room. Arnold. Yes, father. The emperor puts his hand on Arnold's head. Then, he slowly strokes his head. This is what your father's job is like. To make decisions, that is the duty of an emperor. Whether good or bad, making decisions is still an emperor's duty. Realizing those decisions is the duty of the subjects. It seems quite tough. Forgive me. I thought that I have to show this to Arnold. This figure of a righteous emperor. Listen, Arnold. In the future, when you aim for the throne or when you want to put someone on it, remember this figure of mine today. If you want to become an emperor, then aim to be like me. If you want someone else to become an emperor, then support someone that is similar to me. This figure of mine is your reward. Now be obedient and head back to jail. All right? Yes. Seeing the mischievous smile on the emperor's face, I'll put on a similar smile. Seeing them together, Franz thought of how alike they are, but immediately after, he felt depressed at the amount of work that is waiting for him. Section. Returning to the present. Okasama. Why is only half of the jewel displayed here? That's a lucky jewel, you know. Lucky? Even though there's only half? Yeah, thanks to that jewel, I was able to obtain a treasure after all. Mitsuba puts Krista on her knees and remembers that day. After the emperor hardened his resolve, Elna chased after Mitsuba. She apologized to her together with the brave. In return, Mitsuba told her, if that child ever got himself in trouble, give him a hand, all right? Responding to that, Elna borrowed the brave's sword and took an oath before Mitsuba. I will never abandon Prince Arnold ever again. On that day, Al unknowingly obtained the strongest sword of the empire. Mitsuba did not tell him that the girl from that day was Elna. It was because she thought that someday Elna would tell him herself. What kind of treasure? A sword. A very, very good sword. It might be too much for Al though. Yeah. A sword doesn't suit Alniasama after all. Saying so, Krista and Mitsuba laughed together. Even then, Mitsuba still thinks about Al. Al saw such an ideal statue of an emperor. That's why he wants to make Leo into one. To Al, an emperor is not what you become but what you are seen as. Therefore, Al doesn't want to become an emperor himself. It is no exaggeration to say that seeing Leo become a great emperor is Al's dream. That's why Mitsuba is a little worried about him. Because she felt that the future that Al has painted in his mind doesn't have himself included in it. Reporting. We've just received a report from our messenger that Prince Leonard and Prince Arnold will be returning soon. Really? Ara, let's head out to welcome them then. Mitsuba put her little worries away in her heart. It is not the time to think about it yet. Cough, cough. It's quite chilly, isn't it? Let's put on some jackets, shall we? A cold again? Yes, I will get well soon. Saying so, Mitsuba and Krista held hands and headed out to meet the returning princes. Chapter 53. Inspector. In the throne room, the emperor and his children have gathered. There, Leo reports on the events that happened so far. Just in case, I silently kneeling behind him. After the defeat of the Sea Dragon, the Principality of Albitro and the Principality of Rondin have reaffirmed their alliance. The conflict in the south should calm down for the time being. Yumu, good work. It seems like I gave you a much harsher work than I thought. Still, you have shown me how skillful you are when you resolved the incident. Thank you very much. Father looked satisfied as he praised Leo. Well, that's only natural. We don't have to deal with the southern conflict anymore, and the Empire's reputation has grown with the defeat of the Sea Dragon. The Principality of Albitro has officially stated that they want to have a diplomatic relationship with the Empire as well. There are only good things coming out of this incident. And everything is credited to Leo. It seems I have to give you a reward. Leonard, do you have something you wish for? With such an achievement, you can even ask for a minister position, you know. At that moment, the faces of the ministers together with our elder brothers and sisters froze. Eric is the only imperial family member who holds a ministerial position, and father just said that he would give a position with equal power to Leo. This development is surely unpleasant for Gordon and Xandra, whose factions want to install their own minister into the government. Eric's expression doesn't change, but the gaze behind his glasses is colder than usual. However, gaining a half-baked power like that will stir up unnecessary trouble. We might be the target of an assault from all sides. The Minister of Industry is already ours. There is no need to go out of our way to get another such position. I have already talked with Leo about that. I am grateful for your Majesty's offer, but the current me is still not suitable for such a position. I see. Is there anything else you wish for? Father also can't afford to not give any reward to him either. If he doesn't do that, he can no longer award any achievements that are inferior to Leo. Those who offered to be rewarded would also have to decline because Prince Leonard has declined his after all. Yes. Before I left on the mission, I was asked by a girl from the southern region to look into the incident at her village. I told her that I couldn't do it right away because I have to leave the country as an ambassador, but since I have safely come back, I want to help her. Who? You want another work to do her? You really are hardworking. Don't you think so too? Arnold. Yes. I can't imitate him at all. Phew, that might be true. So, what is the incident that she wants your help with? It seems that the people of her village have been kidnapped. Why didn't she go to the local lord? Why did she come directly to you? She said that the lord didn't move even after she had reported the incident. What? The face of the emperor, who was in a good mood up until now, immediately turned sour. 11 years ago. Father accepted all immigrants as citizens of the empire against the demand from the Sokol Empire. In other words, the various villages of all races inside the empire have been accepted as the empire's villages since then. When was that village built? Since the girl said that she was born in that village, the village should already exist more than 11 years ago. Those damn fools. They dare ignore my decree. The enraged emperor rises from the throne. Everyone inside the throne room kneeled down and bowed to the emperor. Prime Minister Franz tried to calm him down. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. How can I be calm with this? 11 years ago I issued a decree to all the lords. I told them that all the immigrants are to be considered citizens of the empire, and now that they have blatantly ignored my order, to ignore my decree is the same as looking down on me. We still haven't made sure of that yet. That's why Prince Leonard said that he wants to investigate this matter. No. I will personally lead the investigation myself, and if it's true I will take the head of those lords. The country can't run itself while its emperor personally intervening in a problem at the frontier. Please leave this matter to Prince Leonard, Your Majesty. Franz's advice managed to calm the emperor's wrath. I thought that this would conclude with Leo being ordered to investigate the southern region, but instead, 2 people nominate themselves. Your Majesty. Leonard was just done with his mission. Please leave this matter to me. No, Your Majesty. Leonard just came back and Xandra is a girl. Please leave this to me. I can handle this matter. My body is getting frail from being idle for so long. I will show them the meaning of imperial law. The first to nominate herself was Xandra. Of course, the southern region is where Xandra's mother's family has a strong influence. If anything happens in the south, Xandra's faction will have a lot to suffer. On Gordon's side, he only wants to make some achievements soon. Gordon is a general, but without war, there is no way for him to exhibit his military talent. However, they both should have taken father's mood into consideration first. You too. Are you intending to use this to your advantage in the succession war? Saying so, father's wrath got ignited again. They were too reckless to get their achievement. The immigrant problem is something that father has always been worried about. Just because the emperor has decreed so, It doesn't mean that everyone would recognize the immigrants as imperial citizens. Apart from the imperial capital and its surroundings, discrimination against these immigrants still exists, especially in the frontier. The stories of Linfia's village are not that uncommon. What was unusual this time was that Linfia came to the imperial capital herself with the idea that if this matter can be resolved somehow if it reached an ear of someone from the imperial family. And that is exactly it. This is the problem that directly involved Father's pride. Father's impression of anyone who can resolve such an incident would definitely improve. This is not your problem, this is mine. I won't let you use it for the succession war. Fools. Xandra, your mother is from the south. You may be deeply involved in this. Gordon, you have always used brute force to solve your problem, so there's no way I can leave such a delicate matter like this to you. Use your heads a little, both of you. We are sorry. The two stepped down with Father's reprimand. Because Father was quite angry at them, he exhaled to calm himself down first before he looked at Leo. Leonard, I appoint you as the inspector. Thoroughly investigate this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. Do not make any compromises. Drag out all their sins to the open. Kidnapping is a serious crime in the Empire. Ignoring them is also a crime. Don't show any mercy to anyone involved. Father ordered Leo with a strong tone. Peeking at Xandra, I saw an anxious expression on her face. With how she looks, Xandra's mother's house is probably involved. If what Linfia said is true and the local lords are involved in these kidnapping cases, then it means that Xandra's mother's house is probably behind it. This is a very difficult case, but if we can solve it, then that alone will give a strong blow to Xandra's faction. She can start regretting that she couldn't crush Leo's faction when we were away right now. With this, Leo will become an emperor candidate both in name and in reality. More people will come to his side and our faction will not be crushed so easily. Our foundation has solidified and from now on it is the real battle. That's all for the meeting. Everyone is dismissed. When Father said so, I was about to leave the place. But, Arnold, stay behind for a bit. Yes. Stay. Yes. Why me alone? With that in mind, I stay behind inside the throne room. Then, only me, my father and Prime Minister Franz remained inside the throne room. As I wondered what he was going to say, Father opened his mouth to say something for a few times, but he gave up and threw the matter to Franz. I leave it to you. Franz, didn't you say that you are going to say it yourself? Whatever, you say it. Ha! Prince Arnold. The reason we want you to remain here alone is that there's a matter involving Her Highness the First Princess who is now at the eastern border. Is there something wrong with her? Actually, we have received a marriage proposal for her. I refuse. Hearing my immediate refusal, Father and Franz have a miserable expression on their faces. Seriously, no one would expect such an expression coming from the Emperor and Prime Minister of the Empire. PL, please don't say that. His Majesty only has 3 daughters. Her Highness Krista is still too young and Her Highness Xandra keeps saying that she will never get married. That's why it's just ridiculous to propose marriage to her. She is the Marshal who is in charge of the entire Eastern Front, you know. Our empire only has 3 marshals, right? The only person who can give her order is Father alone, you know. Even so, if things keep going on like this, she will never become a bride. She is already 25, you know. If you think so, then why don't you tell her yourself? I've already sent out a lot of letters, and she refused it every time too. She said that she will quit being a royalty if we forced a marriage on her, you know. That ungrateful daughter. Isn't it fine even if she doesn't want to get married? I'm her father. I have a duty to worry about my daughter's future. Listen here, Arnold. You are on good terms with Krista and that elder sister of yours like you too. Write a letter to her and convince her to come to the capital. If you can't convince her, then you have to go to the eastern border yourself. That was quite an unreasonable order. If you are going to do that, then can't you just order her to come here as an emperor? I do understand his reason though. He doesn't want to be hated. My eldest sister and Krista are the daughters of my father's beloved second consort. In particular, my father can't be too harsh on my elder sister who looks almost identical to the second consort. I sighed and gave him a nod like there are no other choices but to do so. Rather, there's nothing I can do here except nodding. I feel like things are going to be troublesome again. Chapter 54. The second and the fifth consort. A marriage proposal for the first princess? Yeah, it's so troublesome. When I returned to my room, Finn greeted me with sweets and tea. I heave out a huge sigh as I pinch up one of the snacks. I have never met her before, but I have heard some rumors. The princess general who has made many military achievements on various battlefields. Her fame has even reached other countries. Some even say that she is the empire's strongest as well. That's not an exaggeration, you know. In fact, 5 years ago, Sokol's invasion was stopped because she was guarding the eastern border at the time. She fundamentally reformed the border defenses and made them stronger than ever. She's an amazing person, isn't she? What's she like as a person? Finn asked as she poured tea into the empty cup. While thanking her, I sip the tea and think about my elder sister's personality. If I have to use one word to describe her, then it would be a soldier, I guess. Soldier? Yeah, a soldier. Not a knight, but a soldier. She is the embodiment of that word. I can't imagine what she's like at all. I think you will see when you actually met her. She's not a knight like Elna, you know. She's a soldier. Her lover is the battlefield. She doesn't have any beautiful ideal like a one-on-one battle either. She's fine with anything as long as she can win. She is very thorough about that. When our eldest brother, the crown prince, died, she even declared that she would not join the succession war. She said that she would serve as a marshal to whoever becomes the emperor. Thanks to that, many military officers turned to support Gordon instead. For the military officers who want to make a military achievement, they would want an emperor who has a deep connection with the army. Their only options are her or Gordon. If she had participated in the succession war, then Gordon would already have joined side with her by now. The military shouldn't get involved in politics. They should only be concerned about protecting the country. She thinks that is the right mindset for a soldier and actually puts it into practice. Somehow I think that she is different from the rumors I heard. In the story, she sounds more like a gorgeous person though. She's gorgeous all right. She's a tall blonde beauty. She can turn quite a few heads just by standing still. The atmosphere around her is completely different, but she is quite similar to you, you know. Thank you very much. For some reason, Finn's face turned red and she turns her face down. When I was wondering what is happening, Sebas suddenly appeared. Finn-sama is being bashful because you described your sister as gorgeous, and tell Finn-sama that she's similar to her, you know. It is like you directly say that Finn-sama is gorgeous after all. You should already be used to something like that, right? Is it embarrassing or something? Why, yes. Of course. It depends on the person who says it though. Is that so? I don't understand such a feeling at all. While Finn was still being bashful about that, Sebas handed me a document. Sebas had looked into the person who proposes to my elder sister in advance. As expected, my father wouldn't accept such a proposal from some strange person. Still, if it is the type that my sister hates, then she might even be angry at me too. Even so, there is nothing strange as far as I can see. Well, of course, he did propose to my sister after all. Since he proposed marriage to my sister, he must be quite bold, this person. That's true. She is the famous undefeated princess general who looked exactly like the second consort after all. The emperor seems to be pleased with him as well. The second consort. Isn't that Her Highness Krista's? They have the same mother. The second consort was a beauty with golden hair as well. I remember that she was a gentle person who was kind to everyone. I guess that's why father took a liking to you, Finn. Since my elder sister grew up to be the opposite of the second consort, you are exactly what my father wanted her to be like. If we line both of you up and ask a person, who is the daughter of the second consort, anyone will definitely choose Finn after all. Is that so? I am very honored. Is she really? Finn gives me a wide smile. I guess such an obedient part of her really scored high with father. Well, since she's like that, my father is so worried that she couldn't become a bride, you know. She's the eldest sister, so when he brings a marriage proposal to Xandra, She can make an excuse that our eldest sister still hasn't married yet too. In the first place, the emperor doesn't like the fifth consort, so he wouldn't be that concerned about Xandra-sama's marriage as well. His Majesty doesn't like her. I have heard that His Majesty loves all of his consorts equally though. Finn tilts her head at Seebaz's words. Is it a good idea to talk about something like this with Finn? As I wondered so, my eyes met with Seebaz's and he silently gave me a nod. I see. So he talked about that to make me tell her everything her. Well, if that's what he thinks then I don't have any objection. On the surface, they are on good terms. He doesn't discriminate against their kids either. But there's a certain rumor going around about the fifth consort. A certain rumor? It's a rumor that the fifth consort assassinated the second consort. A consort assassinating one another? It's not something unusual for the inner palace. Especially in important turning points like a succession war or when they gave birth to a child. At that time the crown prince was still alive, and Krista was just born. Even though she was loved by the emperor, the second consort only has daughters, so she doesn't have that important of a position. She was not someone who would be targeted in an assassination. Then why is there such a rumor? Yes. That's the point. The consort who shouldn't be the target of assassination suddenly passed away. The investigation was conducted, but the cause of death is still unknown. Because of that, the most suspicious person was the fifth consort. Since the second and the fifth consorts were young and had been often compared because both of them is a daughter of a duke. However, unlike the second consort whose father married out of love, the fifth consort was someone he married through a political marriage. Both of them gave birth to a daughter, but the second consort was the one who gave birth first. Comparing their daughter's reputation, the second consort's is still better. Xandra has been excellent since she was a child, but her personality is still a problem after all. Because of that ill will and that unilateral rivalry between them, that kind of rumor started to go around. Is that the source of the rumor? She assassinated her because of jealousy? I don't know. At that time the fifth consort had a clear alibi. When the second consort passed away, the fifth consort was together with the empress. She can't kill her, directly at least. Moreover, the investigation did not find anything that could lead to murder. Still, the fifth princess is suspected because she is the one who taught Xandra magic. She is Her Highness Xandra's mentor. The magic I use is ancient magic. In other words, it's a magic that cannot be handed down to others. Modern magic, on the other hand, is the magic that is commonly used across the world. Among those modern magics, Xandra specializes in forbidden magic, a magic that was forbidden by our predecessors who spread modern magic to the world. Well, there are all sorts of forbidden magic. While some question why they had forbidden such magic, there are also people who say that those magic should be forbidden. Xandra has studied those forbidden magics. Her contributions to the research of forbidden magic were recognized by many mages throughout the empire. From the mage's point of view, Xandra is someone that they are extremely grateful for, as she has solved many of the mysteries surrounding forbidden magic. There is more magic that can be learned, and there are all sorts of forbidden magic that can be utilized. Moreover, most of those magic is powerful. And the first person who started this movement is none other than Xandra's mother, the fifth consort. Xandra has been appealing that forbidden magic can be used for good, but no matter how anyone thinks about it, there's no doubt that the process she has to learn such forbidden magic is dangerous. Naturally, Xandra's mother, the fifth consort, is the same. The rumor started because people doubt that there might be some spell in the forbidden magic that can be used to curse someone to death. Does a spell like that really exist? I don't know. I can't use anything besides ancient magic too. Well, if we look for one, then we might actually find it. A curse that even the Emperor's investigation couldn't find a trace of. It's not strange for something like that to exist among the forbidden magic, and the ones who can discover such magic are only the fifth consort or Xandra, who have gathered books and grimoires on forbidden magic from all across the continent. But if there was such magic, then yeah, anyone can be assassinated. That's why she has been under suspicion. But 3 years ago, the crown prince died. The investigation was conducted and there was no evidence of assassination. It's just like the second consort case. Since then, Father has always been suspicious of the fifth consort. Since officially there is no evidence, he couldn't stop Xandra from studying the forbidden magic as well. Another reason for not banning Xandra's research was also because it was successful. Many of the magic that Xandra has released from being forbidden magic has been introduced to the military as military magic and has contributed to the development of new magic weapons. As long as there is still a magical superpower like the Sokol Empire, we can't afford to stop the research on that, or all of our excellent mages will flow out to Sokol. Father probably has a dilemma about this. Personally, he surely wants to put a stop on it immediately. Well, he is such a great emperor because he doesn't let personal feelings interfere with his decision though. A person who has a grudge against the second consort, which was the person who shouldn't be anyone target for assassination, and can perform that assassination without leaving behind any evidence. That's the reason why she is the suspect, right? That's right. But it is still just a speculation. There is no evidence. When the crown prince died, both the fifth consort and Xandra were inside the imperial capital while the crown prince was on the front line. No matter what, it is still too much of a stretch. Even among ancient magic, there is probably no curse that can be used from such a far distance. Still, it was enough ground to make people start doubting them. Xandra's mother's house is in the south. It is the place that Leo has to conduct his investigation. A position like an inspector is perfect for Leo. He is a serious and earnest person, so he will not miss any attempt to tamper the evidence no matter how minor it is. But the southern region is the place where that woman holds strong influence. It would be good if she doesn't try anything. I will not be able to openly help him either. The reason we were given separate tasks at the same time was also that Father wanted to test our personal competence as well. I can only follow up for him from the shadow her. Then it will be fine, isn't it? That's always how we do things anyway. Yeah. While having such a conversation, I smiled as I ate the delicious sweets Finn prepared for me. Chapter 55. How to use Finn. Although I and Leo were given tasks to do, we didn't leave the capital immediately. Of course, there are preparations to do, but in my case, it's up to my sister's decision. So right now, we are doing everything we could during the time we have. Leo is out negotiating with the influential peoples and invites them in as our supporters. Meanwhile, I head out to deal with the representative of the Ain Company. What kind of person is she? She's a good person. I can't count on Finn's definition of good people though. No way. As if she was shocked by what I said, Finn shouted. But that's the truth. To Finn and Leo, most of the people in this world would be a good person. They see the good in people rather than the bad. They are the opposite of me. Looking at Traunison, those two would look for his good parts first, while the first thing I notice is how much of a fatty he is. This is probably the difference in humans. But sadly, it is easier to live with my point of view in this world. That's why I am worried about who they take into our camp. Welcome. Your Highness, Finn-sama. Our representative is waiting inside. I heard it beforehand, but an elf secretary her. How did you come to work for the Ain Company? It was the elf secretary who greeted us in front of the room. I heard it from Finn, but this is still unusual. Normally, elves live in hidden villages located all over the country. Their villages are sealed off with barriers surrounding its entirety, so elves usually don't leave their village. Many people may have heard of them, but there are only a few people who have seen an elf. Longevity and good looks. I heard that some of their elders lived for over 1,000 years. It's surprising enough that an elf is getting involved with so many people outside of their village. Still, it is hard to believe that an elf like her is working as a secretary at a vampire's company. We elves really are an isolated race. It is our racial trait. However, I wanted to see people from the outside. I am an irregular among the elves. That is why I left my village and came to the outside world. But the world outside is much harsher than I thought. At that time, our representative recruited me into this company. This company is the kind that gathers such demi-humans such as myself. That's a good story, isn't it? Ulsama. If it's not a made-up one, that is. Finn is looking at me with the eyes of, how could you say such a thing? But I don't mind. After hearing my words, the elven secretary squinted her eyes a little. With a somewhat dissatisfied attitude, the elf said, "I will leave it to your discretion whether your highness believe it or not," and took a step back. It seems like she was telling the truth her. My apology. Saying so, I head inside the representative's room. That's when something different from what I heard happened. "It's my honor to meet you, Your Highness Arnold. I am called Uriah, the representative of the Ain Company." Loose and wavy silver hair trimmed at the shoulder. Her jewel-like red eyes are looking at me with interest. Her beauty is vampire-like. Her white skin reminds me of those vampires that I met in the East. When I remember them, I also remember the figure of Finn falling from that clock tower. My expression probably looked quite unpleasant right now, so Uriah bitterly smiled and bowed her head. "I have absolutely no connection with them, but please allow me to offer a sincere apology for what my brethren have done. I am sorry. My bad. I'm the 7th Prince, Arnold Lake Sadler. I can't break off the connection that Finn gone out of her way to make for me." I immediately apologized and sat down with Finn. "Your Highness, what kind of business do you have with us this time?" "I'm going to be straight. How do you plan to use Finn?" "I want to borrow the name of Finsama." That was her condition for cooperating with us. If my thoughts are correct, then she will start selling her first product inside the imperial capital soon. Putting it as "how do we plan to use her" is a little rude, isn't it, Your Highness? Leave the formality. Just talk naturally. Hearing you talk like that made me uncomfortable. Ara, really? I even put on my dealing with a prince mode too. I am not your customer. I am your business partner, so stop using that probing tone of yours already. Well, if that's the case, then I will stop. It's easier for me this way too. Saying so, Uriah showed a charming smile. That's the case for most merchants, but their smiles are not sincere. Gradually reeling in their opponents, and before they know it, they will already be in their pocket. Uriah is no exception. We are talking about how to use Finn here, but what do you have in mind? Don't return a question with another question. It's fine, isn't it? I'm curious just how far the dull prince can go. If you know the nickname, then that should be enough. It's exactly because I am incompetent that they are calling me the dull prince, isn't it? After a series of exchanges, Uriah glanced at Finn. Shit. When I thought so, it was already too late. Uriah grins. Even though you are saying that you are incompetent, Finn doesn't look at all panicked, you know. Rather, I feel that she completely trusts you right now though. What? You are probably planning to advertise the products that Finn used, and if possible put a picture of her at your stores as well, right? Since she noticed Finn's reaction, it's no longer viable to deceive her. To move the talk along, I told her the business plan I had come up with. Hearing that plan, Uriah looked a little surprised. That was surprising. I thought that you were pretending to be incompetent, but you are much smarter than I thought. They said that a skilled hawk hides its talons, but it seems that is really the case here. It's not like I was pretending or hiding it. Since I just showed people that I don't have motivation for anything, people just started calling me that way. Is it different now? I decided to make my brother the emperor. My brother is like Finn. They are too honest to live in a world like this. That's why I have to protect them. I am in charge of their strategy and negotiating. Anyone who deceives Leo or Finn, I will crush them. I will keep that in mind. I glared at Uriah with the intention to put her in check. She must have been quite shaken by the unknown variable, since her attitude has grown a little nervous. Seeing that, I released the tension and asked her with a casual tone. So, how do you plan to use Finn? Most of it is exactly like you said. We plan to use her to sell our cosmetics first. The cosmetics used by the Blaumo herself will definitely fly off the shelves. I guess. The negative image of the Ain Company will be wiped clean with that too. Is it possible for you to set up inside the imperial capital formally with that? Can you stop putting it like we are the only one who benefits out of this deal? We will properly meet our end of the bargain, all right. Well, let's talk about the future. First, destroy the firms that are working with our enemies. If we can cut their funding, then their movement will be limited. Hearing I said it like those were easy tasks, Uriah lets out a small sigh. Well, that's the correct reaction. Any firms that cooperate with the other factions are large firms that have deep roots inside the imperial capital. Crushing them is almost impossible. How about hitting them so hard that they can no longer cooperate with the enemy's factions? Can we leave them half dead? No, you need to go a little further. At least make them 3/4 dead. That's practically dead, isn't it? Well, we will do what we can. And about the funding, how much do you need? We don't need anything right now. When the time comes, just prepare only the necessary amount for us. Do you think money can conveniently sprout out of the floor? If you need a large amount of money, it doesn't like we can just summon it up for you immediately, you know. I know. But I am still telling you to do it. Yuria shook her head at my terribly harsh request. But in the end, she nodded. If she can't meet such a demanding request, she won't be able to borrow Finn after all. Seriously. It seems like I have lent a hand to a ridiculous faction. If you have a grudge, then you can direct it toward Finn. No way. I can't bring myself to hate such a cute girl. If I am going to hold a grudge, then it will be against you. Do whatever you want. All right, let's go, Finn. Why, yes. Finn, who had been enjoying the tea and confectionery, ate them in a hurry and started preparing to leave. Looking at that, Yuria's lips turned sour. You don't have to be in such a hurry, aren't you? Unfortunately, there are a lot of things we have to do. Just get your products ready. We will contact you again at a suitable time. Hey, Arnold. If you say that you really want my help, then I can give it my all, you know. If I say it, almost all the demi-humans will be on your side, you know. I might ask you to do that when the time comes. This is not that time, and since I don't know what the price will be, I will have to decline for now. While being stared at with Yuria's bewitching look, I turned down her invitation. For some reason, I can feel devilishness from this woman. She doesn't leave any bad impression, but there's no good one either. Somehow, she felt like a curious cat. It felt like she is going to take me to places I don't want to go to. There's no problem if I have got nothing to hide, but unfortunately, I have a whole lot of them. There's no doubt that she is an excellent merchant, but I have to stay as far away as possible from her for the time being. With that determination, I leave Yuria behind. Chapter 56. The outermost layer of the imperial capital. After leaving the Ain Company, I get on a carriage together with Finn. For the time being, Finn is wearing a cloak to disguise herself. Looking at her, I thought of something. Is there something wrong? Finn, how are you around small children? Do you mean my own children? Finn nervously asks me back. What kind of misunderstanding does she have this time? No. I mean, are you fine playing with small children in general? I see. I'm totally fine. It doesn't mean that I'm not fine with my own children, you know. I know. Can we take a short detour then? How? A detour? Yeah, I am thinking about visiting an old friend. Saying so, I direct the driver to our destination. Section. The imperial capital has a vast castle town centered on the castle of the imperial sword. The castle town is divided into several layers, and the poorer you are, the farther your house will be from the center of the city. We headed to the outermost wall of the castle town. There was a small sword dojo there. This place it's a dojo that an old adventurer acquaintance of mine is running. He teaches swordplay to the kids living in the outermost layer of the imperial capital for free. For free. Most of the outermost layer people have to struggle to make ends meet. The way out of that is to become strong as fast as possible, but since they have no money to properly learn swordsmanship, he teaches them how to wield a sword for free. While explaining so, I look into the dojo from the window. Finn also took a peek with me. There. Doya. Arag. Uo. TTTTTI. Idiot. Oi. Knock it out already. Don't hold back just because the stick is soft. Bully. No, he is just playing with the kids. In the dojo, a man is being beaten up by several children. Light brown hair and eyes, there is a cut scar from his cheek down to his neck. He looked somewhat strong, but seeing him getting beat up by the kids like this make that impression completely disappeared. His name is Gari. When we were children, we often played with each other. Right now he is working as an adventurer while taking care of the children here. Sensei. There is someone outside. Ha. Who would fall for such a cheap trick? I don't see anyone. Ah, he is looking like he already gave up on you too. He is definitely your acquaintance, Sensei. He is looking at Sensei like that because Sensei is an idiot, right? I am not an idiot. Then just turn back and look. These brats. E3. Fine. I will take a look. Saying so, Gari turned this way and met eyes with me. Gari's eyes opened wide in surprise, but the kids behind him are smiling. When I sigh at him, the kids all attacked him together. Now's the chance. Do it. I did saw him all right. He really is a big idiot. Guwa. You brats. That's a guess. Wait a minute. Calm down. Foo-foo. Look like they are having fun, aren't they? Fun, huh? Well, it doesn't look like he hated it, but having fun is kind of a stretch here. If I have to deal with those energetic kids every day, then my bone's gonna break. In the end, the kids never listened to him, so Gari smacked them in the head with his fist and head our way. Yo. Long time no see. Yeah, you look healthy, Gari. By the way, are they alright? It looks like they all fainted though. It's alright. Don't look down on the outermost layer, kids. Well, it's fine if that's the case. The children here are probably a little younger than Krista. It's the age that kids are most energetic. There are only boys in the dojo. Girls are probably attending places that aim toward them her. But why did you come here all of a sudden? Nah, I was just wondering how you are doing. Since I haven't seen you around lately, I was a little worried. Never changed her. Unlike you guys, we are tough. I won't kick the bucket anytime soon, alright? Saying so, Gari flexes his bicep. That's the arm of a person who wields a sword. Despite its leanness, the muscles needed to do that are tightly packed in there. His scars also have increased a little. Gari is a B-class adventurer. He is almost at A-class, but it doesn't mean that he is super strong or anything. Seems so. I'm relieved. Even so, isn't this a swordsman dojo? You were just playing with them, right? It's fine. It's alright to start like this. If they hit someone, it hurts when that someone hit them back. If they can learn that much, then it will be alright. It's not like everyone here will become an adventurer anyway. If they have talents or a dream, they will eventually think about what path they will take themselves. If that's the case, then I can just teach them when the time comes. Like you. Of course. I told you not to look down on the outermost layer, kid, right? We don't need to be molded like those nobles. All we have to teach our children is that they will be hit back if they attack someone. If they know that, then they won't blindly attack anyone. They should be taught the pain of that early. If they don't know that, they will turn out to be like that shady noble who bullied you back then. Jide her. Certainly, that guy is a typical example of growing up without knowing any pain. While I was making a bitter smile, Gari urges me to introduce Finn with his eyes. Ah. I mutter and put my hand over my mouth. Then I signal Finn to reveal her face. Yes. NNNN. NNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNNn. You made the point that we went out of our way to visit you anonymously, right? As expected, Gari was taken by surprise and almost screamed out. Perhaps he is probably trying to shout the word Blau Mo. W. What kind of trouble did you bring me this time? I didn't bring any trouble. I'm just on my way back from a business with Finn. Work. With the Blau Mo. Don't get cocky, I won't forgive you. Why? My neck, my neck. Shut up. Take the grudge of all the men in the imperial capital. You, uncle. Ulsama is going to collapse. Ah, yes, but it's alright. This guy always plays with death, so he is surprisingly tough. Releasing his hands from my neck, Gari's face immediately turned into a smile as he turned toward Finn. This bastard. Saying something like that. When I was thinking about such a thing, one of the children came out of the dojo. He then rushed to Finn and hugged her. Well, since her eyesight is low, children would find her easy to approach her. It's a beautiful woman. Hey, you. I'm jealous, you know. Ahihi. She smells so good. Hey, Wani-san, are you Sensei's girlfriend? Foo-foo. I wonder? Finn said while stroking the kid's hair without showing any discomfort from being hugged by the kid. Perhaps he was glad that she smiled at him. The kid hugs her even tighter like he wanted to be spoiled. Meanwhile, Gari is looking at him while clenching his teeth. Seriously? You are jealous of a child? Shut up. You will never understand my feeling. This way. Kia. It's fine. Play with them for me. Why, yes. Apparently, Finn still want to play with them more as well. She immediately entered the dojo and started playing with the children. Seeing Finn playing with the children, Gari began to shake with jealousy. Ah. What should I do? If they don't stop soon I will want to lop my head off. But Finn-sama's smile when she is looking at the children. Ah, what to do? I'm so jealous. Whether you are jealous or worry about your own body, just make up your mind already. Worry would be better, yeah. As I thought, cutting my own head is a little. You just strangled a prince a little while ago, you know. You understand that, right? It's fine. If you are the type that cares about something like this, Elna would be the one who gets caught before I do, right? So it's fine, yeah. What kind of reasoning is that? Well, it's exactly because of that we are still talking like this though. Leaving aside when we were children, when you become an adult, you would become more aware of your position. A prince is still a prince even if you have messed around with each other before. There are many who think like that and distance themselves. Among that, Gari is kind of a special existent. How nostalgic. Elna was such a good rival. I don't think rival is a good word when you lost to her about 200 times already though. It's 197. Don't miscount, alright. Is that going to change anything? As a child, Gari was like the general of the brats in the outermost layer. It's a daily thing for him to go up to the middle and play pranks on people. That's when I and Elna met him. If I remember correctly, at first, Gari stole a loaf of bread from a bakery and was hiding from his pursuer. Then Elna found him and beat him up. Since then, Gari considered her as his rival and challenged her many times. Of course, he lost. But that experience made Gari stronger. It's true that the outermost layer people are tough. These guys absolutely will never give up. So, what did you actually come here for? You didn't come here just to see me, right? You are strangely sharp sometimes, you know. Actually, Leo has been assigned to investigate an incident with the immigrants in the south. I want to ask you about the discrimination at the southern frontier since you are originally from there. What do you think? Gari is an immigrant. His parents were immigrants and he grew up surrounded by discrimination. Perhaps that might be the source of his rebelliousness. That's why Gari was aiming to become an adventurer so that he doesn't have to deal with the immigrant stuff anymore. Even when father accepted the immigrants as the empire's citizens, the discrimination inside the imperial capital was still going on for several more years. Yeah, no doubt. Has it been 11 years since the emperor declared that us immigrants are citizens of the empire? For me, it is still just 11 years. The discrimination won't go away that easily, especially the mindset of those nobles. They were educated that way after all. I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Relieved? What happened at the southern frontier was kidnapping cases of the people at the immigrant villages. If no nobles were involved, it wouldn't cause so much problem that the emperor would have to dispatch Leo. This case worth sending Leo over because there is still discrimination running rampant in the area with the local nobles being involved in the practice. Leo has the ability to solve the case, that's why the emperor decided to send him there. You still put your little brother on the pedestal, huh? He might be similar to the crown prince, but people like that don't come around so easily, you know. It was thanks to him that the discrimination inside the capital has lessened to this extent. That person is special. He was special. That might be the case. But Leo also has half the blood of that man, you know. The same goes for you, right? Leave me alone. I said so while making a bitter smile. In the dojo, Finn is happily playing with the children. I brought Finn here to give her some time to relax, and it seems that's the right choice, her. Ah, that's right. One of my students is at the castle right now. If you guys meet, take care of that guy for me, alright? Student? Yeah, quite a talented child too. I recommended that fellow to take the night training at the castle. Should be living at the castle right about now. What's he like? It's a she, but she's quite a noisy guy, you see. Anyway, she's quite noisy, so you will know when you meet her. She's super noisy. Gary's face was full of smiles when he said that. I guess he really likes children, huh? In the end, after letting Finn play with the children for a while, I and Finn head back. Chapter 57. Her name is Rita. The Imperial Sword Castle is a large place. Unless you are part of the Imperial family who lives in this castle, it is not a place you can easily find your way around. Even the Emperor himself doesn't know of all the hidden rooms and passages, as each generation of the Emperor newly construct their own. At the middle floor of such a castle, one girl is lost. I'm lost. With a troubled expression, the girl shouted out. The upper area of the castle is where the Emperor lives, while the middle area is for other Imperial family members and nobles. The reports that need not be sent to the Emperor are being examined here. Al and Leo's rooms are also in this area. However, it was too dangerous for a lone unidentified girl to be lost here. If she is caught, she will be detained until her identity can be confirmed. However, the girl is still carefree. The girl whose blonde hair is being arranged into a side ponytail is probably 11 to 12 years old at the oldest. With a wooden sword on her waist, anyone in the castle can recognize her as a knight apprentice or something close to that. However, most knight apprentices will not be in such a place. What to do? What would I do if someone ate all my lunch? If Al saw her, then he might have a disappointed look on his face while saying, "So you were worrying about food?" The girl raised her face up and started walking again. She has embraced the reckless idea that she will find a place she recognizes before long if she keeps walking. A stair, should I go up or down? Instructor told me not to go up the stairs, didn't he? Was it not to go down, Mim? Oi, the kid over there. When she heard that, she immediately straightened her back. She then slowly turned her head back to look at the source of the voice like a broken doll. At that place were two guards carrying a spear. Both of them are looking at her with suspicion. Who are you? How did you get in here? Isn't she a knight apprentice? I guess she broke the rule and came up here. Those who can't keep the rules can't be a knight, you know. You see. A dropout her. Come with us. We will take you to your instructor. Saying so, the guards reach out to the girl. However, as if to stop them, a black-haired man calls out to the girl. "Oh, so you are here. That's a no-go, isn't it? Leaving my side like that. Why, Your Highness Leonard. Sorry. I called this girl up here. Since she looked like she had nothing to do, I was having her helping me carrying my luggage. Can you lend me a hand too?" No. We have our prior duty. We are sorry. We didn't know that you were called here by His Highness Leonard. We will return to our post now. I see. Thanks for the good work. Smiling and waving to the guards as they are leaving, Leonard takes a look around and confirms that there's no one around. After confirming that they are gone, he let out a sigh and spoke to the girl. That was dangerous. An Eichmann. Ni-chan is exactly like the Eichmann that Sensei told me about. Thank you for saving me. The girl smiles cheerfully. Leo was a little confused because of her overly familiar attitude, but he immediately smiled at her and beckoned her over. You really are an energetic one, huh? Are you perhaps a knight apprentice? I see. Then I will accompany you to your instructor later. If I go with you, you shouldn't get scolded, right? But you have to help me with my work first, okay? This is called a deal, right? Okay, I accept it. All right then. I am Leonard. My friend calls me Leo. And you are? Rita's name is NN, so your name is Rita, huh? How did you know? Ahaha, you are quite an interesting child, aren't you? Saying so, Leo took Rita to his room. All right, Rita. This is an important task. Can I trust Rita to do it? I will do my best. Leo places a lot of sweets in front of Rita. All of them are gifts from noble ladies and women from the castle town. The poison tasting has already been done, but the total amount is still too large. After returning from the south, Leo's popularity has increased tremendously, especially among women. With that said, Leo thought that most of this was his brother's fault. The story of how he has done everything he can to save the survivor of the wrecked principality's ship has reached the imperial capital, especially the one where he leaped into the sea to rescue a survivor, and the story of how he raised the white flag in order to save the seriously injured people on board his ship has become the most popular story inside the imperial capital. Because both are Ul's actions, even if Leo wanted to tell everyone that it was all thanks to Nini-san, he couldn't do it and have to eat all the sweets being sent to him every day. However, no matter how much Leo's stomach can take in, there is still a limit. Ca, can I eat everything? Yeah, it's fine. It's Rita's job to eat all of it after all. Got it. Rita will do her best. Rita began to open the bag containing the sweets with sparkling eyes. Her face is beaming with a smile at the sweets she has never seen before. Looking at such Rita, Leo felt a little guilty. Luring a little girl to his room and making her do what he doesn't want to. It somehow felt cowardly. However, Leo can't eat any more of that, and Ul wouldn't even think about eating them. It would be a waste to throw away what he couldn't finish, so it's better to have someone else eat it. Leo convinced himself and started pouring tea for Rita. Delicious. It's super delicious. Is that so? I'm glad. Here, have some tea. It's hot, so be careful, okay? Thank you. Leonie. Leonie? UN. Leonardoniachan. Leonie for short. I can't. No, it's all right. Call me whatever you like. I will do my paperwork for a bit, so when I'm done, let's go to your instructor together, okay? Roger. A natural smile bloomed on his face as Leo looked at the energetic Rita. Rita's cheerful and unreserved atmosphere was refreshing to Leo. Inside the castle, everybody always behaves themselves carefully. Their smiles are fake, and there are a lot of occasions that felt so suffocating. It has become even worse since they know of his success in the south. In such an environment, Rita's pure and cheerful attitude is like a tonic that heals Leo's heart. Hey, Leonie. Is Leonie some kind of a big shot? Why are you asking this so suddenly? UN, you see. The person earlier used Sama to call Leonie, right? Sensei said that people who have Sama following their name is a big shot, you see. Well, my father is certainly a great person, you see. People just use Sama to refer to me because of that. I am not someone great. Incidentally, is that Sensei referring to your instructor? UN. He's the adventurer Oniachan that taught Rita her swordplay. He probably is as old as Leonie too. But Leonie is way more cooler than him. Sensei always gets bullied by the kids at his dojo, and he always gets dumped by women too. He sounds like an interesting person, isn't he? Since Rita likes him as well, should I try meeting him? UN. Rita loves Sensei. It's thanks to Sensei that Rita can train in the castle like this too. Rita will become a great knight or an adventurer like him in the future. Rita took a bite on the fruit on top of the pie. You don't have to push yourself, you know. No. Rita is a woman who keeps her promise. Rita has to eat it all. Fufu, good girl. Then you can eat everything you got in your hand, all right. I will eat the rest. Roger. This is nothing. While saying such a thing, Rita puts the last piece of chocolate in her mouth. During that time, Leo eats all the remaining sweets. However, with only a handful left, Leo doesn't rush to eat it. He slowly takes his time to eat it while looking at Rita. Then, all done. Good job. Leo strokes Rita's head, and Rita is having a wide smile on her face while receiving it. After that, Leo walks Rita back downstairs. Hey, Leonie. Can I see you again? Sure. Come over whenever you want. UN. I will come again. With that said, Rita parts way with Leo. He gave her detailed instructions so that the instructor won't get angry at her, and told the guards to let her pass when they saw her. Leo returned to his room, tidying up the leftover trashes and wondering if she would be a good friend to Krista. Chapter 58. Sometime the elder. Always the younger. She's such a cheerful child. I want to try meeting her. Yeah, I think mother will love her too. Saying so, Leo started drinking his tea. The next day, Leo was visiting Mitsuba to tell her that he has to head to the south soon. Mitsuba didn't say anything special to her busy son. If she told him to do his best, then he will unnecessarily try even harder than he needs to, and even if she told him to restrain himself, he is a child that would tell her that he would do his best anyway. Therefore, Mitsuba did not mention anything related to his mission and asked him about something else. That's how the topic turned toward Rita. I think it would be great if Rita could be Krista's friend. There was not a shred of possibility that his mother would deny his idea. Normally one would expect a question like, "Which house does she come from?" but that kind of subject is unrelated to Mitsuba. Regardless of your status, you should associate yourself with good people and not with bad people. That's what Mitsuba always tells them. Since Krista is a girl, she doesn't have many friends. The noble will only get along with you well on the surface, but it would be reassuring if she can have a friend of the same age she can trust. Yes, that's right. If there's a chance, I will bring her along next time. Ara, for you to support that child to such extent, you must really take a liking to her, aren't you? I like that kind of child. Krista is a quiet one, so I think she would be a good match for her. Really? Then in a few more years, won't you take her as a bride? Leo smiled at his mother's teasing words. He doesn't look at Rita that way since she is still a child. However, if he is going to take a wife, then he thinks it would be nice to have a cheerful girl like her. Still, since he doesn't know what to follow up after he said that, he chooses to give his mother a vague reply instead. I can't think about having a wife in such a situation. If things calm down a bit, I might consider having one if I meet a nice woman like Rita. You are such a boring child. If you are like that, then she might be taken by you know? Ha ha ha, certainly, Nii-san really is surrounded by good women, isn't he? It's not a time to laugh, right? Listen, Leo. A good woman doesn't fall in love with a perfect man, you know. Then it's all right. I have a lot of disappointing parts too, after all. It might be true from my point of view, but that's not how other girls see you, right? Show more of your disappointing places to the world, will you? You should be a little more selfish. Anyone needs to have some part of them that is different from others, you know. I will keep it in mind. Saying so, Leo drinks all his tea and gets up from his chair. His mother might start to lecture him on how to make a good woman fall for him after all. Then I will be excusing myself. Seriously. Take care of yourself, okay? Yes. Saying so, Leo left Mitsuba behind. Section. On the way back, Leo headed to the castle square on a whim. As the name implies, Castle of the Imperial Sword has a shape similar to a sword with the part of it protruding from both sides like a sword guard. That part became an open space where the training of the knight candidates took place. Originally, what is being done at the castle is not the training of regular knight candidates. Normal knight candidates have a proper school to train them, while the training at the castle square is for the talented people who are too poor and can't afford to enter knight school. Even immigrants and the poor should be given a chance to become a knight if they have potential. That was the Crown Prince's proposal. None of them ever entered the Imperial Knight Order, but after they graduated they became knights serving the local lords, adventurers, or joined the army. Each of them carves out their own path. At that square, it seems that the training is already over for the day. The trainees are no longer there. Leo is somewhat disappointed, but Kyu-chan. He immediately got sent flying. Leo smiles at the loud voice of a child. However, when he looked at the source of the voice, he hid himself behind a pillar. The reason is, Rita. You are too loud. The Ku-chan that Rita was waving at was actually Krista. Krista, Kurisuta, Ku-chan. She is nervously talking to Rita while holding her usual bunny doll. Leo was impressed at the unexpected sight. I see. They were friends already, her. It seems my help is unnecessary then. What help? Alright, don't shout. A finger was put over his mouth to prevent him from screaming. It was Elna who showed up. Elna gently peers at Krista from the shadow of the pillar where Leo was hiding. Then, as I thought, blood is really thicker than water, her. Yeah. Krista is more or less our little sister after all. It seems she managed to find herself a good friend, isn't she? Not that, I was talking about you and His Highness Traugott. Peeking at Her Highness Krista from the shadow like this is exactly like what His Highness Traugott would do. And if you were peeking at the other girl then as your childhood friend, let me take some distance away from you now. Don't tell me, both of them. It's now like that. You got the wrong idea. Seeing Elna seriously widen the distance between them, Leo understands that there must be some kind of serious misunderstanding going on, so he tried to solve it, but hearing his loud voice, Rita curiously came over to investigate. Ah, Leonie. Saying so, Rita happily hugs Leo. After seeing that, Elna's face turned serious. Leo, who thought that the situation has turned dangerous, tried to say something to get out of this situation. This is a misunderstanding. It's not like that, we don't have that kind of relationship. With his suspicious attitude, her suspicion only grew stronger. At that time, Krista came over. Leonie-sama? Elna too. It's been a long time, Your Highness. Long time no see. Does Rita know Leonie-sama? He took me to his room the day before. For a moment, Leo and Elna's minds shut down. Krista said, oh, so that was the case, but Elna is now worked up by the unlikely possibility. Don't tell me. You really? It's not like that, you know. Elna, this is a misunderstanding, see. Leo is wondering what to say to counter Rita's well-timed statement. In the meantime, Rita is doing whatever she wants by hugging Leo and hanging from his arm. However, the situation was really dangerous. Feeling the presence of a person, Leo looks at the entrance of the square. At that place, Finn is standing while holding her mouth with both of her hands. Realizing that the situation is getting more and more complicated, Leo tried to explain the situation to her, but before he could do that, Finn started nervously fidgeting. Ulsama, Leo-sama has awakened to his little girl's hobby. What should I do? How should I put this to not hurt Leo-sama? Without being able to say that he is already hurt, Leo drops his shoulders. As he was prepared to be made fun of, Ul showed his face. Then, what are you talking about? Ul. Leo has fallen on the same path as His Highness Traugott. What shall we do? The same path as Traugott Neeson her. That person's level of pervertedness is too high to be imitated by Leo, you know. He still hasn't fallen yet, so calm down. What kind of explanation is that? There's nothing comforting about that at all. Properly solve the misunderstanding for me, Nii-san. Ha, I know, so calm down. Saying so, Ul approaches Rita, who was hanging on Leo's hand. Rita notices Ul and opens her mouth in surprise. What? Two people with the same face. No doubt about it then. You are the girl Gari was talking about, right? What? How did you know Sensei's name? You have the same face as Leonie as well. You must be a powerful mage in disguise, right? Return Leonie's face now. Saying so, Rita thrusts at Ul. However, Ul uses the difference in their reach and hold Rita's head at a distance. You coward. As expected of Gari's pupil. She's quite a stupid one. Alright, listen here. I am Arnold. I am Leo's elder twin brother. Win. Ul Nii-sama. Both of them are Krista's Nii-sama. Perhaps her processing power is quite low. Rita was mulling over that for a while and smacked her fist on her palm as she understood what I told her. Then she points at Ul. Ul Nii's main feature is his ruffled hair. Next, she points at Leo. And Leonie's is that he is an Eichmann. What is that? We have the same face, right? TSK. Don't look down on Rita. Rita knows what an Eichmann looks like, you know. Right. Leonie. That is Nii-san, you know. Rita hugged the same place she did before and look at the source of the voice. There was a well-dressed and tidied hair man there. Looking back, she found a man in the opposite direction with the same face, clothes, and hair. Woo. Leonie has a clone. How terrifying. This is the power of twin her. Ul Nii-sama. Please don't tease Rita so much. Ha. Sorry. Ul ruffles his hair back to its original appearance and undone the button on his shirt. He then ruffles Rita's hair and turns back. See you then. I have something to do, so you three can play together by yourselves. Something Nii-san have to do? I will do the job in your stead. You have to go to the south soon, right? Play with Krista and that girl as much as you want. Krista also wants to play with Leo, right? Rita wants to play too. Yeah, take care of my little brother and sister. Ni-san. Don't take her into your room, alright? Wait. It's not like that. Don't strangely put it like that. It's not like that at all, alright? Taking Finn and Elna with him. Al leaves behind Leo, who is waving at him in panic. Why are you in such a good mood? Yes, Alsama looks so happy somehow. Really? Well, that might be the case. I get to see Leo acting as himself after a long time after all. It's been quite a long time since he can relax his shoulder like that. I guess I will have to thank Rita for that. With that said, Al fixes his appearance and adjusts his hair. He then straightens his back and unusually shows his motivation. Alright, guess I will have to try harder for Leo as well. Geez. You really do your best when it comes to Leo, don't you, Al? He's my little brother after all. Such a great brotherly love. While having such a conversation, they climbed up the stairs. In the end, Al has no idea that Leo would be abused by the two little girls at the square until sunset. Damn it. So this is your plan, Ni-san. Chapter 59. Heading to the south. Leonard. I will leave this in your hand. Yes. I will act as your Majesty's eyes and ears. If there is any injustice being done in the south, I will bring it all to light. Yumu. Leo was given a purple mantle from father. It is proof of an imperial inspector. As long as he has this mantle, no one can stand in Leo's way. Do not compromise. Thoroughly investigate the matter until you are satisfied. Yes. Leo puts on the mantle and leaves the throne room. Others started to leave as well, but I remain behind. The reason is that father seems like he wants me to. Are you worried? There's no need to. Leo is excellent after all. But he can be inflexible at times too. You have been the one who made up for that. And this time you are not by his side. You are thinking about seeing how far can Leo go by himself, right? I can say that it won't work that well though. Who? And why is that? That guy is good at helping others. He's a guy who can move people. That's why even if I'm not there, someone else will be there for him. I see. That's fine. But what about you? I frown at my father's words. Like Leo, I also have my own task. The task is too lightweight to call a mission though. I wonder. I will do as much as I can, but please don't expect too much from me. That is unacceptable. Your elder sister's marriage is entirely in your hands after all. If she doesn't get married, Xandra won't be able to get married either. That's quite a serious responsibility, isn't it? But please don't get angry at me if I fail though. I am going up against her after all. Yeah, I know that. But Arnold. I am already over 50 years old, you know. There's not much time left. That's why I want to see my daughter become a bride. I don't remember hearing that you are sick though. I don't have any sickness, but I am getting old. I can't suppress things much longer. I will eventually be eliminated someday. Who will become the next emperor? That's all I can think of. With a little distant eye, father looks over the view of the castle town. How long will I be able to enjoy this scenery? Maybe that's what he is thinking right now. His children are waging war among each other and their goal is the throne he is currently sitting on. Naturally, the winner will overthrow father. That being the case, this is no time for him to want to see his daughter become a bride. You are unusually timid today. Today, the second consort and the crown prince came out in my dream. It was very nostalgic. I wonder how many people I have to miss like this. If you don't like it, then you can just stop the succession war. Name a new crown prince, and while you still have power, send your children to the countryside. You can spare their lives that way. That's not possible. The worth of the winner and the worth of someone who has their victory handed to him are different. The throne is only for the victorious. That's how you create a strong emperor. Then please stop looking so timid like that. You have the power to stop all of this, but you choose not to. Because of that, my brother has to get involved in this stupid conflict. There are a lot who think as you do, but the reason that no one voice out against it is because you yourself approve of it. They convince themselves that this is something necessary and abided by it. Your timidness right now is an insult to all those who participate in this succession war. If you back out after all this time, I will never forgive you. This kind of conflict wouldn't happen if the emperor appoints a successor. However, an emperor who won that conflict is stronger than someone who is appointed. I understand that reasoning. A winner will not allow his prize to be taken away. But those who have victory handed to them have little awareness of that. That's where the root of such awareness came from. If one wants to create an emperor who would fight to protect the empire, then the succession war is necessary. Because of that, this stupid conflict has been repeated for so many generations. To think that I would get lectured by my own son. Even more so it's Arnold too. Please forgive my rudeness. All right. Since Franz is not here, I ended up showing you such timidness. I am sorry. Forget about what I said. Yes. Arnold. Do you still remember what I showed you? Please rest assured. I never forget it. I still remember the words you said to me at that time. I see. Then I am relieved. Saying so, Father dismissed me. Since the succession war has intensified, Father must have a lot of things to think about too. If Leo were to become an emperor, Father would be safe, but he would never appoint Leo as the crown prince because of that. Even if he shows me his timid side, he is a person who would prioritize his responsibility as an emperor before himself. After all, we have to win her. I muttered so and went to see Leo off. Section. Well, take care of your body. Yeah, do your best too, Ni-san. I will keep it moderately. Saying so, we said our goodbye. We don't need a long-winded conversation. It's not like we are saying goodbye for life. Your Highness Arnold. As stiff as always her, Linfia. I don't have a status that could use such a familiar term with your Highness like everyone else after all. I don't care about status. Well, if you are fine with it, then do whatever you like. You came all the way here after all. Sorry that I took up your time. No, it's me who has to thank you for everything. It's my repayment for saving my life and protecting Finn while we were away. This is not nearly enough at all though. I haven't been that useful either. Even so, you have been very gracious to me. Honestly, I am feeling bad about it myself. Saying so, Linfia looks down. However, that was just her being modest. She splendidly protected Finn for me. That's like she helped us avert our biggest crisis so far. Our debt cannot be paid to her by just dispatching some adventurers to protect her village and investigate her case. Well, you might think so, Linfia, but we are really grateful toward you. That's why we will definitely help your village. I give Linfia a pouch that is slightly larger than my fist. As it is quite heavy, Linfia peeks inside. There were gold coins in it. Additionally, the inside of the pouch is much larger than it appears. It is a magic enchanted pouch. The inside is 10 times wider than its appearance. And the gold coins inside are mine. I had no chance to spend any money, but the country still allocated some to me, you see. I thought I would use it to fund our succession war, but for the time being, I have no need for it. You went out of your way to establish a connection with that company for us after all. I will entrust it to you. No way. How will I be able to spend all this money? Even if I gave it to Leo, he wouldn't be able to use it effectively. If it's you, then I'm sure you will be able to use it well. Leo is always straightforward. I want you to help him out. I think that will eventually lead to the salvation of your village. And you don't have to be stingy when you want to use it. You don't have to worry about returning it to me. Use it to help reconstruct your village, all right? Your Highness. I'd like to go with you, but I can't afford to do that this time. I am sorry that I can't see it through to the end, but at least let me do this much for you. Thank you very much. I will never forget this debt. I will definitely be useful to His Highness Leonard for you. Saying so, Linfia lowered her head. It's only natural. Inside that pouch are 10 years' worth of gold coins for a prince. Normally, it might not be such a good idea to hand it over so easily, but I still have the money I earned as silver. That money is being managed by Sebas, but its amount is way more than a prince's salary. Even so, it doesn't mean that it was an amount of money that could be easily thrown away either. However, with that money, They would be able to nudge the southern nobles to move. If it's Linfia, then she will definitely be able to spend it in a way that Leo couldn't be able to imagine. You are exaggerating. We are the ones that are in debt to you. Consider it as our thanks. You don't have to worry about it. It might be impudence of me to say this now, but I'm glad that you were attacked at that time. Because of that, we were able to meet like this. The relief and joy I felt when you offered to help me at that time was something only I could understand. Now I know the reason why Finsama trusted you to such an extent. After the village is safe, I will definitely return to join you. Please leave His Highness Leonard to me. Phew, that was really stiff. But since you are like that, I can leave him to you. Linfia, take care of my brother for me. Yes. Please leave him to me. Linfia deeply bows and boards the carriage that Leo just got on. There are Imperial Knights escorting Leo, but Leo's personal protection was entrusted to Linfia. That also shows how much Leo trusts her as well. All right, I'm off. Yeah. If it's getting too difficult, then just give up and come back, all right? Ahaha, Ni-san too. If it's getting too difficult on your side, you can give up as well, you know. The southern nobles are more forgiving than our elder sister after all. No doubt. While talking to Leo, who popped his head out from the carriage, I looked at the carriage which was slowing moving away. Well, there's no need to worry about him anymore. Guess I will have to start doing my own things then. First, let's try meeting the guy who proposed to my elder sister. After that I will have him write a letter to her that will surely be able to move her heart. Alright, it's time to get busy. Arc 9. Duke Rainfield. Chapter 60. The Earnest Duke. Jürgen von Reinfeld. 26 years old. The young head of the Duchy of Reinfeld, located between the eastern and southern parts of the empire. In other words, he's a duke. The territory of the Reinfeld house isn't that big. It is a relatively new ducal house in the first place. Nevertheless, it has flourished in trading its specialty products and minerals. In that respect, he has enough prestige to marry my elder sister. That being said, his status is not the problem here in the first place. I muttered while reading his file. The bottleneck here is the word, bad at martial arts, written in the document Sebas has gathered for me. My sister is a soldier through and through. She judges things by determining whether it will be useful on the battlefield or not. If she wanted a husband, she would probably prefer a strong man. Whether being a good martial artist or a good commander is fine. For the time being, I need to find something that relates to battle to appeal to my sister. Now what to do? Arnold-sama, I have something to report. What is it? Sebas. It seems that the Duke of Reinfeld, who proposed to Her Imperial Highness, has sneaked into the imperial capital. Ha! Sneaked in. He's a duke, you know. It seems that he has quite a light footwork. He sneaked in to informally express his gratitude to His Majesty. Gratitude? The matter about him assisting his marriage proposal? That is. Apparently, the Duke of Reinfeld has applied for marriage to Her Highness the First Princess many times since over 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago? What the heck? Did he keep getting denied and repeatedly pushed forward all this time? The fact that such a story did not spread means that he was refused every time. And it's that father of mine after all. There's no way that he wouldn't talk to my sister about this. So in other words, for more than 10 years, my sister personally has been declining the Duke's proposal. That seems to be the case. That seems to be the case. There's already no chance for him, isn't it? Perhaps there were quite a few ducal houses who approached Her Highness with the marriage proposal. I think that His Majesty was impressed by his perseverance and decided to move for him. He just throws it at me because he kept getting refused over and over. Don't make this into some moving tales. This task has become unexpectedly impossibly difficult. Just what kind of person is this guy? This Duke of Reinfeld. He is probably far from my sister's preference. There's no other way. I will meet him. Perhaps that is the only way. That is probably what His Majesty is thinking as well. After I said so, my door was knocked. Perhaps father is calling for me. All right, I guess it's time to meet my brother-in-law candidate then. Section. Whoa, he's intense. That was my first impression of Jürgen von Reinfeld. After he had an incognito meeting with father, I visited the room where Eugen was staying. Pleased to meet you, Your Highness Arnold. I am Eugen von Reinfeld. I took over my father as the Duke of Reinfeld a short while ago. Saying so, Eugen shows me a good-natured smile. His height is a little shorter than me. Since he is around my height, he should be considered short for an average adult man. The problem is the width. He surely weighs more than me. The impression he gives off is that of a plump bear cub. Seeing the good-natured smile on his face, I can feel that he is a gentle person, but unfortunately, my sister's preference is the exact opposite. His face isn't ugly or anything, but he is not particularly handsome either. Moreover, his overall appearance is quite unfortunate. Nice to meet you. I am Arnold Lakes Adler, the 7th Prince. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Eugen's good-natured feeling made me naturally make me more polite than usual. It is kind of impossible for me to be harsh on this man. He is probably a super good person like his appearance suggested after all. Still, I heard from His Majesty that Your Highness Arnold will act as a mediator between myself and Her Highness Liselot. Is that true? That damn father, he said something unnecessary again. Liselot Lakes Adler, the Empire's first princess and its marshal. The strongest general of the imperial family. Acting as a mediator for someone like that is quite an impossible task for me. Does he understand that? Yes. Well, His Majesty did say that, but then I am reassured. I heard that among the imperial family members, Her Highness Liselot only fully open up to Her Highness Krista and Your Highness after all. Sorry for my rudeness, but who did you hear that from? I heard it from the person herself though. Have you been in contact with Lizaranu? Somehow I got a bad feeling about this. It's true that among the imperial family members, Lizaranu only opens up me and Krista. It's rare for Lizaranu to be inside the imperial capital since she is always at the front line. That's why she often writes letters to us. She used to send one each to me, Krista and Leo, but around 3 years ago Leo hasn't received any letter from her. I asked Leo if something happened, but he never gave me an answer. Anu herself doesn't explain it either. Only a few people know of this. If he said that he heard it directly from my sister, then just what kind of relationship do they have between them? Yes. I have sent many letters to Her Highness in the past. At first, I thought that we could become pen pals, but it surprisingly doesn't go that well. If I send 3 letters, I would get around 1 reply, you see. I see. That is indeed surprising. To be able to keep on attacking my sister to such extent, in a certain sense, this man is quite fearless. I surely can't imitate him. Moreover, he got 1 letter for every 3 letters he sent. Wasn't she just ignoring the first 2 then? I won't be able to endure that. Have Your Highness heard of how I first met Her Highness Liselot from His Majesty? No, my father didn't say anything. It was 20 years ago. 20 years. It's been 20 years since they met. This person knew Anu since she was 6 years old. Yes. When I first visit the imperial capital, there was a swordsman tournament for noble children, but my opponent was both larger and older than me. When I cried my eyes out at the unfairness, there was this little girl who came up to me and said this: "It's bad to try to win without putting in any effort. Age and physique don't matter. Your opponent was simply one of those who have worked hard for it." When that small girl jumped in and participated in the tournament, she splendidly won. That's when I know that the girl was actually the 5-year-old Princess Liselot. I was one-sidedly ashamed of how I cried at my own immatureness, and I fell in love with Liselot-sama at that time. I remember her figure well. She was very beautiful. Even now I still think that she is the most beautiful person in the world. In other words, love at first sight? Yes. That's right. I fell in love the moment I saw her. Eugen said without being embarrassed about it. This person. Isn't he surprisingly aggressive? So after the tournament, I immediately proposed to her. NNH. Ha! What? Right on the spot? Yes, I thought that she was the only person for me, so I nervously did it. I was mercilessly rejected at that time. Then she told me this: "I will consider it if you have become a man worthy of me." That's why I have decided to become a suitable man for her. I started doing that by expanding my house. I am no good with martial arts at all, so I learned how to conduct business and enriched my territory. It was around when I turned 15 that it started to show results, so I went to propose to her again. This time I applied it through His Majesty, but her answer was still no. After that, I have been repeatedly redoing this process for all this time. Jürgen is making a bitter smile, but I definitely can't do the same. So he has been longing for my sister for the last 20 years. I am impressed with his effort. So there's such a splendid person like this to her. Unfortunately, if it is still not enough after all he did, then I think there's already no chance left. My sister is someone who doesn't change her mind after all. Personally, I have been sending her letters and precious swords, but it seems like it wasn't very effective. I tried to join the army, but I was immediately kicked out too. It seems that it had reached the ear of Lislot-sama somehow. Since then, I couldn't approach any of the army's sites anymore. Why did you go that far? Was it just because my sister is an attractive woman? Let's see. That might be the case at first. That person is extremely beautiful after all. I guess it is because she is my ideal of a woman that I came to like her. However, right now that doesn't matter. I only do it simply because I like Lislot-sama. I love her. Please lend me your help, Your Highness. I cannot love anyone else besides that person. So intense. Just how intense can he be? If you have an unrequited love for 20 years, then you would normally give up, right? My sister who keeps refusing him is one thing, but there is surely something wrong with this person too. The only duke who is seeking marriage with my sister is probably this person. If he gives up, my sister's marriage will become ridiculously difficult. This might be why my father hurriedly bring this to me so that I can help finalize this marriage. He is a good person. I understand that much. I'm happy that he held such a feeling for my sister for 20 years, and what he did to become suitable for her is simply amazing. If he has eyes on other women besides my sister, then his wife will never have to worry about a thing in her life. Still, this person doesn't have eyes for anyone besides my sister. Because when he said, "I love you," he was completely sincere. This is difficult. I can't leave such a hard-working person like this alone. Being earnest might just be in his nature after all. Understood. I will do what I can. But please don't get your hope too high. Please. Your help is very encouraging. Usually, the letters that I received a reply from her are the ones where I wrote that I will visit the imperial capital. She said that I don't have to personally get in touch, but she wants me to check how Your Highness and Her Highness Krista are doing for her. I know from what she wrote. She is definitely worried about Her Highness Krista and you, Your Highness. Is that so? My sister was. In the past, Leo was included in that. If I earnestly help him with this, I might be able to get her to explain that to me. I take a deep breath and make my determination. Even if I fail, Father will not be angry, but since he said that he wants to see my sister becoming a bride, I want to do this for him. I want to help this earnest Duke as well. Duke Rainfeld. I will use everything I can to help you appeal to my sister. And in return, my cooperation in the succession war, isn't it? I understand. At first, when I heard that His Highness is now participating in the succession war, I thought that Your Highness might be a part of it as well. I have been intending to help you from the start. Although my help is limited, the Duchy of Rainfeld will support you. This will not change even if you don't succeed. If that's the case, then let's get straight to the point. Let's start with a strategy meeting then. My sister is quite a strong opponent after all. With that said, I smiled and started a strategic meeting with Jürgen. Chapter 61. Reason for the wait. Why, you're quite good. Your Highness as well. There has been no one who can have a tie with me before. Saying so, we started swinging the practice swords again. As we are both bad at martial arts, our stances are unstable and lack power. So I intended to have something like a close bout with him. After the bout, I asked Sebers, who had observed us, for his opinion. How was it? Nothing was standing out at all. It felt so bland, as if I was watching children playing make-believe. As I thought. Jürgen drops his shoulders. Thinking of it as a battle between equally bad swordsmen, it seems that children playing make-believe is better than this farce. Well, this is well within my expectations. Since he keeps saying that he is no good about it at all, I just wanted to see how bad he actually is. We each wipe away our sweat with our towels and think about our next move. So it seems that using swords is a dead end. Do you have anything else you are good at? What I am good at is it. There is one thing that I have been practicing for quite some time now, and that is a halberd. Sebas retrieves a practice halberd from the weapons we prepared in advance. Halberd is a weapon that is a mix between a spear and an axe with the axe blade attached at the tip of the spear. It is a versatile weapon, but it is heavy and difficult to handle. The dwarfs developed it to compensate for their short reach. If you can master it, it is a strong weapon, but for an amateur human, a spear would be better. Why did you choose the halberd? When I was 15, the time I applied for marriage with Lislotsalma, I met her directly then and she told me that she wouldn't marry anyone who couldn't wield a weapon. I already expected that, so I trained to use a spear, but I couldn't beat Lislotsalma with it at all. Well, of course. Lizaranyu is certainly strong as a general, but she is a terribly strong person by herself as well. No matter what weapon she uses, she is a master at it. Someone with a superficial knowledge of a weapon wouldn't be able to compete with her. That time she told me that my attack was too light. I was quite scrawny at the time, you see. My height is much shorter as well. Because of that, I couldn't deliver a blow that would convince Lislotsalma. That's why I chose a heavy weapon, but since it is quite heavy I always lost my balance when swinging it, so I... Don't tell me. Yes, I ate a lot and gained some weight. There are limits to how much I can build up my muscle after all. How pitiful. Certainly, a halberd in the current Yugen's hands would, how should I put this? It looks like he can maintain balance when he swings it, and from his bearing, I guess it should hold quite a force as well. I can imagine him swinging one, but... Don't tell me he sacrificed his physical figure for that. Anu. There's a person whose life has changed because of your words here. I can't help but find him pitiful, right? Talking to my sister who is currently far away inside my mind, I look at Sebas. What do you think? His form is pretty good. It is uncertain that this level of skill would be able to impress Her Highness Lislot though. If we are setting the bar with Anu's standard, then only our generals and imperial knights would be qualified. I'm sure that she doesn't set such a standard for him either. That would be reassuring, but this certainly looks more promising than a sword. You don't need any skill if you can use your weight behind your attack. It would work out if you can maintain balance to handle that weight. The Duke must have trained quite hard for it as well. As far as I see from his swordsmanship, his martial arts talents should be on the same level as you, Arnold-sama. Non-existent her. Even if it is just one, to be able to actually use it as a weapon like this. He is quite a man. I definitely can't imitate that. Yugen learned the business and enriched his newly established Duke house. He probably has a talent for a merchant. There's no doubt that he is an excellent person in that regard. Still, Yugen continued to train. He knew what he was actually good at, but he did not spare any effort to get my sister to acknowledge him by turning his weakness into his strong point. Duke Reinfeld. Yes. What is it? Have you ever looked at another woman? Never. I declared my love to that person. Since I already told her that, I can't turn my words into a lie. My father told me that honesty is my only merit, but I like being honest like this. That's why I want to live like this. I love only one woman and I want to get my love through to her. I thought that this love is beautiful, and I believe that if I don't do that much, Lislot-sama wouldn't turn to look at me. Sebas. I've got the feeling that I am doing something bad right now. Whether Her Highness chooses to accept or not is up to her after all. If she would marry any hardworking man, everyone would already do it. She may value effort, but it is not a certainty. Women's hearts are especially fickle like the autumn sky. There were many stories about a woman choosing a sloppy man over a hardworking one after all. Or, Duke Reinfeld is already on his knees, you know. That is just how the stories go. In the end, it will be up to Her Highness' decision. Maybe he tried to shut off all the voices around him. Without thinking that he might be going in the wrong direction. He has been working so hard after all. Those stories might be a bit harsh for Yugen. I try to approach and call out to him. Duke Reinfeld, cheer up. Coup. If I'm getting depressed from this, then I won't be suitable for Lyslot-sama. How am I so weak? If she says that like a sloppy guy, then I will just become both. Your Highness Arnold, please tell me how to become more sloppy. Jürgen raised up and asked me. He suddenly approached me, so I unintentionally backpedaled toward Sebas. He is really someone that couldn't be broken, isn't he? And he asked me how to become sloppier too. Isn't that rude? It's the truth though. There is no one who walked down the path of sloppiness better than your Highness in the imperial capital after all. What path of sloppiness? Don't make up something ridiculous. I don't remember walking down such a path. I just never choose any path at all. I see. So you don't choose to do anything in the first place. This has become quite a study for me. What is this? That's one cruel word. When people are in love, they can really go this far. I have underestimated love. My elder sister basically likes strong people. If we can find something in Duke Rainfeld that can appeal to that side of her, then we should have a chance, right? Even so, Her Highness has observed the Duke's hard work for the past 20 years, hasn't she? Shouldn't she already recognize his strength by now? She just saw the result. We need to show her the process. She will be moved if we show her how hard he is working. Don't you think so? That sounds reasonable. Your Highness Arnold, it might be rude of me to ask you this now, but you were plenty rude enough already, so please ask away. Oh, then I am relieved. I just want to ask, how did Lyslot-sama come to like you, Your Highness? He really is such an unreserved person. While thinking so, I remember the time when Lizaranyu came to like me. It was 11 years ago. It was the time when I was in prison for a week to save a girl. It seems that my eldest brother knew of the matter from father and told Anyu that I went to prison to protect a girl, so she came to visit me in prison every day. She told me that if I admit that I did it to protect someone, she will talk to father for me. Of course, I didn't know that she already knew everything, so I persistently said that I did it alone until the very end. Now that I think about it, wasn't she quite mean? Imprisoned for a week to protect a girl, I thought that if I told her the truth, everything I have done will become meaningless. That's why I kept it a secret until I left the prison. At that time Anyu gently stroked my head. As expected of my little brother. Yes. I was told that when I was a kid. Anyu was praising me for my determination to see things through to the end. Since then, she has been paying more and more attention to me. Maybe it was because of my attitude at the time that my sister started to take a liking to me. This is good news. At the very least, this means that Duke Reinfeld's actions so far wasn't wrong. Right. Duke Reinfeld's actions so far should be what my sister likes. She likes hardworking people after all. Well, I don't really know her preference in men, but letting you two meet each other should be faster to confirm this. Saying so, I stood up. In the first place, it is wrong to do something important like this through a letter. Sebas, make a preparation. We will first head toward Duke Reinfeld's territory. Certainly. I will arrange it immediately. Why, Your Highness? Your territory is closer to where Anyu is than the imperial capital after all. If I went there, she might come to visit me. If she doesn't come, then we can just go to her place as well. Saying so, I smile. Dealing with that sister of mine, if I do all this while I am remaining inside the imperial capital, I would be looking down on her too much. I will have to go to the front line myself. Now, with that decided, let's get ready. Chapter 62. Manpower shortage. I see. You are going to see her. Yes. I judged that this is the best course of action. Well, since her personality is like that, even if we sent a letter she wouldn't move after all. Yes. If she can't come to the imperial capital, then she might come to visit us at the Duke's territory. Father gives several nods to my words. Franz is by his side, and there is no trace of the timidness he showed me last time. Your Highness. May I voice a personal request? Please, Prime Minister. Thank you very much. Duke Rainfeld has been in love with Her Highness Lyslot for the past 20 years, but he has never sent a letter directly to her. Even when Her Highness is at the imperial capital, he has always come through me first. The imperial capital and his territory are not close enough that he can easily move between both cities. Nevertheless, The Duke always handed his letter to me every time. Do you know the reason why he did that? He thought that if he sent it to her directly it would only trouble her. Yes, that is exactly the reason. If it is not too much trouble, please send this letter to Her Highness for me. If she hates it, then you can just throw it away as well. That was what he said. Among all the suitors, Duke Rainfeld is the only one who took such consideration for Her Highness. That's why Her Highness only read the letter and received the gift from Duke Rainfeld. This is the story I heard from the generals who have accompanied Her Highness to the battlefield. That is quite a surprising piece of information. It's not the fact that Duke Rainfeld was being considerate. It was surprising that my sister always read his letters. Does this mean, for nobles who live far apart because their territories are far away from each other, letters and gifts are their method for them to maintain their relationship? They might not be able to meet each other even once a year after all. Among the nobles who excessively sent many of such gifts to her, one could say that Duke Rainfeld is quite a gentleman. That's why, even though Liselot Sama declined his marriage proposal, she never once refused his letter or gift. I see. So she doesn't personally hate him, her? Yes. She must have some reason for doing this. Perhaps she decided that she would never marry, or maybe it is because of another reason. Nothing could be done if it is the former, but if Her Highness has another reason, then I want Your Highness to persuade her. If Her Highness clearly shows a dislike toward Duke Rainfeld, then we can give up, but I don't think that Her Highness Liselot finds him to be unpleasant. That's why the person himself is quite pitiful. The fact that he knows that she read all of his letters means that Franz must have looked through it beforehand. Since he knew what the Duke was giving her, he must know my sister's reaction when she received those gifts too. Franz is good at taking care of others, so he must have been giving him advice. It seems Franz also wanted to see this love bear fruit as well. 20 years. Others would find such a person to be persistent. I am one of those people. I told him many times to give up. It's for your own sake. There's no use no matter how hard you try. That's what I told him. Still, Duke Rainfeld was determined. He only said that if his actions are troubling Liselot, he will stop. To him, Liselot is his whole world. No matter how this will turn out, I want to do this for him. As I thought, my father is a human too. He must feel bad for the man who has been trying so hard alone for the past 20 years. Depending on how one looks at it, it only looks like Anu is keeping him around because he is convenient after all. It's that Anu. She probably doesn't notice it, but if she doesn't clearly tell the Duke to not care about her anymore, then there might still be hope. What if Anu says that she doesn't want to marry anyone? Should we just give up? If she says that, then I don't see any other way. Father grimly muttered. I want to see her as a bride. That might be Father's real feeling, but one could say that it is just his own selfishness. It's Father. He probably thinks that if Anu got married, she can distance herself from the succession war. If Gordon or Xandra took the throne, Anu might be pinned with some crime and eliminated. But if she becomes someone else's wife, she will no longer have the position of an imperial family member. It can mitigate the danger to her to some extent, and the empire will not have to lose a good general as well. Even if you are an emperor, it doesn't like you can do anything you like after all. Then I will proceed with that. I don't know whether I can bring back good news, but I will do the best I can. Please wait for me. I understand. I will leave it in your hand. Saying so, I left the throne room. Section. After I left the throne room, I headed to my mother's place. I might not go as far as the frontier like Leo, but I will still be leaving the imperial capital. The faction is in Finn's hands, and since the conflict between factions is still calm, it should be fine. Gordon and Xandra have been exhausting each other while we were out of the country, while Eric's faction that is still intact will not risk upsetting Father by making a move in a situation like this. My father is very sensitive toward the immigrants issue. If someone aims to take Leo's down while he is moving to resolve that issue, Father will definitely be furious. Eric will not do such a stupid thing like that. That's why there shouldn't be any conflict inside the capital for the moment, at least on the surface. Of course, there is still a lot going on behind the scene. The conflict between merchants of each faction is one of those. That's why I can't bring Finn with me this time. She is the trump card of the Ain Company after all. Looking at it like this, We really do have a shortage of manpower here. Sebas must be left here for Finn's escort too. The defense around me might be thinner, but it's way better than letting Finn be defenseless. I only have to worry about my identity being exposed. There's no danger to my life. I can just be more careful than usual. Leo has Linfear with him and Finn has Sebas to protect her. It would be easier for me if there was an escort who could move around freely, but there's no one like that around after all. Unfortunately, I can't rely on Elna this time because she has another mission assigned to her. It's not like I can just settle with any strong person too. I can't let someone I can't trust to guard me after all. Excuse me. It's Ul. Come in now. When I visited my mother's room inside the inner palace, she told me to get inside with a loud voice. Immediately realizing that there is something wrong, I quietly enter the room. Mother is hugging the shivering Krista. Krista, you. She suddenly started crying without saying anything. She probably saw something again. My mother, who is acting as Krista's parent, naturally knows about her precognition ability. She always comforts Krista and letting it pass, but if Krista became like this, then letting it go away on its own is not an option here. I lower myself down to Krista's eye level. Krista, are you alright? It's me, Ulmia-sama. Krista, who has been hugging Mother, came to hug me. Her body is slightly shaking. I continue to stroke her head until she calms down. When Krista finally calmed down, she tried to open her mouth but she couldn't. Krista, what did you see? Did you see something scary? Krista, talk to Ul. He might be able to do something about it. You. Krista, a small hut, and a lot of children. Krista begins to speak little by little. She talked about what she saw in bits and pieces, but at the end, she muttered this. Rita is. Rita. She's dead. Right in front of me. What? No way. That gave me a shock. In the past, Krista's vision has been a hit and miss. However, in terms of accuracy, the futures that directly involved Krista are more accurate. The death of our eldest brother was the death of her close relative, and she was there when Kiel was under attack. In that sense, the future that happens before Krista herself is a very probable future. But this timing is the worst. Ulmia-sama. Save Rita. I just said goodbye to father. What? No. Ulmia-sama. Don't go. Krista desperately clings to me. Her small hands are tightly holding my clothes. What to do? Should I tell father that we should give up? No, he will not accept it. I need a reason. And if I explain about Krista to him, Krista's ability will be known. Although it doesn't have absolute certainty, a magic that lets you see the future is very beneficial to the country. That's the worst case scenario. It will put Krista in danger and she will be forced to see something that she doesn't want to. However, we don't have anyone we can rely on right now. I will ask the emperor somehow. If I do that, even if I stay, I will not be able to remain inside the inner palace all the time. Besides the consorts and their guards, the only ones that are allowed to stay inside the inner palace are female members of the imperial family or princes that are less than 12 years old. Even if you are a prince, you will not be allowed to stay in the inner palace after a certain age. If something happens in this place, my reaction will be delayed. If Linfear is here, then I can ask Mother to assign her as her guard, but that option is impossible to me right now. Even if it's Silver, if I suddenly appeared inside the inner palace, there will definitely be punishment. Looking at the situation, it seems that Krista herself will be involved in some kind of incident. We need to place an escort as close as possible by her side. And the woman who is skilled enough to be her guard is. There's only one I can think of. Right. If the situation is like this, then I can only ask Elna. I have to ask her to turn down her mission and stay by Krista's side. If that doesn't work, then I will have to come up with a new move. But Elna was assigned a mission. In terms of risk, she is on the same level or even greater than mine. She was assigned a mission as an imperial knight while I was assigned as a prince. Even children can tell which one of us should choose their own assignment over this. Depending on the reason she uses, she might even be removed from the Imperial Knight Order. Still, We have no choice but to rely on Elna. Chapter 63. The Best Sword. I was thinking about a lot of things on my way to Elna's. How should I ask her? What should I do if she refuses? There are a lot of things going on inside my head right now. I was welcomed at the gate as usual and I entered the brave mansion. Oh. What's wrong? Elna. Elna came out to greet me. I would have liked it if it is Anna-san instead. To be honest, I can't bring myself to look at Elna in the face. But this unnatural attitude wouldn't be overlooked by this childhood friend of mine. What happened? Well, it's useless even if you tried to hide it. Let's head inside. Saying so, Elna guided me to a guest room. The maids were preparing us tea and sweets in there. Seeing that, Elna asked them to leave the room. Immediately after they left, Elna sat on a chair facing me and get straight to the matter. I will ask you again. What happened? Something terrible. Is that so? Do you need my help then? Yeah. I nod without looking at her face. What a way to make a request. Still, I couldn't bring myself to look at Elna's face. Just what kind of face should I make? My mission, in the end, is for our advantage in the succession war. With father's evaluation on the line, I can't turn my mission down this time. That's right. I am weighing my sister's safety against the throne. And because I couldn't choose either one of them over another, I came to Elna. The inner palace is the world of women. Even a guard has to be one. That's the superficial reason, not the fundamental one. We finally gain the upper hand. Father is looking at us favorably. I don't want to throw away such an advantage. However, I cannot forsake Krista. I can't choose. That's why I want to rely on Elna. Being such a miserable person, I don't dare to look Elna in the face. Even so. All right. I will go to His Majesty and decline the mission. Is that okay? What? To such a swift reply, I unintentionally raised my head. Doing so, I saw Elna with the usual expression on her face. Her face looked like there's no problem at all. But what would happen to your honor if you decline? It's not just a problem with my honor here. But you need my help, right? Then there's nothing else to consider. I have to leave the capital to deal with the matter about a marriage proposal to my sister. To smoothly advance our progress in the succession war, I have to prioritize making this marriage talk as favorable as possible. That's the reason I came to you, you know? You can't let it go because it is important, right? I don't know what you want me to do, but if it is something necessary, I will lend you a hand. Why? I told you right. I will never abandon Ul. Did you notice? You have been making a very difficult expression since you got here, you know? I don't know what happened, but you need me, right? If that's the case, then I can abandon a mission or two for that. You already thought about it and came to me because it is something that you can only rely on me, aren't you? Elna indifferently said so. It is not as simple as that. If that's the case, then I wouldn't feel this guilty. As the daughter of the brave house and one of the imperial knights, declining a mission is a big deal for Elna. Of course, father doesn't like forcing people either. The brave house who can wield the holy sword is important to the empire. Father wouldn't want to deteriorate the relationship between them and the imperial family. Still, this will bring shame to her name. Isn't honor important to you? It is. But my oath is more important than my honor. If you say that it is necessary, then I will do anything. All right, tell me. What do you need me to do? Elna is making an unusually soft smile. That smile pierced my heart. But I can't help but feel guilty at that smile. Krista has an innate magic ability. It's precognition. That's surprising. Have you been hiding that all this time? It manifested around 3 years ago when Krista saw the death of the crown prince. Since then, there are a lot of futures that she saw, both ones that came true and ones that don't, but pretty much all of the future that directly involves her will come true. So it is that pattern this time, right? Yeah. Do you remember Rita? The girl that played with Leo before? Of course. Is that girl involved? Krista said that she died. Right in front of her. Elna's eyes turned sharp at my words. Krista basically never leaves the castle or the inner palace. The fact that Krista is directly involved means that someone from the castle or the inner palace is involved. In that regard, it is advantageous for us to have Elna, who holds the highest court rank of the brave, to escort her. Even if someone tried to do something, only a few people have the ability to do so with Elna around. I can just remain by Her Highness Krista to guard her, right? That way I can protect Rita as well. Yeah. There are only a few who know of Krista's precognition ability. Even father doesn't know about it. You can't use this as the reason to turn down your mission, you know? It's all right. My next mission will be near the big lake after all. You, don't tell me. If I told His Majesty that I am not good with water, there shouldn't be any problem, right? That might be the case, but you will be leaking your weakness, you know? Is that okay? You hated that, right? I still hate the idea even now. It would be like admitting my loss if I turn down a mission, and I will be laughed at if people know that the daughter of the brave house is afraid of water after all. Then. But my oath is more important than that. You are in trouble, right? Will you be fine without my help? What would you do? You came to me because there's no other choice left, right? Then I will help you. There's no meaning if my oath is just a word after all. Saying so, Elna rises up and comes to me. She then put her forehead on mine. I'm surprised at her sudden action, but Elna started speaking with a small voice. Don't worry about it. It's all right. I will protect everything Ul wants to protect. I won't let anything be taken away from you. I will be your power. So don't make such a painful expression like that anymore. Elna. It's all right. Ul, you didn't abandon Her Highness Krista. The succession war is important, so is Her Highness Krista. If you can't protect either one of them, I will protect them for you. Ul has to work on that marriage proposal for the succession war, right? I will protect Her Highness Krista for you. I don't want that child to feel sad anymore. When her mother died, she looked like an empty shell, but she finally started to smile. Take care of my sister. Take care of Krista for me. There's no one else beside you. Leave her to me. We are both childhood friends and cooperators, right? You can tell me anything. No matter what happens, I will be your power. Saying so, Elna took a step back. She then showed me a cheerful smile. I've seen that smile before. When I met her for the first time, that was her smile when she told me that she would protect me. I see. She has never changed since then. Her Elna was and is still my friend. Section. Ulmiya-sama. Don't go, Krista. You can't trouble Ul, you know. In the end, Elna turned down her mission using the lake as the reason. She honestly confessed her fear of water to father. For me and Leo, she forced herself to act as our guard last time, but since she knows that she will definitely be a hindrance to the mission this time, she wants to turn down her assignment. As expected, father acknowledged that and dispatched another Imperial Knight on the mission instead. Then mother told father that she wants Elna to act as her guard because she wants to hear more stories about us, a plausible reason. Father gave his permission. He is probably thinking that it is a good opportunity to give Elna a vacation as well. And right now I am saying goodbye to mother and Krista before I leave the capital. Elna will be with us, you know. No. I want to stay with Ulmiya-sama. Krista. Do you trust me? I see. While stroking Krista's head as she is hugging me, I am a loss. Even if I forcefully left, Krista probably wouldn't trust Elna here. Well, I don't mind that, but I want her to be able to trust Elna if possible. So I voice my thoughts out loud. Then I will leave my most trusted sword with you. A sword? Yeah. It's the best sword in the whole continent. It will protect you from any opponent. So if you have any trouble, you can rely on it. If you feel like it is helpless, then you can call its name instead of mine. It will definitely come to save you. But, still unsatisfied. It's the sword that I trusted the most, you know? It has protected me many times already. Even so, are you still unsatisfied? Good girl. It's all right. Elna will protect you and Rita for me. With that said, I tightly hugged Krista and turned away. Elna was standing there. Take care of my sister. Please leave her to me. With that short exchange, I started walking forward. I didn't look back. There is nothing to worry about anymore after all. Chapter 64. Malice and Goodwill. In front of the room inside the inner palace. Xandra just arrived there. Okasama. Okasama. Treating the maids as if they were non-existent, Xandra barged into the room. It was the room of the Emperor's fifth consort. The room of Xandra's mother. There's a woman with glossy dark green hair inside. She let out a sigh and greeted her daughter. What happened? Xandra. Making such a fuss. Of course I am making a fuss. Leonard just went to the south as an imperial inspector, you know. He is bearing down on our support base. While watching her hysterical daughter, the dark green-haired woman, Susan smiled at her. Perhaps irritated at her mother's carefree smile, Xandra made a whip of wind and whipped it at one of the maids. Kaya. PL. Please forgive me. Shut up. Shut up. That damn Leonard. He just went to Oji-sama's place. No matter how much we are pushed down, he has no right to do this. Ah. Goo. F. 4. Forgive me. Shut the hell up. Keep your trap shut. Your only purpose here is just to be a punching bag. Saying so, Xandra relentlessly continues to whip the already unconscious maid. When Xandra finally calmed down, the maid already turned into a bloody mess. Normally, she would feel a little guilty after she calmed down, but without having any of that, Xandra started speaking to her mother. It's Leonard we are talking about. He will definitely investigate it thoroughly. If he found out about that, then we won't be able to deny it. You don't have to worry about the matter in the south. Oni-sama is the one taking care of it. He will definitely do a good job for us. Even if he fails, all the responsibility will be his after all. The fire won't spread to us. Even so, we will lose support from the south. It's all right. If your research goes well, there's nothing to be scared about, right? That's true, but it will be fine as long as you and I are safe. We can reward those nobles after we take the throne. They should let it slide before long. They can only obey the strong after all. Saying so, Susan smiles. It was both a bewitching and brutal smile. As Xandra usually doesn't show much emotion on her face, Susan is a woman that usually keeps things quiet inside as well. Susan's smile, which was built on her violent nature over the years, was already looked like the definition of insanity. With the Emperor's order, I can't conduct any forbidden magic research anymore. The only one who can do that is you. I understand. Okasama. You are an excellent child. You are more qualified to be an empress than anyone else. You have taken that part after me. The slave merchant should bring the children to you soon. They are your guinea pigs. You have to perfect it. The perfect curse. Yes. I will show you. And I will put them on anyone who dares to irritate me. They have no right to irritate me like this. I will kill them all. That's right. That's the spirit. While stroking her dark green hair, Susan stares at her daughter. Her daughter has taken all the parts that she wanted her to have. A daughter that could be said to be a copy of her. Making Xandra into an empress is the same as making herself one. If push comes to shove, I will get rid of all those who get in your way again. You just have to do what you can. It's all right. We have a lot of allies after all. Yes. Okasama. Saying so, the mother and child hug each other. If the emperor saw them, he would definitely doubt that the two of them are really his consort and daughter. Both of them are having smiles that exude insanity that engrave pure horror onto the eyes of the viewers. The maids who saw such a smile desperately lower their heads down. Then they pray. A prayer to make this hell come to an end soon. Section. Heading to the south, Leo arrived at a certain city. It is the largest city in the south, 1. It is a city ruled by the noble who has influence over all the southern region, Duke Kruger. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Duke Kruger. No, it is only natural for a noble to cooperate with the imperial inspector, said the dark green-haired man with a smile. He is already over 50, but he still looked youthful. He is a tall and slender man with a sword hanging on his waist. He was once a warrior who have roamed many battlefields. His name is Sven von Kruger. He is the elder brother of the 5th consort as well as the emperor's brother-in-law. I think that you are the best person to ask about the matter of the south, Duke Kruger. Let me be frank, have you seen any nobles here behave suspiciously? Leo stares straight at Duke Kruger. Duke Kruger is involved in many things that happened in the south in some way or another. However, Leonard can't suddenly start accusing him. First, he has to start with the matter at Linfia's village, but he was wondering if the Duke will give up any name before he starts. A suspicious noble? As far as I can see, there is no one that comes to mind, but I can't say for sure for the nobles at the border since I don't have a full grip of them after all. Who? He is saying that he doesn't have complete control over them. It is quite fishy for him to keep it ambiguous like that. He can use that as an excuse to dodge the responsibility later after all. However, that will not be enough. Leo smiled while paying close attention to Kruger's every move and continued their meeting. Section. While Leo was having a meeting with Duke Kruger, Linfia was out shopping in the city. Of course, she is gathering information around the city at the same time. And that one too. Here ya go, thanks for your patronage. You noticed any changes around here recently? Changes? I don't really notice anything. That was the answer from the shopkeeper of a fruit stall. This is the 5th time that she was given the same answer. At least on the surface, there's nothing wrong with this city. I see. Thank you. Saying so, Linfia looks around while holding what she bought. She already bought everything she needs, and there is no point in gathering more information either. When she was wondering what she should do next, Linfia found a troubled grey-haired old man on the side of the road. Sorry. Can I ask you something? People around here are really cold. Saying so, the old man sighed. He is short and his ears are slightly pointy. The old man is a dwarf. A normal dwarf looked old already, but this old man seemed to be the oldest dwarf she ever saw. Instead of having a stout build, this dwarf has a long white beard and is very thin. Couldn't leave the old dwarf who has a crooked waist and walking with a white cane alone. Linfia lowers her knee and talks to him. Oja-san. What's wrong? Ooh, there's still a good-natured girl here. Sorry, but can you guide me to the city's gate? I'm lost here for 3 days already. 3 days? That must have been terrible. Let's go, I will show you the way. Linfia doesn't let it show on her face, but she was very surprised to know that this old dwarf has been lost in the city for 3 days already. She shows a smile to put the old man at ease and guide him. The old man also smiles at her. Well, thank you. Nobody listens to me since I am a dwarf, you see. I was really troubled there. Is that so? That was quite a disaster, isn't it? Linfia's tone may be normal, but her words are full of sympathy. The old man who felt that gave her a wide smile. Don't worry. I am really lucky to have a nice young lady like you helping me like this. Me too. I was helped when I was in trouble as well. No, I am still being helped right now. Who? You are troubled too, young lady. Yes, well. I see. That must be difficult for you. This must be some kind of fate. I wonder if there is anything I can do. Saying so, the old man opens his bag and begins to rummage its content. Linfia was trying to be reserved, but the old man told her not to worry about it and continue looking through his bag. Oja-san. This way. Yuan. Oh, this way, Since he was focusing on his bag, the old man almost went in the wrong direction the moment Linfia looks away. With that being the case, Linfia repeatedly put the old dwarf back on the right course and finally noticed that they already arrived at the city gate. Oja-san, we have arrived, you know. Yuan. Arrived? Where? The gate. Oh, that's right. I was finding my way to the gate. I was looking for something to give you as my thanks. I forgot. The old man raised his face and gave her a hearty laugh. Maybe you got lost in the first place because you have such a personality, Linfia thought while worrying if he will be okay heading home alone like this. However, young lady, I will give you this. It's a whistle made of spirit wood. Blow it when you are in trouble. Your ally will know where you are right away. I can't accept such a thing. Please take it back, Oja-san. I don't need it. You should have it, young lady. You have to blow it when you need to, you know. It's not a bad thing to rely on someone after all. The old man grins and leaves through the city gate. Since the figure of his back looked so unreliable, Linfia was very worried about him, but since she has her own mission, she cannot afford to take care of him. Bowing to the old man's back, Linfia heads back inside the city. It seems like I cannot abandon the humans yet. Alright, where should I go next? I wonder if someone will call me soon. The old man went off the road while muttering such a thing and disappeared into the mountain. Chapter 65. The First Princess. 1 week has passed since I left the imperial capital. I finally arrived at the capital of the Duchy of Rainfeld. Welcome to Eltz, the capital city of the Duchy of Rainfeld. This is my mansion. So we finally arrived. When I got off the carriage, I made a big stretch. In front of me is a big mansion. It's plenty large for living in, but for a residence of a duke, it is probably considered a small mansion. Well, compared to other ducal houses, the Rainfeld house who rule the southeastern area is not that big. This size might be just right. It was a long journey, so shall we take a rest first? That's true. I'm certainly tired. It took me 5 days to reach the Duchy of Kleinert on horseback. My horse almost collapsed because I wanted to get there as soon as possible back then. However, this time I'm not in a hurry. That's why I use the carriage and have a laid-back trip this time. Still, we used a state-of-the-art magic carriage reserved for royalties and dukes, so we arrived here much faster than a normal carriage would. I'm sorry. Your Highness must be tired because I kept on talking all the time. Jürgen said that with an apologetic expression. I give him a bitter smile in return. Certainly, Jürgen has been talking non-stop in the carriage. I did not find that unpleasant, but it doesn't mean that I'm not tired. I want to enter a bath if possible. Please leave it to me. There is a large bath in my mansion. My mother is really particular about that, you see. I will be looking forward to it then. While we were chatting with each other, Jürgen guided me inside the mansion. However, once we entered the mansion, an elderly man who must have been Jürgen's butler rushed toward us. What happened? Rushing like that? My lord, it's terrible. Please be calm and listen to this. You calm down first. Tell me what happened. Saying so, Jürgen calmed the butler down. The butler, who took a deep breath, started speaking in a somewhat calm manner. Highness has just arrived. Yeah, I know. He just came in here with me. That's not it. I am not talking about His Highness Arnold, my lord. You are confusing him because you keep using the word Highness. Just refer to me as Her Excellency the Marshal from now on. A voice that made me want to kneel down on the spot suddenly reached my ears. It was not intimidating, but the voice made you feel like you can't go against it, the voice of a natural-born ruler. The owner of that voice, who I would totally believe if someone told me that she was born to command others, slowly descends down the stairs. Abundant blonde hair and purple-colored eyes. A height that is tall for a woman. Her glamorous and tight military uniforms told of her good style. She is a beauty that can easily captivate the viewers, but she is wearing a blue mantle over her black military uniform. The ones who can wear such mantles are only the 3 marshals of the empire. The name of this woman, who is the adult version of Krista plus the bewitching beauty, invincibility, and might, is Liselott Lake Sadler. She is the first princess of the empire as well as our strongest general. Lizaranyu, why are you here? Is that how you greet your sister who you haven't seen for a long time? Do it again. Do it again. It's been a while. Lizaranyu, I am glad that you are in good health. Good. Without making any excuses, I reluctantly redo my greeting again. Perhaps she is already satisfied. Lizaranyu comes over with a smile. It's been a while. I'm glad that you are doing well as well. How is Krista doing? She suddenly started chatting with me. My pace, attitude never changes her. Jürgen was taken by surprise and currently is kneeling down. Normally, you would greet him because he is the owner of the house first, right? Well, there's no use saying anything to this sister of mine after all. It doesn't like she does not care about others, she just doesn't feel like doing so. This person is the personification of self-centeredness after all. Krista is doing fine. She recently made a friend of the same age and started smiling a lot lately. I see. Sorry that I always have you taking care of her. No, she's my little sister after all. And it's mother who was taking care of her in the first place. Is that so? Is mother doing fine as well? Yes. She's the same as usual. After hearing a series of reports, Lizaranu satisfyingly nodded. Finally, she turned her gaze toward Jürgen. Jürgen, sorry for barging in while you are away. No, I'm sorry that I couldn't welcome you. Lizaranu, let me ask you again, why did you come here? The plan was to send her a letter after we arrived at the mansion. Her being here like this is really unexpected. This place is not that far from the eastern border, compared to the imperial capital, that is. It's certainly not a great distance, especially if we are talking about my sister here. Nevertheless, my sister is a marshal who is in charge of the entire eastern border. She shouldn't be able to move around so easily. I heard that you were coming here when I was performing a drill for the new recruit in the rear, so I came to visit. You heard that we were coming. What kind of information network does she have? Not only the speed in which the news arrived at her ears, but also the ability to gather such intel as well. Now, I told you my reason. It's time for you to tell me your reason for coming here with Jürgen, right? That is. This is bad. Did I just dig my own grave? Should I tell her the truth? When I was hesitating, Lizaranu suddenly smiled. You don't have to say it. It was father who put you up to this, right? You understand me well. It's father we are talking about after all. I know well what he's like. Letting out an astonished sigh, Lizaranu turned to Jürgen. Jürgen looks awkward, but it doesn't look like he is intending to hide anything from her. You never learned her, Jürgen. You even got my brother involved in all this too. What are you intending to do? The same as usual, Lislot-sama. I see. Then my reply is still the same. I will not marry you. I will not marry anyone who can't die together with me. I know that well. Even so, enough. I haven't seen Al in a while. I want to talk with him, so I will be borrowing one of your rooms. Yes. Turning her mantle, Lizaranu walks off like it is her own mansion. Her back told me to follow after her, but I can't just comply with her here. Lizaranu. I'm tired because of the long journey. Can I have some time to wipe my sweat first? I don't mind that. I do mind. You are saying such a maiden-like thing. Well, fine. I want to refresh myself as well. It's been a long time, so let's enter together. Yes. What did she just say? This sister. There's no way I would enter the bath with you, right? No, I will refrain from that. Don't be shy. I will wash your back for you. I will enter it with Duke Rainfeld. We have become good friends on our way here, so I want to talk with him more. It's painful, but there's no other way to decline my sister. Maybe he guessed what I was thinking. Jürgen also supported me. Lislot-sama. I will wash His Highness Arnold's back, so please rest assured. I see. Yes. So Lizaranu, please wait inside the... Can't be helped then. Let's all get in the bath together. Yes. It would be troublesome to go in separately, right? What? It's fine. I don't have a body that I would be ashamed to be looked at after all. Boo. He must have unintentionally imagined it. Jürgen spilled a large amount of nosebleed and crouches down on the floor. Seeing that, Lizaranu merrily smiles. Ha ha ha, you are immature as usual, Jürgen. This is not a laughing matter, you know. For the time being, please wait in your room. All right, Anu. What? Don't you want to enter a bath with your sister? Yes, I don't want to, so please wait in your room. Is that so? There's no helping it then. You two go enjoy yourselves. Saying so, Lizaranu climbed up the stairs with a bored expression. That was dangerous. She was about to get the Duke killed. A murder case where the Empire's marshal, as well as the first princess, caused a Duke to bleed out to death from his nose is not a laughing matter. She will literally bleed him dry after all. Duke, are you okay? I'm fine. But, as expected of Lislot-sama, she is so manly. That would be her throwing away her womanly part though. No, she just loves teasing me as usual. But that's exactly why Her Highness is so lovely. If it's my sister, then anything goes for you, isn't it? Realizing that both of them are equally strange in the head, I let out a sigh. Just like that, I entered the bath with Jürgen to wipe away our fatigue from the long journey. Chapter 66. The Unreasonable Sister. After taking a bath to wash away all the dirt and fatigue we got from the long trip, I and Jürgen talked about our future course of action while dressing up. We are riding on Anyu's pace right now. We have to get away from that somehow. Yes, but she really did take away the first strike, hasn't she? The expression on Jürgen's face was not one of regret but that of admiration. Well, she did brilliantly shattered our plan, but it's not the time to be impressed with that. As her little brother, I got the impression that she doesn't dislike you, Duke Rainfeld. Rather, I think that she took a liking to you actually. Is that true? It was just my gut feeling, but that is just how Anu is. Even if I am here at your mansion, she would never visit a mansion of someone she dislikes. As I thought, there must be another reason for her to not accept your proposal. Maybe it was about the thing she said earlier. I will not marry anyone who can't die together with me, was it? Yes. Conversely, if we can meet that condition, she might not be against the idea of marriage anymore as well. There's nothing we can do if she hates the idea of marriage itself, but she is still the emperor's daughter. She should have been told from a young age that one day she will have to get married. That's why if we can meet her requirement, you might still have a chance. I see. But for me to die together with her, I would have to be by her side. That's the problem. Anu went out of her way to kick Jürgen out of the army when he enlisted. She blocked the chance for Jürgen to be by her side. That one point is unlike what my sister would do. It wasn't because Jürgen messed up inside the army, she herself moved to kick him out. There's something suspicious about that. In any case, we have to prove to her that you can fight. Understood. Let's show Lieslotsama the result of my training. Saying so, Jürgen proudly hits his belly. When I saw that fluttering flap of meat, it somehow made me anxious. I won't say that out loud though. Section. You sure took your time. Does it take that long to wash your body? You will be punished by the god of bath if you say that the bath only exists to wash your body, you know. That's the first thing she says to us, but Anu's hair is still so glossy. From her figure of speech, she is probably only washing it normally as well. Women all over the world are going to frown at you, you know. Me and Jürgen head to the round table Anu is sitting at. Teas are already prepared on the table. There are sweets too, but I can't reach out to grab it because Anu pulled the plate toward her. Is that so? Water is precious on the battlefield after all. I don't really have that much chance to use one. You didn't like it ever since when we were at the imperial capital though? It was real annoying at the imperial capital since the maids were so persistent. Because of that I always took a quick bath no matter where I am. I really don't understand how you enjoy taking it. In a way, those maids were quite amazing her. Don't they afraid for their lives when they have to enter the bath with this sister of mine and wash her back? Well, if they care about that then they won't be able to do their job though. Being a maid is full of hardships her. I guess I will have to bring some sweets for my mother's maids next time. There are a lot of opportunities to take a bath then after all. Lieslotsama might have unconsciously come to head it because of that. Oh, that's it. You sure said something good, Jürgen. Anu praises Jürgen with a smile. She then gave one of the sweets in front of her to Jürgen as a reward. That Anu gave away something of hers. This is a shock. Anu is quite possessive about her stuff. Even in my case, I have only received something from her a handful of times. In the past, one of Anu's subordinates offended a high-ranking noble and got beaten black and blue. When she heard about that, Anu went up to that noble and said this. My subordinates are mine. They gave even their lives to me. That means you people just damaged my property without my permission. After that, Anu beat up that noble. It was quite a scandal at the time, but I remember the crown prince mediated between them before the matter escalated. And that sister is now giving away her sweets to Jürgen. Well, reasonably speaking, that sweets originally belonged to Jürgen and it was served to be enough for 3 people to eat though. Still, this is very unusual. This alone already shows that she took quite a liking to Jürgen. I gratefully accept. Jürgen is grateful for receiving the sweets and my sister has accepted that attitude as a matter of course. She might just be in a good mood today. Let's try reaching out for one and check out that theory. Immediately, Anu turned around toward me and I received a shock on my back. Before I noticed, I was already lying on the floor. We haven't met in a while, but it seems your manner has grown unruly, hasn't it? Oh. You never changed, Liza Anu. My outstretched right hand was grabbed at the wrist by my sister. It seems she twisted my wrist and caused me to completely lose my balance. Moreover, she ensured that I landed softly on the floor as well. Did all that for just some sweets. What a scary sister. That's weird. I thought that you were in a good mood. I am. I get to meet you after a long time after all. Even though you were a cold little brother who doesn't even come to visit me when you have free time and only played around inside the imperial capital, I am still in a good mood just because I get to meet you. Aren't I a great sister? I wonder about that. Do you think people find a sister who throws his brother on the ground just because he tried to grab some sweets a great sister? It's because you silently tried to take my sweets, right? Isn't that just strange? It was prepared for 3 people, isn't it? It should be all right for everyone to share it. It was there in front of me, that means it's mine. Saying so, Anu deliciously picked up one of the sweets and ate it. There are not many sweets at the front line. As a marshal, she can live there extravagantly, but since it will make a bad example in front of her soldiers, she lives mundanely among them. I guess it's her first sweets after a long while, so she is fully enjoying it. Looking at such Anu, Jürgen also seems happy. But why? Why do I have to be the only one who got my wrist twisted? This is unreasonable. Even though I have been struggling for a while now, I still couldn't escape my sister's restraint. Anu, isn't it time you let me go already? Why? Why not? I can't let go because you still haven't apologized, right? I told you, it was prepared for 3 people. It's mine. I'm sorry that I tried to steal the sweets. Isn't that a bit lacking? I am sorry that I tried to steal your sweets. Good. She finally released me. When I returned to my chair while rubbing at my wrist, there were almost no sweets left in front of my sister. Pchem, Jürgen. The sweets have already run out, you know. Please don't say it like they naturally disappeared. Anu was the one who ate it, right? I will immediately prepare more. Yumu. Why do I have to be the butt of the joke here? Jürgen clapped his hands and the maids brought the cake in on a small plate. I can tell that it is sweet from the smell, but it's not an unpleasant sweetness. Is that a cheesecake? It looks delicious. The first one was placed in front of Anu. The next one is for M. Anu stretched her hand out from the side and snatched it away. I can't stand it anymore. Hey, isn't that just strange? What? Everything. Why did you snatch away my plate? Anu already have yours, right? There's none though. You ate it already. So fast. Wait, that's mine. Please don't just eat it. My brother's thing is also mine. What's that tyrant of a reasoning? Then if I told you that my sister's things are also mine, you would be all right with that too, right? I will not bow down to tyranny. What? Higher. Realizing that it is useless to argue with her, I recklessly reached out for the cake. However, she easily parries my attack with one hand and uses the other hand to eat the cake. Damn it. I decided to accept her challenge and attack her with both hands, but all of it was parried away with one hand. During that time, Anu already ate all my cake. Ah. Your Highness Arnold. Please, have mine. Duke. Thank you. I will eat it now. I just told you that my brother's things are mine, you know? The cake Jürgen offered was intercepted before it reached my hand. Then, in the end, it all went into my sister's belly. How unreasonable. At the end of the day, I couldn't eat anything on that table. Arc 10. Darkness in the Palace. Chapter 67. The Blaumo Effect. Around the time Al arrived at the Duchy of Reinfeld, things get busied inside the imperial capital for Finn. Hawawa. WH. What should I do? What should we do? Yuria-san. Just stay still, alright. We are open. At the same time that the opening of the imperial capital branch of Ain Company was announced, a flood of people who have been forming a long line in front started pouring in. Their aim is the beauty water, a new product launched by the Ain Company. It is a good product in itself, but the Ain Company has added a catchphrase to it. Everyone. Our beauty water, the product that the Blaumo herself currently uses, is now on sale. There are only 300 bottles of seagull water available today. Please make sure to buy it. The Beastman clerk is cutely advertising the product. What inside the bottle appeared to be clear water. There are a lot of people mixed inside, but the customer's eyes all point toward Finn. It's really Finn-sama. I will take one of these. She's the real deal. Give me 5 bottles. This is annoying. Give me 10. The beauty water that was used by the most beautiful woman in the empire. That was the magic word that attracts the women of the imperial capital. Customers were rushing into the store to grab the beauty water, and the only 300 available bottles were quickly sold out. The catchphrase alone might not have been this effective, but Finn herself was waving at the customers from the second story of the store as well. The presence of the real Finn being there had a huge effect, and within a few days after its launch, the seagull water became the best-selling product inside the imperial capital. Thank you for your hard work, Finn. That was really surprising. Yuria was smiling the whole time as she saw her strategy become a success. On the other hand, Finn couldn't help but worry about all the female customers who rushed in to buy the product like knights rushing into an enemy camp. Even before the store opened, everyone was staring at me so. I was wondering what to do if they all came at me. Sorry, but get used to it. I will compensate you later. Yes, I will do my best. The figure of Finn gripping her small hands still looks beautiful from the perspective of a woman like Yuria. When the male customers saw that, they wanted to rush inside the store as well, but they have to give up because Yuria did not allow any non-female customers into the store today. Although some of the customers were trying to forcibly enter, all of them were turned away by the Ain Company's proud demi-humans bouncers. As a result, word started to spread inside the imperial capital that no violence will be forgiven inside their store. And after seeing that, Yuria decided to make the next move. Finn. We will move to the next strategy tomorrow. Next strategy? What should I do? The same as this one. For now, just wave your hand and show your affection. I will double the security for you. Double? Finn looks around her. There are already 3 strong demi-human bodyguards surrounding her. If she is going to double this, then she would have 6 total guards around her. Imagined herself being surrounded by 6 people, Finn started to panic. They will completely bury me. It's fine. Just letting them have a glimpse is enough. Just by knowing that the Blaumo is here, the men will come running in. Is that so? Yes. We will be wringing out the money from those stupid men. Foo. I won't let them touch even a single strand of your hair. Please don't overdo it. I know. I will keep it moderately. Yeah, moderately. Saying so, Yuria is showing off an evil smile. Seeing that smile, Finn thought that she looked like Ul, but she didn't say it out loud. The next day, Finn started to think that Yuria's evil plan might be even eviler than Ul's. The Ain Company, Imperial Capital Branch, is now up at En. When the demi-human clerk dressed in a cute costume announced that a large number of male customers came into the store. Finn waved at those male customers with an awkward smile on her face. It's Finn-sama. It's really Finn-sama. She is even cuter in person than in the portrait and the illusion flyers. She's so beautiful. So dazzling. She's the light that is shining upon us. I have to burn this sight into my eyes. I will never forget it until I die. The Ain Company had previously advertised Finn using portraits and posters along with illusion flyers that were mass-produced by the maids. Those flyers can show them the image of Finn for a short period of time. Just the opportunity to be able to see the real Blaumo already attracted the male customers to visit the store after all. However, some people did not read those flyers thoroughly. Finn-sama, please look this way. Finn-sama, you bastard. If you didn't come here to buy something, then get the hell out. Shut up. I don't feel like buying anything here. A young man who loudly said that was restrained by the large demi-human bouncer and escorted out of the store. What are you doing? Dear customer. Did you read the note on the flyers? What note? Seeing the customer's reaction, the bouncer sighed and pointed at the bottom of the nearby poster. There was a fairly large text saying, "Customers who do not intend to buy any products will be turned away. In case you refuse to comply, you will be charged a penalty fee." The face of the young man who did not read it thoroughly turned blue, but it was already too late. He was taken to the back of the store by a bouncer. Yuria-san. It's all right. We won't hurt him. We will just make him buy something, that's all. If they don't have any money, then they will have to pay with their labor though. Is that so? Relieved, Finn exhaled. Looking at such Finn, Yuria smiled. What is it? No, I just thought that you are really kind. Normally, no one would worry about a guy like that, right? Is that really so? It is. But I think you are fine just like that. There's already a villain like me here. After all, a good girl like you being here might be better for us. I think Yuria-san is already a kind person. You think so? I am only thinking about how to wring out all the money from the guys here though. You can't hide it. I know. Yuria-san has been focusing all the posters on the places where wealthy people live, and you have been feeding people of the outer wall district as well. I know that you have been doing a lot of things like that. It doesn't matter what you do if they have money, but it is still Yuria's policy to not target poor people. There are many isolated demi-humans who are unable to blend into the human society gathering at the Ain Company. At the same time, there are many poor demi-humans living in the outer wall district, so after seeing that, Yuria decided to regularly open a soup kitchen for them there. And that was still when the Imperial branch didn't open yet. Yuria has been using money from her own pocket to do that without aiming for any profit. How did you know about that? Yuria muttered in suspicion, but Finn only smiles as she looks at the bouncers. Since the security at the store couldn't be said that it is on the same level as the castle, the bouncers always stick themselves close to Finn. Finn was chatting with them and got to hear a lot of things from them. You talked. I'm sorry. I did it without thinking. Everyone has been praising Yuria-san, you know. They told me what a wonderful person you are. You started the Ain Company because there are a lot of demi-humans in the continent that were hated by humans because of the bad rumors about them, right? I am very impressed that you have created a place for the lonely demi-humans, and even if it's just a little, you have bettered their reputation too. Seriously. You made me sound like some kind of a gentle lady. But it's a fact. Yuria lightly kicked the bouncer's leg. And that's the end of it. She said that she is going to oversee the sale and went downstairs. Did she get angry? I think she is just being shy. Is that so? Yuria-san is really a cute person, isn't she? While saying something that would surely get Yuria angry, Finn continued to wave her hand at the customers below. After continuing that for a while, at the time people finished buying their stuff, Finn retired to the back of the store. If she's there, customers will keep coming in after all. Phew, I'm tired. Good work. Yuria handed Finn a cup of tea while thanking her. In her hands was a piece of paper with today's sales record. The amount of money written there was an amount that Yuria had never seen, even though she has been doing business for a long time. It seems I have misunderstood the effect of the Blau Mo. I guess I will have to review this again. Was it too low? It's the opposite, you know, the opposite. If I don't start restocking now, we will immediately run out of merchandise after all. Is that so? I'm glad. Finn drinks her tea with the satisfaction that she has been of use today. However, all of a sudden, Sebas appeared in the room. The bouncers reacted immediately, but Yuria told them to stand down. Stop. It's His Highness Arnold's butler. Sebas-san. Is there something wrong? Appearing all of a sudden. It's terrible. Please return to the castle immediately. Her Highness Krista has been kidnapped. Right now, Elna-sama is currently pursuing them, but there's a possibility that Finn-sama might become a target as well. Please hurry. It was a report terrible enough to ruin Finn's good mood. Chapter 68. The Leaked Secret. Going back a little in time, Elna was assigned as Mitsuba's escort at the inner palace, but the big part of that job was guarding Krista. When Mitsuba and Krista took separate actions, she is always with Krista, and Mitsuba accepted it as a matter of course. That day, Krista went to visit Rita, who is training inside the castle, and Elna also went with her. Tada. Look, Kuchan. What is that? Rita, who was at the castle square, took out a coin to show it off to Krista. At first glance, it looks like some shabby coin. Still, Rita shows it off proudly to Krista. I wonder. Do you want to KNO? Tell me. What should I do? I wonder. Fine. I will ask Elna. Elna, tell me. Krista walked with her small steps toward Elna, who was watching over them nearby, and asked her. Seeing that Elna shows a bitter smile. Naturally, it is something that Rita, a knight candidate, uses so as an imperial knight herself. Elna also knows what it is. However, Elna turns her gaze toward Rita while wondering if she should really intervene in a children's conversation. Seeing the look of wanting to show off a new toy to her friend on Rita's face, Elna thinks about the old days. She thinks of herself when she proudly shows off new swords or magic tools she got her hands on to Al and Leo. Right. It's a secret tool for the knights, so I can't simply tell you what it is. If you win against me in a game, then I will tell you. Game? Yes. It's an easy game. I will hide a stone somewhere, and if your highness can find it, then it will be your highness's victory. Rita, you come here too. Yes. Rita said so curiously while paying close attention to Elna's actions. It might not be on the level of admiration, but Elna, who is a famous Wani-san, is still someone interesting to her. Elna picks up the stone that had fallen on the flower bed and places it on her palm to show them. Rita, you join too. I won't tell Her Highness Krista what it is if you win against me. Really. Rita will do it. It's good that you are so energetic. Alright. This here is a simple stone. I will now hide this stone. Please pay attention, okay? I won't let it out of my sight. Elna moves the stone in her right hand to her left while thinking that the two of them who are staring so intensely at it looked amusing. Then she switched the stone back and forth between her hands. At first, it was at a speed that the children were able to catch up, but eventually, she sped it up until it became invisible to their eyes. Unable to understand what is happening in front of them, the two only staring blankly at the scene, but Elna soon stops her hands. The hands that were opened have now become a fist, and Elna pushed them out in front of the two with a smile. Alright, where do you think it is? Which one? I have no clue. It must be this one. Why, you can't. Rita, we have to cooperate here. I will take the right and Rita should take the left. Kuchan is so smart. That's it. Rita will take the left. I will pick the right. Elna's smile got even wider after seeing the children used their childlike logic and came up with the answer. However, Elna had no stone in both of her hands. Since the stone that should have been there disappeared, their eyes turned into dots, but soon Krista shiveringly muttered something. Elna ate it. I didn't. It's in your breast pockets. Elna points to the breast pockets of the children to clear that huge misunderstanding. Hearing that, they notice that their breast pockets are bulging and look inside them. Then, there are 2 stones in Rita's pocket. 2 stone. Elna, cheating? I didn't cheat. It's the stone your highness just saw. But there's 2 now. I cut it. Wow. Amazing. You are so amazing, Elnane. Despite Rita's excitement, Krista remembered what El said to her. The word he said was, my sword. At that time, Krista thought that he was just saying it as a metaphor. Krista looked at Elna and convincingly nodded. Elna is a sword. Touching is dangerous. Why? While having such a conversation, Elna was a little relieved. When she first began escorting her, Krista made a small wall between them. To get rid of that wall, Elna told her stories about Ul. She wouldn't be able to act as her escort if she is on guard against her after all. In return, however, she ended up telling Krista many stories about Ul's uncool side, but Elna put it as a necessary expense. Ul was the one who asked her to do this after all. Now that she opens up to her, Elna is confident that Krista is now trusting her properly. Elna, since both of us were wrong, who is the winner? Since it is my victory, then I will be the one who will explain it to your highness. Rita, let me borrow the coin. Both of them. Yes. Elna. So she is going to call me that from now on her. While thinking so, Elna receives 2 shabby coins from Rita. Then she handed one to Krista. Please hold it properly, alright? Alright then, like before, I will hide this coin again, please do pay attention. Saying so, Elna switches the coin back and forth between her hand like she previously did. She then raised the speed until they couldn't see the coin anymore and put her fists in front of them. Alright, where do you think it is? Breast pocket. Your left side back pocket. Both of you are incorrect. Elna opens her hands. There were no coins in there nor in their breast pocket. The two keep looking for them but they couldn't find it in the end. Now, Your Highness Krista, please take out the coin I handed you earlier. This? Yes. Please place it on your hand just like that. Rita too, put your finger on that coin. Yes. Alright, please look closely, okay? Banned. With Elna muttered a word infused with a small amount of magic power, a thin thread of light extends out from the coin. It then led to a pocket on Elna's skirt. Elna takes out the coin from her skirt pocket with her free hand and shows how it is being connected by a thread to Krista's. These coins are called Mun's bond coin. They are magic tools that act as one. If you say the password while touching one, a thread will extend from it to its counterpart. This thread is basically visible only to the person touching the coin. People who are good at magic are one thing, but there should only be a few people who can see through it. Amazing. Then I can contact my friend with this. Sometimes it is used for setting up a secret meeting, and there are some that use it for its tracking purpose as well. One person can hold on to a coin and sneak inside the enemy's camp while another person carries the second coin to stealthily follow in. As the production cannot keep up with the usage, only the knights in the area around the imperial capital have it, but it will eventually spread throughout the empire. That being the case, Rita, don't lose it, okay? Since you are a knight apprentice, it is only being lent to you after all. Your instructor gave it to you because he wanted to see if you can take care of it, right? Yes. It's great that she's energetic, but Elna still sighed at her laid-back reply. Ignoring such Elna, Rita and Krista went away to play at the castle square. Will she really be able to become a knight like that? There has never been a case where a knight apprentice at the castle became an imperial knight. However, Elna expected Rita to be the first person to do it. She thought that Rita needed to be by Krista's side after all. If she becomes an imperial knight, she will be able to become an escort of the imperial family members. Rita, who is not from the brave house like Elna, could become Krista's personal guard if Krista wishes for it. With such a future in mind, Elna focuses her mind. To protect that future, Elna must crush that cruel future first. As Elna affirmed her resolve, she heard Krista's screaming voice as she was calling Rita's name. Rita, I'm fine. I'm fine. Ah. Rita climbs up a pillar in the square, and when she looks down at Rita, she loses her balance and releases her hand. Rita is falling down to the ground. However, Elna instantly responded and lightly caught her. Seriously, a knight shouldn't make a royalty worry about her, alright? Rita. Ahaha. Sorry. Rita, are you okay? Are you hurt? The pillar was not that high. Even if she falls, there shouldn't be many injuries. That was something that Elna learned from experience. In the past, she once called Ul out here for a special training session. As expected, Ul, who couldn't do exercise at all, fell from it and he only received some scratches. However, Krista's dismay here was abnormal. It must have been related to the future she saw. I'm fine, see. I usually do this much, you know. Stop it. Don't do something so dangerous anymore. Your Highness, please calm down a bit. Rita, I can see the future, you know. Rita will be in danger, that's why, Elna quickly closed her mouth. Elna watches the surroundings while keeping her hand on Krista's mouth. After she confirms that there is no one around them, Elna lets out a sigh and looks at Krista. Your Highness, Ul told you that you have to keep that a secret, right? He did. I'm sorry. Since you already told her, it couldn't be helped, but Rita, you have to forget what she said earlier, alright? The earlier thing? I got it. Rita answers her with a smile. Elna didn't forbid her to speak about it. Even if Rita told others about it, it will be treated as childish nonsense, and even if Elna didn't tell her to be silent about it, she doesn't think that Rita is the type that would start spreading rumors. Rita, who grew up among various children, can read the mood as a child could, so it should be fine. That's what Elna thought. However, Elna did not know. There is someone whose presence even Elna couldn't detect nearby. And the fact that she is a maid of a person who they should keep this secret away from the most. I have to report this to Xandra-sama. Saying so, the brown-haired maid shows a thin smile. She has been tailing Elna according to Xandra's order, and she just got an unexpected windfall. She was extraordinary to be able to tail Elna around without her noticing. Even when she had been thoroughly trained, she still had cold sweat at the fear of getting noticed. If she is just another one of Xandra's assassins, then she would probably have been found already. However, for Elna to be her guard also added credibility to that truth. The truth that the third Princess Krista has the ability to see the future. In other words, she is someone who possesses an innate magic. Harboring such confidence, the maid slowly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 69. The Approaching Future. The Inner Palace. Inside the room of the fifth consort, the brown-haired maid was making her report to Xandra and Susan. Is there no doubt about that? Yes, there's no mistake. Their vigilance was clearly abnormal. If it's coming from you who have been trained as an assassin from a young age, then there shouldn't be any mistake here. Susan speaks to the maid while sitting on top of her chair. Her expression was full of trust. Xandra also doesn't look down on that maid. Because she knew. Among their many maids, this one maid in front of her is exceptional. I thought that an innate magic that allows you to see the future only exists in legend, but… Okasama. I want it. Right. She will surely be a worthy specimen. Don't you think so too? Xiaomai. The maid, Xiaomai, raises her face and agrees to her master's words. Satisfied with her reply, Susan started thinking. No matter how much they want her as their specimen, the other side is an imperial princess. Directly taking her is too dangerous. Moreover, she is the daughter of the second consort. If anything happens to her, she will be the first person to be under suspicion. Wouldn't it be fine to have Xiaomai grab her for us? Use your head a little. If you do it directly, they will surely start to suspect me. I am already under suspicion even if I don't do anything anyway. It's fine if they are suspicious of me, but if their investigation led to me, you will be ruined too, you know. It would be too much for me to fool the eyes of the heir of the Emsberg house as well. But I have a good proposal. Ara, do tell. Let's use the merchant that Xandra-sama has been getting supplies from to do the kidnapping for us. What are you saying? If they get caught, the fact that someone has been supplying me with children will come out, you know. Xandra. Keep quiet. Susan calms Xandra down and urges Xiaomai to continue. Xiaomai, who is used to Xandra's outburst, gives her a nod and continues talking with no shred of fear. Since His Highness Leonard has been dispatched to the south, it is only a matter of time before that merchant will be connected to the kidnapping cases. That's not necessarily the case. Oji-sama won't let the likes of Leonard get the better of him, but there is still a risk, am I correct? Yes. That's why we should use them here. If they succeed, they will bring Her Highness Krista to us, and in case they failed, we can just destroy them ourselves. What if there are survivors who can rat us out? Please do not worry. I will be the one who does the cleaning up myself. Saying so, Xiaomai shows them a smile. Her smile was terrifyingly creepy even from Susan and Xandra's perspective. Still, Susan and Xandra do not let go of her. She is overwhelmingly outstanding, and like the other maids of theirs, Xiaomai also has a curse put on her. She is a powerful assassin with a collar that cannot be removed. That's why she is the favorite of both Xandra and Susan. So they accepted Xiaomai's proposal. Xandra and Susan are smiling. Xandra is thrilled by the innate magic she has never got her hand on before, while Susan is enjoying the future where the daughter of the hated second consort will be experimented on. Thus the plan was put into practice. Section. The fifth consort has extended her invitation for Your Highness Krista and Elna-sama. She said that she has something to talk with the two of you, my ladies. Hearing the maid relayed that message, Elna frowned. Elna has heard the story between the second consort and Susan before. Bringing the daughter of the second consort like Krista to Susan's place is like bringing a small animal into a beast lair. There's no way to know what she will do to her. However, inside the inner palace, the word of a consort is absolute. Starting from the empress, the higher one position is, the more powerful influence they have. The third and the fifth consorts who also participated in the succession war are especially powerful. Mitsuba's influence is incomparable to them as she is not actively involved in the succession war. Since Mitsuba-sama is not available today, we will accept the invitation another day. Her Highness is inviting the two of you while being aware of that. It would have been possible to refuse if Mitsuba was here, but unfortunately Mitsuba has been called away by the Emperor. Since he has sent both Al and Leo on a mission, the Emperor also has to take care of Mitsuba. Elna looks at Krista, who is hiding behind her. If she brings her there, it will be hell. Even if I go there alone, it will be the same. Refusing is not an option here either. If she does that, they will use that as a reason to attack Mitsuba. However, it is unfair to bring Krista to a woman who might be her mother's enemy. Nevertheless, there is a matter about that future to consider as well. Leaving her side is too dangerous of an option. Tell the fifth consort that we need a little time to prepare ourselves. Understood. Saying so, the maid leaves the room. However, this is but a borrowed time. Are you all right? Your Highness. Elna. I don't want to go. Of course. Your Highness will remain here and I will be going there alone. Elna is going. If I don't go, Mitsuba-sama will be in a tough spot. So your Highness must never leave this room. You guys understand? After she talked to Krista, Elna gave a command to the guards that were assigned to Mitsuba. The inner palace guards only consist of women and are in charge of the security inside the inner palace. A portion of them are assigned to each consort, and even if another consort has a higher standing, they are not allowed to speak to other consorts' guards. They are something like their private soldiers. The only exception to this rule is the Empress, who oversees the inner palace, but since the current Empress will not intervene unless something big happens, they are acting more like the consort's private soldiers at the present. Yes, please leave her to us. No matter what, even if Her Highness herself told you she wanted to leave, you mustn't let her out of this room, all right? Yes. Under this special circumstance, Elna was given command over Mitsuba and Krista's guards. However, Elna is still worried because she couldn't use her direct subordinates. There is not enough manpower. The situation would be different if she can bring Mark along, but the inner palace is a palace exclusively for women. No man can enter this place without permission. Listen, Your Highness. Please promise me that you will not leave this room. Okay. I won't leave this room. Thank you very much. Even if they used my name, you must never come out, all right? Saying so, Elna strokes Krista's head and leaves the room. The sudden disappearance of Elna is making Krista anxious. So Krista wrapped herself with the futon on her bed and hugged her favorite bunny doll. However, a report came in and shook Krista's heart. Why, Your Highness? It's terrible. His Highness Arnold is. Ulmiya-sama. Did he return already? Krista responded to the report with a voice filled with anxiety and noticed that the maid that came in to report to her was covered in blood. Since the maid looked fine, she understood that those are not the maid's blood. Something happened. Krista's body intuitively shakes. What is? They've encountered monsters on their way here. It seems he was injured while he was protecting Duke Rainfeld from a monster's attack. It is quite serious. No. He was calling for Your Highness, Krista, so I have come to relay the message. Please hurry. The maid's cold voice shook Krista. Krista tries to run out immediately, but the guards stopped her. Please wait, Your Highness. Release me. Ulmiya-sama is. Elna-sama told us that we mustn't leave the room no matter what. Ni-sama is in danger. Please, let me go. Mitsuba-sama is already at the scene. Please hurry. Following the maid, Krista shakes off the guards and started running. The guards now have no choice but to follow after her. The bloody maid is leading the way. Oi! How far are you intending to go? Isn't this the merchant entrance? I use this path to avoid the commotion. He is unable to move, so we have to treat him on the spot. Hurry! Krista ran so fast like never before. She was so worried about him that she threw away her rabbit doll as it was a hindrance to her running. When Krista turned the corner, she saw a bloody person collapsed on the side of the carriage undergoing treatment. Ni-sama. Krista rushes to the fallen person. However, when she approached, it was a different person who happens to have the same black hair as Ul. It's not. Ni-sama. Yes, it's a trap after all. Saying so, a fat man by the side of the fallen man covers her mouth with a hand towel. NN. Krista tried to make a noise, but she couldn't, as she couldn't beat an adult's strength. The smell of the medicine that was soaked into the hand towel rendered Krista unconscious. When that happened, it was accompanied by the sound of people falling. The 3 guards who followed behind Krista bleed from their necks and fall down. Wonderful job as always, Gunther. Leave the compliment, just hurry. Gunther was the middle-aged assassin who once targeted Ul. He usually used his magic when performing assassination, but this time he opted to use a simple knife. He can't be connected to this crime after all. Then I will leave the rest to you. I think you already know this, but… Of course. I won't do anything to her. Yes, of course. Seeing the vulgar smile on the fat man's face, Gunther glances suspiciously at him. Gunther knew that this man was one of the top merchants of the imperial capital, but behind the scene, he was a kid-loving slave trader who kidnapped and sold children from all over the country. A girl around Krista's age is his favorite. We won't stand by if you treat this as a joke. You know that, right? Yes. I understand. Looking Gunther in the eyes, the fat merchant was frightened. After that he has his subordinate carry Krista to the carriage. The place they put the sleeping Krista in is a hidden luggage compartment in their carriage. The double-layer floor of their carriage is there for them to transport illegal goods to the castle. There are only a few inspections when they leave, but they are carrying out an imperial princess this time, so they must be very cautious. The merchant doesn't feel any guilt. Of course, it is the first time they kidnap a princess, but they often kidnap noble ladies and turn them into slaves. Of course, they also have fear. Their opponent this time is a real big shot after all. However, since the person who made the request this time was none other than Xandra, the merchant thought that it would still be okay. As long as they don't commit any mistake, it will be fine. After seeing the merchant get into their carriage with a smile, Gunther ordered his men to clean up the corpse of the guards. Then the carriage slowly started to move away. However, there is a child running after that carriage. It was Rita. In Rita's hand was a bunny doll belonging to Krista. Rita manages to somehow get onto the carriage's luggage compartment and throw the bunny doll behind her. Rita will save you. Ku-chan. Shortly afterward, Krista's disappearance became known throughout the castle, setting it on an unprecedented high alert. But the carriage had long left the castle at that time. Thus, the imperial capital was steadily approaching the future that Krista saw. Chapter 70. The Changing Conclusion. Elna, who visits the room of Susan, the 5th consort, is now standing in front of the person herself. I thought I request you to bring Krista together with you, though. Elna clenches her fist at Susan's innocent act. That was clearly not a request but a threat. However, Elna stares back at Susan and gives her a reply. Her Highness Krista couldn't come because she is feeling sick. That's why I came here alone. Really? She is feeling sicker. Well, fine. Susan said so and urged Elna to sit. Unable to refuse, Elna sat down on the chair, but she didn't reach out to anything on the table. Elna remembers that Susan was crying at the 2nd consort funeral. Her tears were real. That's why she was terrified. She was terrified at a woman called Susan who can even shed tears to her nemesis. For her to be able to deceive herself to that extent, deceiving others must also be easy for her. Elna's father described Susan as a snake-like woman. Right now she once again understood what he meant. The reason I called you this time is that I want you to join our side. Seeing Susan said that with a smile, Elna imagined a snake showing its tongue and slowly approaching her while waiting for the moment it would plunge in to take a bite at her. Before you notice, you will be squeezed tight and eaten. Elna closes her eyes and shakes off that vision. If you are asking for my help in the succession war, then I will have to decline. Error. And why is that? Berghaus has not been involved in the succession war for generations. Our stance is one that will not get involved in politics. But you have been helping Leonard, right? You are even guarding his mother right now. He is my childhood friend after all. My help is only on a personal level. They just felt safer that I am there to act as an escort. Did you find it unpleasant? No, that's a great friendship you have there. Won't you extend such friendship to Xandra as well? Absolutely not. That was what Elna thought, but she couldn't say it out loud, so she gave her a vague reply instead. I will consider it if the opportunity arises. That's one cold reply. Both that girl and I evaluate you highly, you know? Is that so? While giving her that blunt reply, Elna thought that something was strange. People don't normally use the word evaluate to a member of the Imsberg family. The position of the Imsberg house is solid. No one would judge their value. However, the question here is why Susan said some meaningless things like that. Elna frowns at the discomfort she is feeling. You will get a lot of rewards if you cooperate with Xandra, you know. We can promise you that we won't touch your childhood friends either. I'm grateful for your offer. But there is one thing that I would like to ask. May I? Such blunt recruitment. It's not good to refuse her aggressively. It's better to dodge the topic and wrap this up soon. Elna understands that. Which is why it was strange. To counteract that, Elna rises her own question and try to take control of the conversation. And what would that be? Why did you call Her Highness Krista here as well? That girl is the sister of Liselot, who is always at the border. I thought that if I asked her, she might come to join my side. Join you? Elna couldn't believe what Susan was saying. There's no way that such a thing would happen. It is very unlikely that the daughters of the second consort like Liselot and Krista would join Susan's side. Even if she is found innocent, she is still under suspicion. There's no way that they would cooperate with such a person. Then why would she give such an answer? Right now Krista is not here. Rather than that, I want to talk with you more. She was buying time. Elna became alert and muttered so. On the other hand, Susan only tilts her head a little as if she was surprised. What might you be talking about? Seeing such a reaction, Elna was convinced. She was the one that Susan wanted to lure out. When she got up, Elna ran out of the room without saying anything. Susan didn't try to stop her. The inner palace is large and a quarter of each consort is far apart. The time Elna took to come to here was already enough. Elna curses her carelessness while jumping to the roof of the inner palace and takes the shortest route back to Krista. The reason she called Krista too was that she knew that Elna would have to leave Krista's side. The original aim was to separate them. By caring for Krista's feelings, she put Krista herself in danger. She should have stayed by her side no matter what happened. With such regret, Elna arrives back at the area near Mitsuba's room. Their opponent shouldn't be able to do anything as long as they are within the inner palace. Thinking so, Elna looks into the room. Finding that Krista is absent, Elna makes a bitter expression. Your Highness. Where is she? Why, yes. A report came in that His Highness Arnold was injured on his return, so. If that's true, then it would already be an uproar right now. Follow me. Taking the nearby palace guard with her, Elna follows after Krista. Asking from the people nearby, she knows the direction in which Krista headed. Seeing that the direction is the one that leads to the luggage loading area for merchants, Elna leaves behind the guards and moves on ahead. After Elna arrives at the luggage loading area, she sweeps her eyes over the merchants there. Everyone was surprised at Elna's sudden appearance, but she ignores them and quickly looks around. Then she found a spot on the ground. It was a mark of the wiped bloodstain, and there is more than one of them. Wiping bloodstain like this is another technique often used by assassins. Reflectively clicking her tongue, Elna raises her face up. Looking around for clues, she found a familiar bunny doll. It belongs to Krista. Your Highness. Unintentionally calling out to her, Elna rushes to the doll. The white plush is dirty, but it is not bloody. For now, she isn't hurt. Elna realizes that and exhales. At that time, she felt something hard inside of it. Something was put inside the doll. When she took a look, she found a coin. Thinking of the possibility, Elna mutters with a small voice. Banned. A thin thread made of magic power extends out from the coin. It was extending far outside the castle. Rita. Elna calls her name without thinking. It was both out of gratitude and worry. Having put this in here, Rita must have followed after Krista. However, her being with Krista means that the future Krista saw is now likely to become a reality. Report this to His Majesty immediately. Her Highness Krista has been abducted. Call all VIPs back to the castle and close it down. Hurry. A captain of the Imperial Knight Order has this much authority. In an emergency, they are allowed to make judgment calls to a certain extent. Elna continues to give out more commands. I will go on pursuit. Ask His Majesty for permission to dispatch the Imperial Knights for me. Saying so, Elna jumped high into the sky and started flying. This way is faster than going through the crowd of the Imperial capital. The reason why she didn't always do this is that the Emperor forbids her from selfishly flying on her own. However, now is no time to worry about that. Elna flew straight toward the direction the coin is leading her. Section. Alright, this should be good enough. Krista, who was placed inside the carriage, woke up but she did not know where she was. She can't put strength into her body and she is being tied with a rope. She feels like she was moved down the stairs but she doesn't know exactly where she is. She only knows that it is a dark, humid room. Now, princess, wait for me here. I will bring you the perfect collar, said the bald man who tied up Krista. The merchant's aide who was left in charge of the slaves happily walked to the back of the room. He is going to put a collar on her. That fact made Krista feel hopeless. Putting a collar on a person often means that he will put on her a magic tool that will deprive her of her freedom. Slavery was already outlawed in the Empire in the first place, so it is a magic item that was banned inside the Empire. Realizing that she was caught by people who would use such a thing, Krista's body started to shake. However, the voice of a friend who couldn't be here reached Krista's ears. Ku-chan. Rita. Rita calls out to Krista in a whisper and Krista smiles to see her friend. However, she couldn't immediately cut the rope that Krista was tied in with her dagger. How? Rita found Ku-chan's doll so Rita ran after you. And when Rita saw Ku-chan on the carriage, Rita hopped on too. Why? It was so dangerous. Rita is not a coward who would abandon her friend. Saying so, Rita finally managed to cut the rope and lend her shoulder to Krista for her to stand up. No. We won't be able to escape. It's all right. Rita will protect you. Rita shows her usual smile and takes Krista toward the exit. The two go one step at a time through the complicated tunnel, but they are still children and one of them couldn't walk properly. Soon, the earlier bald man caught up to them. So a rat wandered in her. Well, whatever. I will make you a merchandise too. He caught up. Rita, run away. I won't. Being chased by the bald man, Rita and Krista changed course. Although it is not the way to the exit, if they keep going that way, he will catch up. After several turns, Rita and Krista entered a room and closed the door. Phew. We somehow got away. Oh no. Rita was relieved while Krista was in despair. It was the room where the children are going to be sold as slaves. The room was separated from others and looks like a hut at first glance. Krista clearly remembered this room. It was the room where she saw Rita died. This is the place where Rita will be killed by something. Rita, you have to escape. NN. We are escaping, you know. It's not like that. Please. Krista begged so, but her voice was drowned out by another voice inside the room. Foond, you. The low voice that gripped their hearts belonged to the bald man. The man entered the room from a door that at first glance seemed like a part of the wall. There are hidden doors all over this place. You can't hide from me. No way. Damn it. Rita tries to open the door they came through, but it was stuck and didn't open. The bald man must have done something to it. Now then, let's put an end to this hide and seek game, shall we? Don't come any closer. Rita hides Krista behind her back and takes out her dagger. The bald man looked at it and a show-mocking smile. Whoa, so scary. Are you pretending to be a knight now? Shut up. Rita raises up her dagger. Her stance was unlike that of a child. The man carelessly approached them, but then a small amount of blood trickled down to his foot. TSK. You damn brat. Put that dagger down right now. If you do that, I will let you live, all right? No. Rita, stop. Your princess already commanded you, you know? Rita won't abandon her friend. Rita holds up her dagger. When the bald man enters Rita's range again, she tries to intercept him as before, but the man who had seen her dagger once already lowered himself a little to dodge the blade and took the chance to kick Rita away. Ayuyu. Ah, a full hit her. Cough, cough. You. Rita. The kicked Rita rolls through the ground and hits a wall. Seeing Rita coughing up blood, Krista runs toward her, but Rita stood up with her face still wet with tears. She then went forward to cover Krista again. You are still standing up, her. Did the knights teach you to protect the princess? It's not like that. What? They only grew up in their warm castle without knowing any hardship, right? You are a commoner yourself, aren't you? I won't say anything bad, so drop that dagger already. Being a slave is better than death, right? I refuse. Ah, what a pain. Even a child like you would say something like a knight's pride, her. The man said that as if he wanted to vomit. However, Rita glares at that man. Then she tremblingly holds up her dagger again. Rita is not a knight. Kuchan is my friend, so I will protect her. Rita will not abandon her friend. Is that right? Saying so, the bald man picks up the nearby iron bar. Its tip was sharp. It probably has been used to hurt the slaves. The bald man headed toward Rita. That scene overlapped with Krista's vision. That's when resignation started to sprout in Krista's heart. Since the day she saw the future where the crown prince died, Krista has seen various futures. There are futures that she didn't talk about with Ul and Mitsuba as well. That's why Krista knows the difference between the future that can be changed and the future that already set in stone. The future where a person's death is clearly visible cannot be changed. No matter what she does, the result will be the same. She has tried many things so far, but the future that shows a person's death has never changed. This doesn't only apply to the death of the crown prince, but the soldiers who served under Liselot and her own maids as well. Nothing ever changed. Nevertheless, the reason for her struggle this time is that she doesn't want Rita to die. But in the end, that action itself is now causing her death. Doing something about it is useless, and leaving it alone is no good. The future cannot be changed. Then die. Saying so, the bald man slowly pulled back the iron bar. Seeing that, Krista despairs, both because of her powerlessness and vexation. However, she still can't give up. Rita's death is the only thing she won't accept. So Krista clung to her last hope. Believing in the words of her brother, she shouted, Elna. There's no use shouting now, said the bald man as he pushed the iron bar at Rita. At that moment, the room's wall collapses and something strikes the bald man. For a moment the bald man did not know what had happened. He simply understood that he got hit by something and that his body is now stuck to the wall. What? Sorry for being late, Your Highness, Rita. Are you too all right? Elna. Then he understands. There is a streak of broken walls on the opposite side. The knight in front of him just flew toward them in a straight line. And the fact that the knight's sword has deeply penetrated his body. The man has understood. That woman has cherry-color hair and a jade-colored pair of eyes. Berg. Yeah. Was it you who hurt my junior? What if? I will give you a certain death. Saying so, Elna exerts more power into the sword that currently skewered the man to the wall. That alone destroys the wall and blows the man through it. Elna doesn't know where the man is. That's because there is no reason to confirm that anymore. Rita. Elna nay. Rita. Elna supports the swaying Rita and checks her abdomen. Her stomach already turned purple, so there must be bones broken inside. She casts a simple healing spell on her, but it seems that the bone was badly broken, so it could only alleviate her pain. She must take her to a professional healer immediately. Elna. Your Highness. I'm very sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I broke my promise. Elna embraces the crying Krista. She then gently hugged Rita so as to not affect her wounds. Thank you. It's all thanks to you, Rita. Hee hee. Rita is great. Yes, you really are. Splendid work. Elna stands up with Rita on her back. Elna. The children. I understand. Elna lightly shakes her sword. The collars attached to the necks of the slave children are cut off one after another. Come with me if you want to live. Elna leaves the room together with Rita and Krista. The children then followed after them without any hesitation. Chapter 71. Those that lurk in the dark. What was that shock just now? President Xandra, what is happening? It's all right, please calm down. A few slaves just rampaged a little. The fat merchant, Xandra, explains the situation in a calm manner to the customers who came to buy slaves from him. Xandra was standing on a theater-like stage while his customers are watching him from the audience seats. There are 20 customers with him today. All of them are nobles who support slavery who live inside the imperial capital. This place is the basement of the Ain Company, and this room is their secret auction house. The underground tunnel is complicated and many guards were stationed at the entrance to take care of their security. Confident that no intruder would be able to get to him, Xandra was calm. However, this is surprising, to think that President Xandra himself is running a slave business. What? Guha. Arg. My leg. The person who slowly came up to the stage was none other than Elna. The place she came out from was originally the slave entrance for the captured slaves that would be auctioned off and was the place where Xandra's guards were stationed at. Those guards were all finished off by Elna, and now Krista and the other children are watching Elna from there. Xandra tried to think of how is this happening and that now he couldn't escape. Elna had slashed at both of his feet. The wound was shallow enough for him not to die, but it is deep enough that he couldn't run away. Her slash was that precise. Captain of the 3rd Night Corps of the Imperial Night Order, Elna von Emsberg is here. You are under arrest under the charge of abduction of Her Imperial Highness the Princess and slave trading. A. Emsberg. WH. Why? It's because you are a criminal, that's why. I will cut you down if you try to move. Don't think you can easily escape from an Emsberg now. The customers put their waists back on their seats. They are all nobles of the imperial capital. They know the horror of the Emsberg well. If one of them appeared in front of you, you are done. They are something like a grim reaper to them. Help me. Help. You just abducted an imperial princess and that's all you are saying? It was a request. Right. That's why I am not going to kill you. I will have you spit out everything later, all right? That would be troubling. Accompanying the voice, a dagger flew toward Elna. Elna parries it. The masked assassin uses that gap and goes for Xandra. Elna then blocks the dagger that the assassin stabbed out with her sword. There's no way I would let you silent him now, would I? So I have to deal with you first after all. The voice was muffled. Elna couldn't tell if the owner is a man or a woman because of the mask the assassin is wearing. Irritating that the mask has been catching on lately, she keeps stopping the assassin's attacks. The assassin's attacks were quick and the assault of daggers from both left and right hands of the assassin managed to drive Elna to the corner of the stage. However, it seems you are holding back because you are trying not to collapse the building, aren't you? I am. But Elna raises her sword up the moment the assassin aims for her torso. The assassin, who plunged deeper toward Elna than intended, couldn't dodge Elna's counter. It was a counterattack that was born from completely reading her opponent's intention. The assassin who wanted to quickly settle the match will aim for an area where the most damage can be dealt, and Elna knows that attack would be coming from her experience. Goo. The assassin's shoulder is severely cut. The assassin tried to quickly move away, but at that moment, Elna uses the difference in their speed to close the gap. While taking care not to collapse the building, she judges how much power she could use and goes at the assassin. At that moment, the assassin immediately switched objective. Using the right hand, a dagger was thrown toward Xandra. In exchange for that, Elna's sword pierces the assassin's abdomen. Ooh-wah. Blood. There's blood everywhere. Cough. TSK. Immediately pulling out her sword, Elna rushes toward Xandra. The dagger stuck deep inside Xandra's chest. It's a heavy wound. If she leaves him alone, he will die. While she was thinking so, The building greatly shook. Almost at the same time, it starts to collapse. I think it's better for you to escape quickly. Holding their abdomen, the assassin was moving away from Elna. Given the shaking and the current situation, there's no doubt that the assassin did something to the building. Not to mention Krista, Rita, and the other children slaves, Xandra is an important source of information that she must protect. Elna gave up pursuing the assassin and chose to escape. Everyone, follow me. Tightly tied Xandra's wound, Elna started carries him with her. With the current situation, there's no choice but to quickly get everyone to the surface. With that in mind, Elna leads the children and Xandra's customers toward the exit. Section. This one has important key information. Absolutely do not let him die. And arrest all those following behind me as well. Arriving at the surface, Elna instructed the knights stationed there and ordered the arrest of the nobles. The imperial knights were immediately dispatched via the emperor's direct order. They head toward the direction where Elna flew straight at and surround the headquarters of Ain Company. They were joined by the imperial capital garrison and were about to storm the place, but Elna came out just before that. Don't overlook anyone who came out of that place. Those who have nothing to do go and check out all of the Ain Company's branch offices now. After giving her directions, Elna speaks to one of the imperial knights she familiar with. It was a knight who excelled at healing magic. She leaves Rita to that knight. It's already all right. Rita, you did great. My belly hurt. It will be cured soon. Rita, who is laid down, is receiving treatment on the spot. Krista is grabbing her hand and staying beside her. Rita was working hard until now, but perhaps she finally felt relieved. She slowly lost her consciousness. Rita, it's all right, Your Highness. Please let her rest. But, Your Highness, please leave her to him. Urged by Elna, Krista stands up. There were tears in her eyes, but she managed to leave Rita's side. For now, it's best to let the Emperor know that she's safe. That was what Elna thought, but she immediately knelt down quietly after she heard the sound of a large number of horses galloping. Krista. It was Emperor Johannes himself who called out to Krista as he rushed toward their direction. Behind him were a large number of his escort knights and friends. Without being able to wait for their return, he came to the scene himself. Ooh. Krista, you are safe. You are not hurt. Why, yes. Otu-sama. Ah, no, Your Majesty. Otu-sama is fine. Don't mind it. I'm glad, I truly am. Johannes quietly repeats how glad he felt many times while hugging Krista. In the meantime, Franz turns away the nearby ordinary citizens. This is both for the Emperor's security and to avoid getting the citizens involved. Then, when the only ones left are the knights and the soldiers from the imperial capital garrison, Johannes stands up and looks at Elna. His eyes are burning with anger. Otu-sama, even though you were by her side, how could this happen? Elna, you are one of the captains of the Imperial Knight Order and you can't even protect a single princess. My deepest apologies. Everything was my responsibility. Exactly. You just drove the reputation of the Emsburg to the ground. Oh, Otu-sama. Elna is. Be quiet. I am talking to Elna right now. I'm sorry. Being stared at with stern eyes, Krista was scared and her body visibly shrinks. She then looks at Elna, who is slowly shaking her head sideways at her. Elna, do you have any excuse? I have none. It's simple to tell him that Susan called her away. At that time, Susan was also calling for Krista. Nevertheless, the fact that she went to Susan alone was Elna's decision. Even if Susan and Xandra become suspects with the investigation, that decision was Elna's responsibility. One can't afford a forceful method inside the inner palace. It was because of that preconception that Elna left Krista's side. That was Elna's mistake no matter how one looked at it. I will hand down your punishment later. Until then you are to stay at your house. Yes. Saying so, Johannes takes Krista back to the castle. Elna kept staying down like that for a while. Section. How did it go? The assassination has failed. However, even if they can save his life, he shouldn't be able to talk for a while. I see. Good work. Hearing so, The masked assassin, Xiaomai, makes her report. Her body is under severe pain because of the curse, but it is a tolerable pain for Xiaomai, who has undergone intense training since a young age. With this, Leonard will not stay quiet. They will surely have an all-out war with Xandra's faction soon. This is a good development. But Amsberg's prodigy will probably be relieved from the Imperial Knight Order with this incident. It will be temporary. She was punished because the Emperor has no other choice after all. He will probably take her back in when the situation calms down. Even if it's just temporary, Leonard's faction will be free to use Elna von Amsberg during that time. That woman is dangerous. When she didn't hold her sword, I thought that I could somehow manage her, but once she started wielding one, she was like a completely different person. I thought that she was some kind of monster back then. That's the Amsbergs for you. Their minds switch during battle. It was nothing surprising. If she became too much of a problem, then I can just pull her back to the Imperial Knight Order myself. Shouldn't she be eliminated instead? She is my promising future subject. There hasn't been any emperor who has a bad relationship with the Amsbergs after all. It's a good time to sell them a favor as well. However, Xiaomai appeals while enduring the pain. It was true that she seems manageable when she doesn't hold her sword. If you can keep her away from the succession war, then there should be nothing to worry about. Even though she is holding a grudge against her, Xiaomai felt that Elna was a worthy enemy. However, I am different from the other candidates. They only desperately aim for the throne, not what to do with it afterward. In that sense, I am different from them. Spare me from dealing with the resentment from my own subjects. Besides, even if I don't move, Xandra and Gordon will. Understood. Continue to follow my mother's instruction in the inner palace. Get your wounds healed for now. This is not the time for us to move yet. Yes. As you wish, Your Highness Eric. Saying so, Xiaomai disappears from Eric's sight. Seeing her off, Eric slowly starts walking, all the while having a smile on his face. Chapter 72. The current state of the South. Nice to meet you, the village chief. I am the 8th Prince, Leonard Lake Sadler. Saying so, Leo bows to the grey-haired old woman who lives in the largest house in the village. The old lady called the village chief shakily bow her head in reply. I am Mao, the village chief of this Haina village. For extending your help to a village such as ours, thank you very much. No matter what kind of village it is, yours is still considered a village of the Empire. As a member of the imperial family, it is my responsibility to help my subjects. Leo replies with a soft smile on his face. Hearing Leo's words, another person in the house whistles. I was surprised. Who would have thought that twins could be this much different? What kind of image do you have of my brother? He looked haughty. A red-haired man is leaning against the wall. At Ul's request, Abel led the adventurers to this village to act as its guard. He left a strong impression on Leo on how adventurer-like and unreserved he is. Is that so? You might be in for a surprise when you saw how he normally is, you know. I wish. That prince offered a stupid amount of reward for us to protect this remote village. I was scared shitless thinking about what kind of monsters are roaming around here, you know. And what did you find? There are no monsters around at all. This is such a peaceful village. But it's exactly like I've heard. There are some thugs that seem like kidnappers coming out around here. Seeing that we already solidified the village's defense, they don't really try anything on the villagers so far, but I still see them sneaking around here and there. That said, this is still not worth that stupid amount of money. Something like this is only a simple request after all. That should be a good thing for an adventurer like Abel, but he seems to be unsatisfied about it. As he's not a pro on the matter, Leo shows him a bitter smile. If the reward is cheap, they will get angry, and if it's too high, they get frustrated. Adventurers really are hard to please. However, Leo likes how they freely live their lives. The hard part is soon to come. I will be investigating the organization behind these kidnapping cases, and it is likely that the Lord who is governing this area is involved as well. Who? Base on what? I visited the Lord's city before I came here, and I saw their suspicious attitudes. The Lord himself seems nervous, and there are some suspicious guys moving around as well. If he just doesn't recognize the existence of the frontier villages and ignore their request out of pure negligence, then he could just normally welcome me. But that lord did try to contact someone. That action was enough to make me deepen my suspicion. He might just be very nervous about your visit, you know. That might be the case, but the southern nobles should already be notified of the purpose of my visit. If they really didn't notice the existence of those villages, or it was a case of oversight from their part, then they should show me their minimum effort about the matter. In fact, other lords near the border area have already started to act for the immigrant villages in their area, but the lord in question is still yet to move. I thought that you were taking a detour, but you did look into them while doing that, huh? You are really competent, just like the rumor says. I wonder about that. I still haven't done anything yet after all. Saying so, Leo looks down. That was Leo's honest feelings. At the night hunting festival, he led the knights to the city rescue, but that couldn't be considered the decisive blow. As the ambassador plenipotentiary, it wasn't him who won the trust of the two countries, but all dressed as Leo. He hasn't done anything ever since he joined the succession war. That's why he was obsessed with this case. He couldn't afford to become someone that was installed as an emperor. He has to show the will to become one and act. Those who cannot take action by themselves are not worthy to become an emperor. If he can't solve this case, then being an emperor would be just a dream within a dream for him. His words came from that thought. Well, it must be like that if you think so. It's a good thing that you are not cocky. But if you are going to quickly solve this case, then be careful not to lose sight of what's important, all right? Of course. The first thing I am considering is the well-being of the village and the kidnapped people after all. Lynn is a kind girl. She should be the one who took it the hardest, but she put that behind her and acted for the village, for us. I haven't heard anything like that from Linfia, but I thought that something terrible must have happened to her since she decided to leave the village and went all the way to us. Yes. The earliest kidnapping case was 11 years ago. It was Lynn's sister, who was 3 years older than Lynn. Lynn was only 5 years old at the time. The latest child who was kidnapped was also her sister, 6 years younger than her. It was on the day that Lynn fell asleep because she had fallen ill. They kidnapped both of her sisters. Among the siblings, Lynn was the only one who didn't have odd eyes. It must have been thanks to that she wasn't kidnapped as well. The kidnappers were targeting children with odd eyes. 11 years ago, many dwarfs immigrated into the empire, and there was a great deal of hunting for demi-humans and children with special abilities. The frequency of such cases has decreased since His Majesty the Emperor declared that all the immigrants are to be imperial subjects, but my village was still continued to be targeted. No one came to help us just because we are all immigrants. The village chief said so and let out a deep sigh. It doesn't like they are immigrants because they choose to be. Those that migrated to the empire are people who lost their home to the southern conflict in the warring era, or those who have suffered from demi-human persecution of the Sokol Empire, who drove out all demi-humans from their country. The empire is tolerant of the immigrants, but that was to incorporate the excellent demi-humans to their side. The empire can't just go on with humans alone after all. Demi-humans who have exceptional skills are useful in various places, but those that do not have such skills still have to live under discrimination. 11 years ago, they were treated as if they did not exist. However, because of the emperor's decree, their situation changed. The immigrants were happy about the change, but that doesn't mean that it changes everything. At the time the emperor gave out his decree, the immigrants who were recognized as imperial citizens were exempt from paying taxes for 5 years. It was a burden for the lords, but in reality, the immigrants couldn't afford to pay the taxes at the time. That was why they were given 5 years to blend into society, start trading, or reclaim the land. That was the emperor's order, but some of the lord intentionally ignored it. Such things don't benefit them after all. Leo understands that to an extent. He thought that if that was the case, then there was still a room to pardon them. The lord's point was valid after all. However, that is not the case this time. This village is special. People with odd eyes are often born here. It gave birth to someone as excellent as Linfia, and there are a lot of competent hunters in the village. If they are incorporated into the local lord's territory, they will surely bring many benefits to him. It was something that could be found right away if they had conducted an investigation after all. However, if they did that, The existence of this village would be known to the central part of the empire. They must have something that they want to hide in this place. That's why Linfia came to us. It was the responsibility of us at the center of the empire for overlooking this until now. Please forgive me. No, that's out of the question. Please don't say such a thing. And please raise your head. No matter how many apologies I offer, it would not be enough to heal your scar. I can't promise you that I can get all of them home, but I will do my best to search for all the kidnapped villagers. I will bring all the sins of the Lord to the open. The Emperor himself will deliver a fair judgment for you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. The village chief repeatedly bows to him. That was the end of their discussion, and Leo left the place together with Abel. You sure said it, her. I think that it's not gonna be easy, you know. I guess so. From their bearings and equipment, the people who are lurking around the village are professionals. I thought that normally only thugs and bandits would do these kinds of kidnapping, but I have never seen such a serious group like them before. They are completely all business here. I see. It means that the organization behind them is that big. The Lord who governs this area is not that influential. Perhaps the Lord himself might just only be a pawn as well. It's possible that all the southern nobles are involved in this case too. If you do a poor job at this, it will cause a rebellion, you know. That sure sounds like a big problem. Saying so, Leo laughs. The issue of the southern frontier is a perfect way for him to win the emperor's favor, but if the southern nobles are allowed to rebel, all the responsibility may be shifted to Leo. This is a dangerous mission. Investigating them without digging in too deep and round them up. That was a valid strategy. However, but since I heard their story, I wanted to help them. Do you think someone who couldn't help those he wanted to help can become an emperor? I don't know about that. But if I have to say which one I want for my emperor, I guess I would prefer someone who can do that, her. Right. That's why I came here. Sorry, but since you have been paid such a high salary, I will have to ask you to earn your wages, okay? Sure, as you command. His adventurer's instinct told him that he just accepted some terrible request. But since he already accepted the money, as an adventurer, he can't turn down a request he already accepted. There's nothing Abel could do but shrug and giving Leo his answer. Chapter 73. Cry of Collapse. Earl Sitterheim's point of view. Bassau, one of the cities inside the southern part of the empire. Among the mansions of the nobles of the south, the mansion in this city should be counted from the bottom in terms of its size. That's where the lord of the area where Linfia's village was located and the person who should be the one offering help to them, Earl Dennis von Sitterheim, reside. So, Duke Kruger has no intention to help me. Is that correct? That seems to be the case. Hearing the reply of the messenger serving under Sven von Kruger, Dennis's expression was like he just took a bite out of worms. Then what should I do? He wants you to take the blame for being the mastermind of this case. Everything will be your responsibility. Saying so, the messenger's face turned into a smile. He wholeheartedly believed that Dennis would accept the deal. For the South, her. Exactly. Including you, 1/3 of the southern nobles are cooperating with Duke Kruger. He wants you to sacrifice yourself to protect our fellow southern noblemen. How did it come to this? Dennis takes a deep sigh. Dennis only turned 33 years old this year. He became a lord 10 years ago, but now he felt ashamed of that. At first, he only acted according to his father's will. It was only 1 year after the emperor decreed all the immigrants to be imperial citizens that his father passed away. At that time, his father told him that the immigrants will never be considered a citizen in their territory. Dennis's father was once injured by a rampaging immigrant which rendered his legs paralyzed. He held a grudge against them because of that, and the young Dennis understands him. Then a few years later, that fact was revealed to Duke Kruger. If the news were to reach the capital, his lordship would be over and he was forced to help the Duke with his kidnapping operation. There is now a base for the kidnapping organization underneath his mansion with the knights from Duke Kruger patrolling his mansion to guarantee his loyalty. He has been cornered to the point where he cannot turn back, and right now he is being discarded. If I obey, will the security of my people be guaranteed? But of course. The messenger's words terribly smell of lies. In the past, Dennis once tried to reach out to the emperor because of the guilt he felt. At that time, the earldom of Sitterheim was heavily harassed by the southern nobles. Their crops were destroyed, their lands couldn't satisfyingly grow anything, and his people were starved because the crop distribution itself was hindered. After that, Dennis apologized to Duke Kruger and swore his allegiance. It was to protect his people. He has no way to know what kind of terrible things Duke Kruger would rain down on his people if he decides to betray him again this time. That's why Dennis decided to give up. Fine then. I will take all the blame as the mastermind. Thank you, I won't forget the sacrifice you made for the South. Never mind that. How about you just say that this is all for Duke Kruger's sake? He already took control of most of the South and has been acting like king for a while now. Just what is planning to do? That has nothing to do with you. It has. I am being a stepping stone for Duke Kruger after all. Is he planning an uprising? Phoo. My lord doesn't have such a thing in mind. Let's just say that this is all for the throne, shall we? I see. So if push comes to shove, he planned to start a rebellion in the south and put Her Highness Xandra on the throne her. If that's the case, then Duke Kruger will become a close relative of the throne. It's the fifth consort we are talking about. She must have planted Duke Kruger's people there already. Certainly, this is not a usurpation. This is a takeover. At Dennis's bitter analysis, the messenger did not move. This is because something like this is not surprising given the history of the empire. However, an emperor who relies on their relatives like that does not last long. They will eventually lose power and be eaten alive by other nobles after all. What does Duke Kruger think about that? He is the man who has been manipulating the kidnapping organization and incorporates many of the southern nobles into his faction. He must already have thought things like this. But that doesn't matter now. When Dennis has that self-ridiculing thought, a blade suddenly protruded from the messenger's chest. "Go ho." "What? Forgive me, my lord," said a young female knight. To Dennis, this light brown hair that almost seemed orange was not just a simple knight. "Rebecca, what are you trying to do?" "You must not believe his words. They were planning to kill you, my lord." "What? They are going to kill you after you have written a confession letter and handed it to Prince Leonard. Please, you must hurry and escape." Looking around, he saw that there are many knights in the room beside Rebecca. They were the few knights in the mansion who swore their loyalty to the ducal house of Sitterheim. Let's head to Prince Leonard's side and reveal the evil acts of the Duke. He is the prince who never gives up on the victims in the Principality of Albatro. He will definitely help us. Dennis keeps silent for a while after hearing Rebecca's plea. He should be able to escape from this city. But can they really escape? There's no way that the Duke would not be cautious against betrayal at this crucial moment, and he is also aware that Dennis tried to betray him once before. There will definitely be an ambush on his way to join Prince Leonard. Dennis read the situation as such and let out a heavy breath. He then laughed at his own foolishness. "Ha ha ha. What a useless man I am. My lord. Sir Rebecca. I am giving you a mission." Saying so, Dennis steps on the floor at the corner of the room. Doing so, it opened and revealed a letter inside. It was a letter Dennis had written describing all the evil deeds of Duke Kruger and other southern nobles. It was all in his handwriting with a special magical blood stamp used in writing important contracts. The presence of this stamp will increase the letter's credibility. Take this letter and head to the imperial capital. No. Are you saying that I should escape alone? You are the daughter of my best friend. For me who has no children, you are like a daughter. That's why I am entrusting this to you. Please head to the imperial capital and hand this to the emperor. No. Please let me stay with you. You can't. You are still young. This is no place for you to throw your life away. Saying so, Dennis picks up the sword lying against the wall. Seeing him, Rebecca realized that Dennis was planning to die. It has been over 10 years since her parents passed away when she was young, and the lord who has been acting as her new parent is now about to die. Rebecca couldn't accept that. "I will fight too. I will repay you for raising me. I didn't raise you so that you could die. Live on. Please grant this miserable wish of mine." "No, I won't. At least please run away together with me, my lord." I have abandoned many children. I don't think I can live with that any longer. Of course, this will not be an honorable death. There is no longer honor left in this house anymore. But, at the very least, I have to fulfill my duty as a noble. Saying so, Dennis looks over his knights except for Rebecca. Their faces are determined. Originally, they were prepared to give their lives in order to let their lord escape. However, if the Lord himself said that he has one last thing to do, then no one among them is going to stop him. What duty of a noble? Is it your duty to die? Wrong. It is to save. All the children who were kidnapped in the south will at some point be gathered here once. It was to determine their value. There are still many children left in the mansion. I cannot escape by myself now, can I? But I am your knight as well. The mission of a knight is to obey their lord's order. I won't allow you to be selfish any longer. Go. Sir Rebecca. His voice was firm like never before. Receiving her order, Rebecca sheds her tears while kneeling down and accepts the letter. Then, footsteps can be heard from outside. Dennis, who heard it, give out his last order. Use the window to get out. While we are fighting, spread the words that there's a rebellion and use the confusion to run to the capital. Yes. Receiving her order, Rebecca stand by waiting at the window. Dennis kicked open the door and began to engage with Duke Kruger's knights, who were taken by surprise. With his back burned to her eyes, Rebecca jumped out of the window. Then, it's a rebellion. There are rebels at the Lord's mansion. Everyone, run away. Leaving the mansion, Rebecca screamed at the top of her lungs and began her long journey to the imperial capital. Section WOH. Dennis cut down one knight after another. He has finally reached the basement of his mansion. There were a lot of knights who swore their loyalty toward him more than he thought, and they are now furiously fighting against Duke Kruger's knights, who haughtily walk around the mansion like they own the place. Hi. Get out of my way. The slave merchant who fell on his butt was decapitated by Dennis without any hesitation. They were merchants associated with the Kruger house who were there to determine the value of the slave children. Dennis doesn't have any compassion for them. After that, Dennis and a small number of knights accompanying him arrived at the prison where the children are being held. Dozens of children were collared and put inside the dimly lit prison. After seeing the unsanitary prison cell and how thin the children have become, Dennis thought to himself that he should have done this sooner. It's okay. I came to save you. Dennis then took the key from the corpse of the guard and opened the cell. However, the children did not try to move as if they were solidified. Seeing that, Dennis sheathed his sword and slowly entered the cell. It's all right. I will get you out of here. Really? One girl mutters. She is around 10 years old with odd eyes of red and blue irises. Guessing that she is a child from the immigrant village, Dennis bites his lips. Yeah, really. I can return to the village? Yes, you can. I can meet Lino Nietzschen? Yes, you can. There's a gentle prince called Prince Leonard coming to rescue you. He will definitely take care of you. Saying so, Dennis slowly approaches the girl. He then gently embraced the dirty girl. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to go home. I want to go back. Stroking the hair of the sobbing girl, Dennis nods. Dennis looks over and tells the other children. Everyone, I will get you home. I swear. Smiles appear on the children's faces with his words. However, I won't let you do that. Go ho. A man in black appeared behind him and pierced Dennis's chest. Dennis coughs up blood and squeezes his power to pull out his sword and slash at the man. However, his attack did not hit. This man was the instructor who trained talented children into an assassin. He's not an enemy he can defeat with superficial swordsmanship. Not to mention his pierced chest, it is clear that he is now at death's door. Still, Dennis did not give up. He didn't have any right to. Even so, there was a wall called real ability that he wouldn't be able to overcome no matter how determined he is. Dennis rushes at the man in desperation. Whoa, how unsightly. The instructor cut off Dennis' head as he lunged past him. His neck fluttered through the air, rolling underneath the feet of the girl with odd eyes. Seeing the head of the man who said he came to save her, for a moment, the girl did not know what just happened. However, The moment her eyes met with Dennis's, her faint hope was shattered and fear and despair took over her heart. No. The cry of the girl was loud and echoed through the place. At the same time, the girl's eyes glow and the prison was then wrapped in something black. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 11. Each Other's Feelings. Chapter 74. Duel of Determinations. 3 days have passed since Anu came to the mansion. Today is the day that she would head back. Originally, she was here because she was accompanying the new recruits in their drill. Before she heads back, we have been preparing something. And finally, yesterday night, a messenger arrived and notified her that they would be returning tomorrow morning. It's time for the duel. How is it? Am I good with this? You look fine. Let's bravely show her your skill. That's right. At the mansion's courtyard, Jürgen was preparing his halberd. Of course, it was a practice one, but he will be using it in his fight. His opponent is, of course, Anu. We are challenging her to a duel today and make her prove that Jürgen has the minimum amount of skill to court her. That was our aim. Judging from the previous conversation, Anu doesn't dislike you. Rather, she took quite a liking to you. With that being the case, you only need to show her your power. I encourage Jürgen. The emperor is also involved in this case. Whether the marriage will happen or not depends on the result of this duel. However, if he fails here, Jürgen will let this important chance slip away. Perhaps that was on his mind. He is visibly nervous. He has been trying so hard after all. Even I want him to succeed. Rather, if he doesn't, then I will be troubled. Concluding Anu's marriage will make it easier for me to reel her in as our supporter. Even like this, I am still a cooperator in this succession war. Since I am not the directly concerned party, it's easy to use my father. I do feel sorry that it might make things troublesome for him, but I have to use it to my advantage here. I have to earn my father's trust somehow. With that, I and Jürgen have a shared goal. You don't have to win. She will surely approve of you if you show her your power. Yes. She is that kind of person after all. When Jürgen says that, footsteps can be heard from the entrance. The person who appeared with those well-regulated footsteps was Anu. Anu sighed as she saw Jürgen holding his halberd in the middle of the courtyard. I thought you would do this since you didn't come to see me off, but... Again. Yes, again. Your Highness. You really never learn. Saying so, Anu receives a practice sword the butler prepared for her. She swings it a few times to check how it feels and ready herself. Come. Show me the result of your effort. Yes. It was as if they were an instructor and a student. Thinking that one side is proposing marriage while the other side is turning it down, it made me a little tired. This pair of man and woman in their 20s shows no shred of romance. However, since their spark could be hidden anywhere, my job is to light the flame myself. Then please start at my signal. If Duke Rainfeld gets a hit in, it will be his victory. Is that all right with you, Anu? I don't mind. Well, I don't think it is possible for him though. It isn't good for Her Excellency the Marshal to be careless against her opponent, isn't it? Jürgen shows his unusual provoking smile. I advised him to provoke her because the gap between their skills is hard to make up for. Jürgen was reluctant to do this at first, but I convinced him of this strategy. And it worked brilliantly. Cool. That's quite a thing for you to say, isn't it? To use the word careless against me, it seems you have quite a confidence, Her. It's not confidence. This is simply a reasonable judgment, Your Excellency. Good. If you say that I am careless, then prove it. I will fight you with only my non-dominant hand as well. Saying so, Anu switches the sword to her left hand and puts her right hand behind her back. At that moment, I did a gut pose. It's my sister who hates losing. I thought that if we provoked her, she would give us some kind of handicap. No matter how strong she is, fighting with one hand will slow her down even if it's only a little. It is even better for us since she doesn't use her dominant hand. The difference in skill between Jürgen and my sister is hard to bridge, but this will significantly improve the chance of Jürgen landing a hit on her. If that's the case, then it will be easier for Anu to approve of Jürgen. If he could give her a hard fight, She will have no choice but to approve of him. She is not a narrow-minded person who would blame it on the handicap she proposed herself. Well, she still doesn't give me her sweets though. Anu. Let me confirm this first, but if Duke Rainfeld manages to deliver a convincing blow, of course, I will approve of him. If he has grown that much as a man, then I don't mind becoming his wife. She accepted the condition. I reply to her that I understand and put my right arm between them. Checking that both of them are ready, I give them the signal. Begin. Wohh. Jürgen goes at her with full force from the start. Anu doesn't avoid it and takes it on. Moreover, with her non-dominant hand and lighter sword. It was a loud crash. Jürgen's halberd was brilliantly stopped by Anu. What? You only amount to this much? No way. I thought that you would receive it. You are not a person who would avoid it after all. Saying so, Jürgen inserts more power into his arms. Even if it's Anu, if it's a competition of strength, then it would be bad for her. Using his whole body, Jürgen pushes his attack on her even further, fully utilizing his weight. Me. This one is Ul's suggestion, right? This one seems quite tactical after all. What do you think? Are you intending to push on? But remember this. The moment of an attack is the moment you are most vulnerable. Saying so, using the moment the push got weaker, Anu turned her body. With no one supporting the weight of his attack, Jürgen's halberd falls straight down to the ground. Performing a splendid rotation, Anu uses the momentum to strike back at Jürgen. This is bad. When I thought that, there was another loud crash. Looking at it, Jürgen used the handle of his halberd to block Anu's attack. Pooh! I did not choose this weapon because of its weight alone. You grow up quite a bit, her. But are you already satisfied with receiving this level of attack? The two take distance from each other. Jürgen then slowly spinning his halberd. He must be thinking about pushing through her defense with a single blow using the centrifugal force. Perhaps she is beware of that. Anu doesn't enter into Jürgen's range. However, Jürgen does not allow her to do that and starts cornering her. You are spinning it quite skillfully, her. I myself become heavier, so this is much easier for me now. You really are funny. Do you want me to be your wife that much? I wouldn't dare. I simply want to remain by your side. Isn't that the same thing? Unfortunately, there's a big difference there. If you do not understand that much, then it seems your highness still has a lot to learn as well, aren't you? Ooh, what a cheap provocation. Saying so, Anu stopped backing away. She plans to accept Jürgen's challenge head-on. Seriously, she's still putting herself at a disadvantage when her own future is at stake. If she is commanding the army as its marshal, then she wouldn't do this, but this is her personal battle. That's why Anu sticks with her feelings. I know my sister well, so this is as expected. Ha! Jürgen closes the gap between him while continuing to spin his halberd. He then skillfully controlled its rotation and put his halberd into a thrusting position. His good. She should be taken by surprise with that. That was what I was thinking, but... naive. Anu thrust her sword out and intercepted the halberd before it could gain momentum. The tip of the halberd was met with the tip of her sword. It was masterful. But how did she read that it was a thrust? She should be aware of how much power the halberd owns, and Jürgen picked it as his weapon because of its power in the first place. Since Anu is also aware of that, she should be expecting a slash instead of a thrust. How? Temph, cat got your tongue, her. No way. You simply thrust out. I won't do something that stupid. I just read your move. And you are a romanticist after all. If you are going to thrust at me, your attack is going to be light. As you know my personality, I also know yours. Cool. Jürgen once again widens the distance. However, you can tell by his expression that earlier move was his secret plan, his trump card. And now it has been sealed. There's no hand left for him to play. That's all, her. It's my win again, Jürgen. Yes. It's my loss. Jürgen admits he loses. Anu smiles at Jürgen and starts boasting. Well, that wasn't bad. Then do you approve? That's a different story. He didn't deliver a blow that would convince me after all. No marriage for you, Jürgen. Anu cruelly said so. Jürgen was stunned as he heard those words. Anu, just what do you dislike about him? What's this? Aren't you quite supportive of him? I am. He put in that much effort, so please don't treat him like that. I can tell that you like him. If there is a reason, then please tell us. Pushing him around like this only makes the Duke seem pitiful, right? To my appeal, Anu thought a little and make a lonely smile. Her smile was one that I have never seen before. Then Anu makes a small nod. That's true. Jürgen. Listen well. Yes. Don't get involved with me anymore. You are annoying. Something impossible just came out of her mouth. For a moment, I doubt my ears. What did this person say just now? Jürgen also seems surprised. However, is that so? I was annoying. Yeah. I'm deeply sorry. I will stop applying for your hand in marriage from now on. Saying so, Jürgen deeply lowers his head. For a moment, he bitterly looked at Anu, but that look soon dissipated. It was because of the bitter expression on Anu's face that he never saw before. Then I will be excusing myself here. I'll take care of Jürgen for me. Ha! Wait. Anu. Looking at Anu's melancholy back, I started walking after her. Looking back, Jürgen is on his knees. What is this situation? Who should I be taking care of now? While thinking that if only Leo is here, I weigh between the two of them. Then I chose to follow Anu. The reason is that I thought that she must have some reason for that. She wouldn't have such an expression on her face if he truly finds him annoying after all. Chapter 75. Mistake 3 years ago. Anu. Anu. What? You still have something to say? Anu grumpily reply. Her voice, expression, bearing, everything screamed, don't get close to me now. She is clearly in a bad mood. Normally, I wouldn't approach her when she's like this either. But this time is an exception. Yes, there's a lot I want to say to you. You haven't even cleared up anything yet either. I already refused Jürgen once and for all, like you told me to, right? What are you dissatisfied with now? I have no problem if you were being honest. But you weren't, right? What are you saying? I was being completely honest. You really are a bad liar, you know. From the expression on her face, there's no way she was being honest. Rather, she looked like she regretted it instead. How about we talk while we walk? I have something I wanted to ask you. I don't feel like it. Is that so? Actually, Krista just found herself a male friend, you see. What? What kind of man is he? Is he competent? How old? That was a lie. For a moment, Anu's face turned blank. Then, I see. It seems you want to take my lesson after a long time, right? It's just a joke. A joke. But if you couldn't tell that was a lie, then there's a lot of things you still don't know yet, right? Stopping my sister's hand from reaching the sword on her belt, I bitterly smile. Anu thought for a while and then exhaled. Only a short while, all right. That will depend on you, Anu. Let's walk together then. I say so and start walking next to her. Anu stays silent all the time. As I thought, I have to create an atmosphere where she can talk to me. I have a lot of things I am curious about. Narrow it to one. All right. Only one then. What happened between you and Leo 3 years ago? She probably doesn't expect that question. Anu opens her eyes wide. She then averted them away from me. You said you will answer one question, right? It's not related to this. Probably. You haven't visited the capital too often since then, right? We have only exchanged letters since then too. From my point of view, it looked like you were trying to avoid people you know. Anu looked at me annoyingly and looked up at the sky. Then, 3 years ago, at the Crown Prince's funeral, I tried to do something and Leo stopped me. What were you trying to do? I was going to kill Susan. That's certainly like what Anu would do. And stopping her was also what Leo would do. So something like that happened. He also has his own secret her. She was both involved with the death of my mother and the Crown Prince. I was convinced that I have to get rid of her before a calamity befalls the Empire. But Leo stood in front of me. Even so, I wanted to kill that woman. I thought that I could never forgive her. That's why I try to get past him with brute force, but Leo didn't give up. No matter how many times I beat him down, he told me that I was wrong and stood in my way. That's very like him. Leo said that justice should be done by the law. But the law is powerless. Anu was killed, but there was no evidence of murder. That's why I have no choice but to kill her myself. That's what I thought. That's why I was trying to make him faint. But he didn't. Even after I beat him over and over and over. Come to think of it, he locked himself up in his room for a while after the Crown Prince's funeral. I thought that he was in shock, but maybe he was just hiding his beat-up self. Despite all that, Leo didn't back down. He said that I was wrong and that Anu wouldn't want this. Still, 2 of the imperial family members are dead. I just couldn't shut up and take it, so I told him to stop talking about his ideal. I asked him if he understands the feeling of losing their own mother and the brother you have sworn to support. Whether he understands the feeling of those left behind. Then he asked me, what would happen to Krista if I am gone? My other family members? The Empire? What Anu was trying to protect? He said what I was trying to do was only throwing away my responsibility and running away. So how did you reply to Leo? Liza Anu turns her sight from the sky down to the ground. Her expression was very sad. This is my first time seeing her making such a face. I couldn't say anything. I realized that blood got to my head. And before I noticed, I just couldn't stand being there anymore. I have no right to face the tattered Leo back then. That's why I returned to the border like I was running away from him. I see. You can't forgive yourself, so you stop yourself from meeting more people. Yeah. I couldn't forgive myself. I was scared. If Leo didn't stop me, I would have done something stupid. I was scared of myself. I stopped making friends after that. I turned down anyone who attempted to get close to me. Still, I couldn't abandon you, Krista. And Jürgen. At first, I thought Jürgen was annoying because how he relentlessly came at me, but I was grateful for him. Before we noticed, we were climbing up a hill near the mansion. Anu silently climbed it until she reached the top, then she just sat there at the bench on top of that hill. That figure of her was like a different person from my pushy elder sister. I will only marry someone who can die together with me. Those words were the cornerstone for all this, right? If I am left behind, I don't know what I would do. That being said, I don't want to make someone else feel that pain either. I am a soldier. I have already prepared for my death. But I can't accept the death of someone who is not a soldier. That's why you kicked Duke Rainfeld out of the army, right? Jürgen is excellent. I can leave him to manage the troops, or I could have him be my chief of staff. But he can't die together with me. I couldn't let him feel the pain I felt. But you still can't cut ties with him. He is your closest friend, isn't he? I don't know how he thinks, but from my point of view, he is an old friend. But like you said, I shouldn't be binding him with me. I was spoiled by him. That's why she said that she was clumsy, or how should I put this? Perhaps her time has stopped since that day 3 years ago. She turned her mind away from everything and only focused on her duty as a soldier. I can't blame her. Anu was the one who was the closest to the Crown Prince. She was watching him, supporting him. Like I am with Leo. If Leo is gone, I wonder what would I do? This is difficult. I will probably act the same way as Anu. But what would I do if someone stopped me? Anu has been living with feelings that have nowhere to go. I can't say that I understand Anu's feelings. I haven't lost anyone after all. The Crown Prince was someone I looked up to, but our relationship as a family was shallow. I only have my mother and little brother. No one important to me has been taken away. But I have something that I can say. What is it? I think of you as a family. Krista too, mother too, Leo's probably too. That's why the life you lived makes me sad. I don't think you will be able to find happiness if you keep living like this. I am not looking for happiness. The happy ideal I drew, it was already shattered 3 years ago. Leo will make a happier deal for you. That's why please look toward the future too, Anu. There was no persuasive power behind those words. It was only an advertisement that Leo, who just entered the succession war, will be able to make a better ideal than the late crown prince. Leo is often compared to the crown prince, and he himself is trying to be like him. However, no one ever says that he was comparable to the crown prince. The current Leo is like an inferior version of him. But I will make up for what Leo is missing. We can surpass even our elder brother. We will show you something much better than the ideal future you drew with him. That's why please try to see it. You have grown. The ideal I drew together with Anu was much grander than you think you know. That's how I want it. Saying so, I stare into Anu's eyes. Her eyes are different from usual. They were peaceful. It really is a strange feeling to see my little brother grow up. Is that so? Then you might even feel strange if you saw Leo now, you know. That guy also grew up after all. Everyone has grown since the crown prince passed away. Duke Rainfeld as well. There's no way that was a good ending for a man who has been striving to be a man suitable for you. I don't mind if you don't want to marry him, but you don't hate him, right? I guess. He is a man who works hard for my sake. I think I like him quite a bit. Of course, I don't see him as a member of the opposite sex though. Then let's tell that to him. It would be wasteful to break ties with him after all. That's true, but Anu seems nervous. Don't tell me. It's awkward for you, isn't it? Oh, of course, it's going to be awkward. I just said that to him, right? What should I say if I meet him now? It's fine, isn't it? If you properly being honest with him, I'm sure that person wouldn't mind it at all. But I do. I can't fix this on my own. You have to talk with him and told him what I say. That's the best method. You really are a troublesome person. What are you saying? If you are my little brother, then you should put in the effort to help your sister here. Since you lent your hand to Jürgen, I won't let you say no to me now, alright? I should be helping Jürgen with his proposal, but how did it come to this? If it's Jürgen, then if Anu just said, sorry, I said too much, then he would break down with tears of joy in no time. But it seems her pride won't allow her to say that her. As I thought, she really is a troublesome person. Well, even if it's just a little, it's good that Anu has returned to herself. Let's do this slowly. Nothing good comes from rushing things after all. While I was thinking so, someone came up on the hill. NN. Aren't you the butler of Duke Rainfeld? I finally found you. There's a report coming for both of you, Your Highness. There was a purple signal fire rising from the south. It seems that something is happening there that will threaten the whole empire. Purple signal fire is signifying the highest level of emergency. Once you lit it up, it will be relayed to the imperial capital via relay stations installed in various places. It was the signal that was used when the crown prince passed away on the battlefield 3 years ago. And now that signal has risen from the south. Leo, I involuntarily looked to the south. It was the same as that day. It seems that the turning point of fate always comes when you are least prepared. Together with Anu, we started running out at the same time. Chapter 76. Path of Light. Where's Jürgen? Returning to the mansion, that was the first thing Anu asked. Jürgen, who should have been at the mansion, was absent. The Duke has already led the knights out to answer the emergency. He already left. As expected of him, his response was really fast. But it was too fast. It means that he left with only the knights that were already ready to deploy. Call him back immediately. We still don't know what happened in the south, you know. Why did he leave without confirming that first? We tried to stop him, but the Duke said that he is going to pave the way for you, Your Highness. Paving the way? Just what is he going to do? The Duke said that he is going to get rid of the monsters on your path. I see. Then it's understandable why he only led out the available knights. But it is still dangerous. The route from this place to the south is quite difficult to travel after all. Not to mention that it is far away, the south is dense with forests. Since the path is an unpaved road, monsters often appear from the forests. Anu, what about the unit that was undergoing the drill? We can't use the recruits. The only one I can use here would be the cavalry regiment I brought along as the exercise partner. A regiment consists of 5 companies. One company is about 200 men, so the cavalry regiment should consist of 1,000 cavalries. Well, it might not be that exact number because we have to count on the injured and the vacant positions, but their number should be near 1,000. Only one regiment. We don't have enough men, do we? It's a lot considering that we can assemble them in a hurry, but their number is not enough to face this kind of emergency. Purple signal fire is a big matter in this nation. The one who ordered it to be lit was probably Leo. At present, only the generals at the southern border or Leo, who is the imperial inspector, has that kind of authority. That signal fire was that big of a deal. I don't know if that's reassuring or not, but that was a signal fire that will be lit in case of Leo's death. If there's an even more emergency event than that happening in the south, then the situation there is that much more dangerous. At best we only have enough men for reconnaissance, right? Even so, it is necessary for us to ascertain the situation. Depending on what's happening over there, we might have to move the southern army. Anyway, we have no choice but to go to the scene ourselves. Anu was overflowing with determination when she said that. This is my sister, the imperial marshal. Now, what should I do? It's easy for me to go to the south with transfer magic. I can even bring Anu along with me. However, it's impossible to designate an accurate transfer point. I don't know what or where the emergency is happening. Is it originating from Linfia's village or somewhere else? The place might not have any significant landmarks as well. At worst, I might have to consider revealing my identity as Silver and carry Anu along with the entire cavalry regiment to the south. That is the kind of situation we are in right now. However, if I carry 1,000 people to the south, it will take a lot of my magic power. It's different from going there alone. In any case, if I have to make a transfer gate, I want a more accurate destination. Anyway, we have to wait for the regiment to arrive first, right? Yeah. As she replied, Anu's face was full of worry. Section. Your Excellency, the 7th Cavalry Regiment has arrived. Good work, regiment leader. With the regiment leader put his hand on his head, performing a salute. Seeing that Anu also salute back in return. Looking at her like this, it really made me think that she is really a soldier. What about the recruits? They are on standby at the training ground. I sent a messenger to the eastern border, but before the messenger arrived, they should have already sent out the reinforcement. Let's hurry and head to the site now. The Imperial Army usually concentrates its force on the border. Of course, they have men stationed at the central part of the country as well, but each of the lord has their own knights in their territory while the imperial capital is being guarded by the Imperial Knight Order. That's why the Imperial Army is basically there to combat the foreign threat. The eastern and western borders are stationed by elite troops in which the Marshal has full control over. If there is something happening at the other borders, they have enough capability to send in reinforcements. They probably had countless training to prepare for such a situation. In the past, while visiting the northern front, the prince was accidentally caught in a battle and died while taking command. Anu regretted that she couldn't get to his side in time. It was because of that lesson that the speed of deployment of the eastern border has been significantly improved. However, considering the time, I don't think that we can march at full speed. There's no other way. We have to go as fast as we can. The outside is already dim. It will keep getting darker and darker from now on. Marching at night is dangerous. They can try to take a shortcut through the forest, but many monsters will be active at night. A detour can be avoided, but it will still take time to get through. I consider my options. Should I reveal that Silver is here and transfer them to the place? But if we transfer right into a southern city, there will be a problem with the local lord, and if we land far away from the scene, we will still have to do a night march. As I was wondering what to do, the Duke's butler ran up to us with ragged breath. What happened? No. Ha. The preparation is completed, so I have come to inform you, Your Highness. Preparation? What of? You haven't heard? The butler has an unbelievable expression on his face as he stares at Anu. Anu had a suspicious look on her face, but the butler immediately returned to normal. That's very like the Duke. Please, this way. Saying so, the butler guides us upstairs. There, we saw an unbelievable scene. This is a road. There is a glowing road leading to the south. It continues on and on. 3 years ago, the Duke cooperated with the lords in the surrounding area to create this weg path of light. It is still under construction, but it will extend toward both the north and the south. Once it is finished, it will be a road that directly connects both borders together. Why did he? His reason on the surface is to secure a transportation route for the merchants, but his real aim was to allow Anu to be able to quickly head to both the southern and northern border, right? The butler nods quietly. That day 3 years ago. The thought that, if only there is such a road, must have come to Jürgen's mind, so that when such incidents happen again, he can prevent Anu from having any more regret. What a guy! Your Excellency, if we use this path we can march to the south at full speed. Is that so? Begin preparation immediately. Anu gave her command and the regiment leader started running. Seeing that, the butler quietly leaves. For a while, Anu looks at the path of light and mutters, "He really is an idiot. Don't you think so too?" Oh, yes. Duke Rainfeld is already plenty rich. Once this road is completed, the ones who will benefit more from it will be the surrounding lords after all. Of course, Duke Rainfeld will benefit from it as well, but considering its large-scale construction, it will have quite a big negative effect on him. This will surely take years to recover his loss. The lords around here are not very influential. Most of the construction cost probably came out of Jürgen's pocket. Why? Why did he go this far? I wonder. Even I don't know. How about you ask the person himself? That was a lie. The answer is obvious. I love you. He simply kept himself true to those words, so that the one he loves doesn't have any more regrets. 3 years ago, Jürgen may have felt the change in Anu. No, it might be him who felt it the most. Oh. What is it? What should I do? I don't know that either. But I think Anu should behave more like yourself, you know. If you accept his proposal simply because you felt guilty toward him, then the Duke will probably be quite disappointed, you know. He would say, "I didn't fall in love with this kind of person," or something like that. What a troublesome guy. Right. I think he is one of the 3 most troublesome people in the Empire. He did all this and never say a single word to you after all. There are a lot of people who would say that they have already done this much, so you must marry them, you know. I did this for you, so marry me. That was simply not how he thinks. He did not do it to get something in return. Not for himself, but for the person he loves. When he said that he wants to be true to his love, I thought that his feeling was super heavy, but now I understand. When he can go this far for her, I wanted to praise him instead. He is a frighteningly straightforward person. How about not feeling sorry for him and just start from thinking that wouldn't it be nice to marry this person? Isn't that a good enough start? No. No matter how far he goes, Jürgen is still a good friend of mine. Is that so? Well, it's Anu's problem, so I think that you should be the one who decides how you want this, but... I turn back and silently walk away. It's about time the cavalry regiment is ready after all. While I was looking at them, Anu followed after me. But what? You curious? Of course, just say it already. Well, I just thought that it would be nice to call him my brother-in-law. I couldn't accept anyone as my brother-in-law unless he can do this much after all. Phoo. Is that so? Anu lightly smiles at my words. Her blue mantle fluttered as she quickened her pace. Her appearance was dignified and full of determination. That's the figure of my sister I used to. Let's go, Leo is waiting. Yes. Thus, Anu and I went straight to the south. Chapter 77. Reason for trying. I and Anu, along with the cavalry regiment, marched at full speed toward the south. We marched all night, but we still couldn't catch up with Jürgen. The path of light was constructed by fixing special glowing stones on poles along the road. They will appear as normal stones in the daytime and start glowing at night. These stones are not particularly expensive. A child can even find one on a mountain. However, the ridiculous thing here is its sheer amount of number. I heard that it is still unfinished, but how far will this road going to extend? To think that he was able to do this much without any help from the Empire. Jürgen has many ties with the merchants after all. He was also in a cooperative relationship with Eric until recently as well. That should help him quite a lot. What a scary person. He even made use of Eric. But as a duke, he still isn't considered to be involved in the succession war. Certainly, he has connections with merchants under Eric. He must have chosen Eric's faction because it is the most prominent one. However, that might not be his main reason. Gordon is not hostile to me so far, but if I show a sign that I want to become a candidate myself, he will surely get in conflict with me. I shouldn't have to say anything about Xandra at this point. That's why Jürgen chose to contact Eric. The person himself told me this, so there's no doubt about that. He always gives his priority to Anu, isn't he? I only told him to do what he likes. It's not like I'm asking him to do anything. Anu mutters as she rides on her horse. Her face looks a little displeased. It seems she doesn't like him making her worried like this. Anu must also understand his aim and went along with it. This road will greatly benefit the Empire once it finishes after all. Jürgen is meticulous after all. He will probably sell it to the country to make some profit later. That sounds like him. Even if his stance is one that prioritizes Anu's benefit, he will still take everything he can. He must have several plans in the work already as well. As I thought, he's a scary person. We were saved because he fell in love with you, Anu. What do you mean? If he didn't fall in love with you, he would have objectively looked at the situation and joined the succession war based on that. He will surely become quite a troublesome opponent. He has money and connections everywhere. It would surely be a headache if we have him as our enemy. Yeah, Jürgen is certainly excellent. He would be quite a troublesome opponent if he became an enemy. It would be disastrous if he fell in love with Xandra, don't you think? Don't look down on Jürgen. Even if he's like that, he's still the man who fell in love with me, alright? There's no way that he would be deceived by the likes of Xandra. For some reason, her tone was slightly angry. With my eyes round, I turned my eyes to the regiment leader running slightly behind us. He smiled and gave me a small nod. So this is that her. Anu. What? Never mind. Saying it out loud would still be useless after all. Did you just speak fondly of him without knowing? I was about to say that, but I swallowed it down. She would just deny it after all. Well, she didn't look like it on the surface, but it's true that Anu has acknowledged Jürgen. While having that thought, there is a light flickering in front of us. Soldiers over there. We have prepared food for you. Please have them on your way. Saying so, the villagers hand portable food packages to the soldiers. Anu and I stopped there, but the regiment leader took one and immediately set off. Excuse me, who told you to do this? What? Ni-san, haven't you heard? Said the old woman as she handed me water and portable food. Then, it's the Duke, you know. He said that there will be soldiers following behind him, so he asked us to prepare food for them when they get here. When he constructed this road, he went out of his way and made this space for us, you know. He asked us to make something that the soldier can eat while they march. I see. Hey, Ms. Beauty over there, have some too. Saying so, the old woman pushes the portable food onto Anu. Anu obediently receives it and looks around. The cavalry regiment has been marching all night, so they were tired. However, their expression looks better now that they receive food and kind words from the villagers. It's because of Jürgen's consideration. I gladly accept it. How much do I owe you? Don't worry about that. The Duke gives money to the village every month. He won't listen when we tell him that we don't need that much money either. He only told us to take good care of people who travel on this road. Still, you guys are the first group of people we saw, you know. You are following after Duke Sama, right? If you catch up to him, please thank him for us, all right? I see. Understood. I will definitely tell him that. Saying so, Anu got up on her horse and took off. As I follow her, I open the bag containing the food. There was a cookie inside. Anu loves her sweets after all. Shut up. All soldiers are more or less like the sweets, all right? You can't find it at the front line after all. This should energize them quite well. What about you, Anu? Don't be stupid. I'm not tired from the start. Saying so, Anu gradually raises the speed of her horse. It's Yugen we are talking about. He must have made places for the horses to rest along the way as well. I see. He really loves my sister her. Saying so, I followed after her. Section. Noon of the next day. The fatigue of the regiment is about to reach their limit. The path of light was over, and a little earlier they have found recently defeated monsters' carcasses. This one is still new. We are already closer. The closer we are to Yugen, the more monsters it will be. When constructing this road, he must have someone exterminate the monsters along the path already. In the first place, monsters won't approach strange sources of light like this road since they are very cautious. He should already have other countermeasures in place as well. However, the completed path has already stopped. Still, we have already arrived in the south. We don't know where exactly Leo is, but it is only a matter of time before we meet up with him. I was thinking about that when I heard the sound of battle a little ahead. It seems to be Duke Reinfeld's group. Yeah, that's cold. Her expression hasn't changed, but she quickened her pace by kicking the horse's side. She must be quite worried. My lord, we can't hold them much longer. Those who are injured fall back. The voice that I got used to recently echoes. Looking at the source of that voice, Yugen and his men are facing a big bear-shaped monster a distance away from the road. Double-headed bear. An A-rank monster. However, one of its signature characteristic twin heads was already crushed. Still, it seems that it is going on a rampage. There are several small monsters around them as well. Yugen and his knights who have defeated monsters along the way here are struggling with this group of monsters as their movements are sluggish from their fatigue. The double-headed bear uses its claws to attack Yugen. Yugen defended against it with his halberd, but he was sent flying. Yugen. Without realizing, Anu called out his name. She then tried to run toward him, but once Yugen stood up and saw her, he shouted back. There's no need to help me. Please go on ahead. Don't be unreasonable. Leave the rest to my subordinates. If you still have energy left, then please use it at the south. Please leave this place to us. That being said, there are only a few knights around Yugen. Perhaps he wanted to lessen our burden, so he split up his group to cover more areas. Anu ignores Yugen's words and tries to order her subordinates to defeat the bear for him, but Yugen stops her with his ogre-like stare. Please do not underestimate us. I and my knights are at least good enough to pave the way for you. Enough already. You have already done enough. Please don't mind us and go on ahead. Why did you come all this way? You are here because something is happening in the south, aren't you? There are people waiting for you there. Please hurry up and go. Saying so, Yugen charges toward the double-headed bear and seals its movement. Seeing that, the regiment leader ordered his men to advance. Regiment leader, please forgive me. It is as the Duke says. We have to hurry. Saying so, the regiment leader excuses himself and hurries to the front. Still, Anu doesn't move. Yugen, why did you go that far? You already did enough. You have already done enough to support me. You don't have to go that far anymore. You are not the type to be fighting like this. That must have been the question she had for a long time. In reply to that, Yugen gets into a competition of power with the bear. It's simple. I just want to look good. It was a blunt reply. However, that might just be what Yugen would do. Yugen is certainly a merchant type. He doesn't need to go out of his way to the front and fight the monsters himself. This might be his own foolishness. But I just want to look cool in front of the person I love. I want to look like a dependable man in front of you. Is there any other reason why a man would train his body? What's with that? A man is such a creature. It doesn't matter if it's stupid. I just train myself to look cool in front of you. Yugen shouts and pushes the double-headed bear back. The bear was getting afraid of the sudden burst in Yugen's power. Yugen did not miss that chance and splendidly sent the bear's remaining head flying with his halberd. Yeah, the Duke did it. Charges. Ha. Wohh. The knights revive as Yugen raises his halberd up and shouts in a loud voice. I lightly glanced at my sister and she still looked worried. Good. It seems she hasn't noticed. It might be unnecessary, but I did help him a little bit. I deployed a fatigue recovery barrier for them, but that's it. It's still a mystery how Jürgen pushed back that bear, as the barrier doesn't enhance his strength. At best he would have the same amount of strength he originally has. Right now, if someone were to say that it was a power of love, I would surely believe him. He looks all right, isn't he? Ha! I will stay with him. If I am with him, then won't he be able to push himself anymore, so please don't worry about him. Are you sure? I am already tired, and when I think about it, I wouldn't be able to do anything even if I'm there with you after all. Please take care of Leo for me. I see. Understood. Leave Leo to me. And don't push yourself down too much. You have been able to follow our forced march so far, haven't you? You have grown up well, both in mind and body. I will leave Jürgen in your care, all right? Please leave him to me. He's my future brother-in-law after all. I haven't decided that yet. Really? I thought that he looked very cool earlier though. Don't look down on him. If it's Jürgen, then he should be able to do that much already. Saying, Anu runs off with her horse. When her figure disappeared, Jürgen and his knights also finished with the monsters as well. However, maybe it was because I removed the barrier, everyone fell down to their knees. Now, let's take them back to a safe place. These people really are hard to take care of. Muttering such a thing, I drive my horse toward Jürgen. Chapter 78. Black Sphere. Leo's point of view. Protect the fleeing people. Don't let them chase the civilians. Leo uses all his voice to give out his command. Leo was heading to Bassau when he noticed a giant black sphere emerging above the city. After seeing that anomaly, Leo immediately began preparing for combat and ordered the emergency purple signal fire to be lit. He immediately understood that the sphere was an anomaly and intuitively know that it is dangerous. It was something he has never seen before. At the same time, how it appeared was also beyond his understanding. The only grace here would be that he could prevent his Imperial Knights from doing anything rash and immediately raised the purple signal fire. Coup. Leo swings his sword as he rides on his horse. The thing he swung his sword at was a monster made of bones. It was a lower-class monster called skeleton. It is a rare type of monster called undead which wouldn't appear under normal circumstances. Leo crushed its weak point at its chest area, but it is like dripping water on a hot stone. Skeletons are pouring out from Bassau as though water overflowing from a cup. From what he saw, their number is not just a few hundreds. Right now the people of Bassau are fleeing from that skeleton army. Your Highness Leonard, please fall back. Saying so, the Imperial Knights cut down the skeletons around Leo. However, no matter how much they cut down, more still come at them. They will keep coming. Let's retreat for now. No, we have to stop them here. Are you sane, Your Highness? The knight screams at Leo's decision. There are only Leo and the Imperial Knights who are acting as his guard here. Other than that, there are only Linfia, Abel and his party members. Counting all of them, it is doubtful whether their number reaches 20 or not. Stopping hundreds of skeletons is impossible for them no matter how you look at it. If we fall back here, they will get to the fleeing civilians. We can't retreat. The front line must be established here. Then please at least fall back by yourself, Your Highness. I will not. Do you have anything else to say? Leo asks as he cut down another skeleton. It's easy to retreat, but doing so would put the people he wants to protect at risk. He can't endanger the people just to save himself. Right now Leo is not an emperor. He may consider retreating if he has to consider the impact he will have on the empire. However, right now Leo is just an emperor candidate. His life doesn't have the same weight as the emperor. I came to the south for a reason. I am here because I wish to save people from suffering. That still hasn't changed even now. What about you? When you were given your sword as an Imperial Knight, do you still remember the oath you gave to the Emperor? The knight who proposed for a retreat against the growing number of skeletons was silent. The Imperial Knights swore to become the Emperor's sword. They swore that on their sword and honor. I have vowed to devote myself to the Empire and its people. That vow will never disappear from my heart. Good. Then fight. The time we can earn here will definitely have meaning. Yes, Your Highness. No one was urging Leo to withdraw anymore. Leo doesn't decide to do this purely out of his feelings either. The skeletons overflowing from the city aren't just behaving randomly. They are gathering at the enemy closest to them. In other words, Leo and his men are attracting the attention of the skeletons. If he retreats here, the skeletons that lost their target will be scattered throughout the south. In that case, the southern lords will be forced to defend their territory by themselves, and it will take more time to defeat all of them. He decided to stay here as a decoy, because he considered that this action would be better for the empire. Your Highness Leonard, may I propose something? What is it, Linfia? You are not going to ask me to retreat too, right? My village is behind us. My apologies, but it would be troubling for me if your Highness decided to withdraw here. As I thought, so you understand her. Knowing that Linfia also has a similar thought, Leo shows a bitter smile. Among the southern nobles under his suspicion, if the south were to fall to the skeletons, the one who will receive the most damage would be the immigrant villages. There should be a few lords who want to protect them, but the lords who have such determination and enough power to protect themselves and the villages will be even fewer. So, what do you propose? Let's call for reinforcements. Linfia sweeps down the skeletons around them as she speaks with Leo. Just a short while is fine. She wanted the time she can properly talk with him. Reinforcement? From where? From all the south. We can send a messenger to the nearest city now. Do you intend to move the lords? No, we can't count on them. We will be relying on the adventurers instead. If we pay the reward, they will not betray us and will only work for you, Your Highness. Like Abel-san and his party here. Yeah, that's right. We already received that sum of reward, after all. There's no way we can just run away by ourselves, right? Even now I still want to run away as fast as I could though. Abel, who was fighting nearby, cut down a skeleton while saying so. His party members also start to raise their complaints. Our leader is easily lured in by reward after all. It's my fault. We talked with each other before we accept this quest, right? No, everyone was against it, you know. We only accepted this quest because you suddenly felt like being righteous and said that you couldn't ignore a village in trouble, right? Oi. We already came all this way, so don't put all the blame on me, alright? We are a party, aren't we? Abel's party members have such a merry conversation while maintaining their formation and looking out for each other. Adventurers are pro at dealing with monsters. Certainly, if they have adventurers as reinforcement, they will have powerful allies. However, there are only small branches of Adventurer Guild in the south. I don't think they will be much help for us though. I understand that. That's why we will put out a request to every branch. What do you mean? We will issue a raid quest. Raid quest. Leo searches his memory for that word. He heard of it before. At the bottom of his memory, that word came out from the story his mother told him when he was young. It's a large-scale quest that many adventurers can accept, right? Yes. It's rarely done these days, but this is a great time to issue one. By the way, why is it rarely done nowadays? To put it simply, it is because the quest costs a lot of money to set up. Leo then understands what Linfia was trying to say. It is better to deploy a high-rank adventurer rather than many low-rank ones. The best example of this is the SS rank adventurers. It is much cheaper to ask for an SS rank adventurer than issuing a raid quest. A raid quest costs that much money. Do you have funds for that? I don't have that much money lying around, you know. His Highness Arnold has given me a lot of money. Let's use it. Seriously. He never spent any money on himself at all, and now he just simply gave it away for others. Isn't that like His Highness Arnold? He is a kind person, isn't he? Linfia smiles and hands Leo the pouch she received from Ul. Leo, who thought that Linfia was going to go herself, tilted his head. I think that if you go instead of me, it would be much faster to go through the procedure, you know. I can't say that there's no possibility that I would betray you, so leaving something like this to an Imperial Knight would give your Highness a peace of mind, right? Leo frowns at Linfia's words. Leo had already trusted Linfia. He thought that there's no way that she would betray him now. However, that was Leo's personal trust. In this emergency of a situation, he He can't afford to assign this important task to a random adventurer. Linfia's proposal was based on Leo's position. I will remain fighting at your Highness Leonard's side. I have already made my promise to His Highness Arnold that I will definitely become your power after all. You have already helped me enough, you know. Can anyone act as a messenger? Anyone who is confident that you will definitely not run away by yourself? Leo asks the Imperial Knights. The Imperial Knights do not react when he asks for a messenger. It's like running away from the enemy for them after all. Even more so in a situation where a prince who they must protect is fighting. However, Leo added that he wanted someone who definitely will not run away by himself for the task. If they do not name themselves here, it will show that they do not have that confidence. Thus all the Imperial Knights nominate themselves. Leo gives the pouch to the knight who is the best at horse handling and gives him his instructions. Head to the nearest city and ask the Adventurer Guild to issue a raid quest. The guild can contact all of its branches throughout the continent. Make sure that they share this quest to the Imperial Capital branch as well. Yes, Your Highness. I will return here as soon as I can. May the fortune of war be with you. You too, now go. Saying so, the knight started running. Sending him off, Leo turns his eyes to the city of Bassau. The black sphere is exuding even more malice and he already lost count of the skeletons. It was as if the city itself has turned into the gate to hell. While having such an impression, Leo focuses on swinging his sword. Chapter 79. Blue Seagull's Rescue. Alright, take a rest now, Duke. I am currently at a nearby resting point with Jürgen. Originally, this is a place was designed to be one of the temporary resting points along the road. It is now acting as a field hospital. The tattered knights were coming in and out while the necessary treatment was performed on them. Sorry, Your Highness. What are you apologizing for? Your Highness must have wanted to go to your brother's side. It's all because I am too weak. Weak? Jürgen, who is lying down in the hut with his armor removed, makes a bitter expression. I can only smile at his words. No one would be able to say that Jürgen was weak. You were splendid. If anyone dares to laugh at you, then they will surely get murdered by Anu. But, Your Highness, I'm fine. If it means that Anu can move forward, then I think I have already fulfilled my duty by staying behind here. When I said that, Jürgen replied with, Is that so? And slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps he is getting sleepy because he has been running all night without any sleep. Thank you, Duke. It may not be long before I can call you my brother-in-law now. I said that to the sleeping Jürgen and stood up. Fortunately, Jürgen's knights that have been scattered here and there are already gathered here. Let's leave the rest to them. I leave the hut where Jürgen is resting and head to the hut allocated for me. There, I set up a barrier to turn away the people and create an illusion of myself sleeping inside. The people warding barrier is not very effective when maintaining it from far away, but it should work well enough against these exhausted people. On top of that, there shouldn't be anyone who enters a prince's room without permission here, but since Jürgen might come in when he wakes up, I set up the illusion just in case. Finn did enter my room back then, so I will have to be careful against people in ducal houses. With that in mind, I transfer from the hut to the secret room at the imperial capital. There, my butler is waiting for me as if he was already expecting my arrival. Welcome back, Arnold-sama. The preparation is complete, right? Of course. Good. Let's go, it's time for a secret maneuver. Saying so, donning my usual black robe and silver mask, I turned into silver. Section. What's the situation? Apparently, a mysterious black sphere has appeared in the south and a lot of undead monsters are pouring out from it. What about Leo? According to the information from the Adventurer Guild, he is safe. His Highness Leonard has asked the guild to issue out a raid quest to combat the monster threat as well. Raid quest? I see. It must have been Linfia's idea. It seems she wants to make use of the money I gave her. I was right to leave the money with her. Her adventurer's wisdom really came in handy. How is father going to respond? That is, there is a problem regarding that. The emperor ordered the army and the nearby lords to send reinforcement to His Highness Leonard, but His Majesty didn't mobilize the imperial knights. Did something happen when they saved Krista and Rita? Why did you assume that they were saved? Elna won't fail me. When Krista saw the death of a specific person, that future will be almost inevitable. Long ago, when Krista saw the death of a maid, I kept her safe inside a house with my barrier erected to protect her. But in the end, the scene that Krista saw became a reality. I protecting that maid was also included in her vision. No matter how I move, the scene that she saw will come true. That was why I left the strongest person I can think of at her side. Elna should be able to do something about it through her power. I see. Your thinking was correct. Both Her Highness Krista and Tar are safe. I nodded quietly to Sebas's words. It's a good thing that I didn't tell her that the future will always come true. No matter how she moves, if she knows beforehand that the future will come true, she will not be able to do anything aggressive. The reason is that she will end up worrying whether her action will lead to Rita's death. If that's the case, then she won't be able to change the future. That's why I bet on Elna. If it's Elna, I thought that she would be able to do something about it. However, Elna-sama was removed from the Imperial Night Order because she was charged with jeopardizing Her Highness Krista's security. She was ordered to confine herself inside her mansion as well. That's the reason His Majesty did not mobilize the Imperial Knights. I see. Elna was. It seems I will have to make it up to her later. But father chose to prioritize the castle's defense her. Well, it couldn't be helped. A princess just got kidnapped after all. As expected, the place that Arnold-sama placed the highest hope on is the Adventurer Guild, isn't it? As expected. Sebas nodded quietly as I repeated his words. It seems he has seen through what I am thinking. Certainly, I am not aiming to borrow the power of the Empire. The Empire is huge after all. I cannot expect it to move that fast in response to an emergency. As a member of the Imperial family, I know that well. Just because some anomaly has occurred in the south doesn't mean that the army can be mobilized immediately. In the case of a foreign invasion, then the army would immediately be deployed to the border, but their response to an internal emergency is sluggish. Should the one who responds be the central government or the southern army? That decision is hard to make. Since the Emperor's command can't be transmitted instantly, the time it took to relay the command is already a problem. The distance between the imperial capital and the southern border is too great after all. In that regard, adventurers are more flexible. In cases like this, they are more reliable than the military or the local lord's knights. Well, I certainly am counting on the adventurers, but how did you know? Fin-sama said that Arnold-sama will definitely do that, so she has already moved out in advance. She is currently calling on the adventurers in the capital and its surroundings to take part in the raid quest for His Highness Leonard. Fin is. She doesn't have any ground on it when she said that though. That's so like her. I can expect the adventurers standing by inside the guild then? Sebas nods. If that's the case, then this will be quick. It depends on the situation in the south, but if I can bring along the adventurers from the Imperial Capital branch, then it will be a big help. Let's head out then. Certainly. Please leave guarding Fin-sama to me. I told Sebas that I will be leaving her to him and transfer to the guild's entrance. The people nearby were surprised since I suddenly appeared, but I paid them no mind and entered the guild. However, at the same time, a voice can be heard from within the guild. It is now spreading toward the whole capital. To everyone who lives in the imperial capital. My name is Finn von Kleinet. At present, the Adventurer Guild is now looking for adventurers who are willing to participate in the raid quest to respond to the southern emergency. Please, I beg all adventurers who can hear this to lend us your help. There are people who are suffering in the south. We need your help to save them. Finn's speech echoed throughout the capital. Listening to her speech, I smile. It really sounds like her. Not an order, simply a sincere wish can move people. This is an announcement from the guild. Currently, the situation is as Fin-sama has described. The guild is now issuing a raid quest. The quest name is Blue Seagull's Rescue. Adventurers of rank B and above can join this quest. This is the first raid quest after a long time. It's your time to make a fortune. Please make sure to participate. That must be the guild receptionist. This must be good publicity for them as well. Still, Blue Seagull's rescue? The guild is certainly the one who decides on the quest's name, but aren't they being too cheap? It might sound good to adventurers who often just ride the flow though. They should be happy that they get a chance to fight for the princess of the Blue Seagull as well. Whoa! Even Silver is here. This one must be quite important then. The man who said that was Gari. He must have come here in a hurry. He still has his bed hair and his clothes are a mess. Are you going to participate as well? That's a given, right? If it's the request of the Blue Seagull princess herself, then there's no man who would refuse, you know. Saying so, Gari cheerfully smiled. Usually, I would sigh at him. But... and my buddy's little brother is in the south right now. There's no way that I wouldn't go and help him, right? Is that so? Gari grins and enters the guild. More and more adventurers hurriedly gather at the guild. Not only the ones that are going to participate in the quest, there are also those who came to cheer them on as well. I step into the guild full of such adventurers. The moment they saw me, the noisy guild turned silent in an instant. Among them, only the receptionist who was writing down the name of the participant spoke to me. Why, your name and rank please. SS rank adventurer, Silver. I have come to join the raid quest. The receptionist nervously wrote my name down. No matter how proficient the adventurer guild is, there's no way for them to quickly transfer the adventurers to the south. Nevertheless, the reason for the guild to gather their adventurers here in this branch is because of me. The adventurers must also understand that as well. The person they have been waiting for has arrived. Seeing that, the adventurers shout all at once. You finally came here, Silver. If you are here, then it's like we have 1,000 men already. Let's go and help them together, yeah. Behind the noisy adventurers, I found Finn together with the guild staff. Once she spotted me, Finn bowed and smiled softly at me. We didn't exchange words, but we conveyed our thoughts to each other. I gave her a nod and addressed everyone inside the guild. Normally, someone with the highest rank will act as the commander for a raid quest. In this case, that would be me, but does anyone have any objection? No one raises any. It's natural for this to happen since the highest rank of this branch is SS rank and the one behind that would fall down to AA rank. However, it doesn't mean that they are unreliable. They are veteran adventurers who have been protecting the Empire in their own way. If you guys have no objection, then I will assume the role of your commander. Your lives, I gladly accepted it. There is no reply. Instead, a loud cheer echoed throughout the guild. The morale is good. We can put up a fight with this. Chapter 80. The Overlapping Two. And back to Leo. A few days after the Black Sphere emerges over Bassau, there are over 2,000 knights and adventurers under Leo's command, defending against the horde of skeletons flowing out of Bassau. Replace the front lines. Those who have been replaced rest up immediately. Leo orders the frontliners who have been combating the skeletons to fall back and send in a new group to replace them. In order to gain time, he separated the defensive line into 3 shifts. However, the number of skeletons coming out of Bassau is still growing. They managed to half-encircle the city, but they cannot progress more than that. Your Highness Leonard, you must rest as well. I can't afford to do that yet. This is a crucial moment. Linfia urged Leo, who took command without taking any break or rest, but he refused. Being the one most familiar with war tactics than anyone here, Leo understands that they are currently in a dangerous situation. When Knights of the Lords in the vicinity and the adventurers who were nearby arrived, they managed to half-surround the city, but after that, the number of skeletons has been increasing in response, and there are undead monsters stronger than the skeleton being spotted here and there as well. The monsters that flow out from Bassau don't just randomly increase in number, they appeared in response to their movement. Leo is confident about it. If they were to expose any opening now, there is a possibility that they might break through their defense. As long as that small possibility exists, Leo cannot afford to let his guard down. If they manage to break through Leo and his men here, a large number of skeletons will scatter throughout the south. Since the lords in the area have dispatched their knights to assist him, they will not be able to defend themselves. In that case, the south will fall into chaos like never before. The southern army's response will be sluggish. Then, The border defense will be weakened. Countries that are waiting for such a gap in our defense will not miss that. But if your highness falls, the front line will collapse. I am still fine. If I really can't go on anymore, then I will tell you. Is that so? Then may I have some of your time? If it is only a short while, then your highness should be able to leave the command to the imperial knight here, correct? I don't mind, but did something happen? There were some injured knights among the people fleeing from Bassau. One of them woke up and requested to speak with you, your highness. I see. Let's go then. He might know something about this incident. Leo said so and entrusted the command to the nearby imperial knight and headed to the camp that was built behind the front line. Inside were knights and adventurers who were resting and injured people who couldn't move. Leo enters the outermost tent in that camp. Your highness. Don't mind me, please continue the treatment. Leo uses his hand to stop the elderly man who tried to greet him. This elderly doctor is one of the rare people who escaped the city and remained behind to treat the injured. The knight who lost his right hand and had a deep wound in his stomach managed to regain his consciousness after he received the treatment of that doctor. I am Leonard, the 8th prince. Are you the knight who wishes to speak with me? Why, your highness. Please, save my lord. Are you talking about the lord of Bassau? Yes. My lord, Denisama has been threatened for many years. Because of this, Bassau was used by the kidnapping organization. There was a prison in the basement of the mansion, holding the children they caught. It was a shocking confession. However, Leo only raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. The reason is that he understands that what this man is about to say is important, so he doesn't want to interrupt him. Denisama was. He decided to rescue the children and headed to the basement. I was accompanying him halfway there, but I was injured and was carried outside by my comrade. After that, that black sphere emerged from the mansio. Cough, cough. The knight coughs and vomits blood. The doctor wipes the blood off, but the knight continues to painfully cough up blood. Still, his left hand reached toward Leo. Leo firmly grabs his hand. Please, my lord. If my lord has already fallen. Rebecca. She has my lord's letter. Please, for the honor of Earl Sitterheim. We did not willingly cooperate with them. If that story is true, I swear on my name that I will restore his honor. You must rest now. Thank you. Then K.R.Yo. The light was gone from the knight's eyes and his hand turned powerless. The doctor shakes his head. He was probably using the last bit of his power to relay that wish to him. Leo kept holding his hand for a while. Your highness. The lord entered the basement of the mansion and the black sphere emerged from there. In other words, that black sphere is somehow related to what is inside that basement. The highest possibility would be the children being held there. So it seems. They were gathering children with high magic power and special abilities. Something might have triggered them and caused this catastrophe. If that is the case, then if we don't do something about that black sphere, then we will not be able to put an end to this incident. Yeah. Leo firmly grips the knight's hand one more time and put that hand to rest on the knight's chest. Leaving the rest to the doctor, he left the tent. Looking beyond, the black sphere is floating slightly above Bassau. If that sphere comes out of the mansion, then it wouldn't be strange if there's someone inside that sphere, right? That is possible, but are you really planning to find out? Of course. I came here to rescue those who were kidnapped. They are the victims. I want to save them. I am glad you feel that way. When I thought that my sister might be in there, I couldn't hold myself back either. However, right now we need to proceed with caution. You are an important person who aims for the throne after all. It is exactly because I aim for the throne that I want to save them. I want to become an emperor who can save people he wanted to save. But if I become an emperor by abandoning someone, then I can definitely not become that kind of emperor. Humans are creatures that can easily adapt. If I abandon someone once, I might do it again someday. That's why I will not give up on them. Saying so, Leo smiles at Linfia. Then, the image of Leo overlapped with Ul inside Linfia's eyes. The day they departed. The image of Ul handing her that pouch of money overlapped with the image of Leo who declared his determination. There is nothing in common between those images. Their appearances do look similar, but that's it. Still, there is something about them that is overlapping. It was then that Lynfia finally noticed. The fact that the principle behind both of their actions is the same. You two really are a twin. I am similar to Nii-san. Yes, very much so. Both His Highness Arnold and Your Highness Leonard have always moved for others, right? It's not that big of a deal. In my case, that is. I don't know about Nii-san, but I understand my own weakness. I know that I will definitely get used to it. That's why I am desperately trying not to. Leo said that with a smile. How great it would be if he can reset his thoughts and be decisive each and every time. He thinks that it was quite weak-willed of him. That's why he has never skipped out on studying. Because he knew that if he relaxed and played around like Ul even once, he would not be able to come back to it. On the contrary, when he thought that it is necessary for him to study, Ul returned to studying himself. In a sense, that might be his talent. That's why Leo was envious of Ul. However, he stopped getting envious of his brother. The time for regretting the thing he doesn't have is already over. I am not Nii-san. It's impossible for me to be flexible on a lot of things. I was keenly aware of that when I was on the mission as the ambassador plenipotentiary. That's why when I received my mission to come here, I decided to keep going. Straight and unwavering. I will pursue my own ideal. I understand. Please allow me to accompany you then. But there should be more chances for that ahead of us though. Right. Looking at the front line, they are beginning to get pushed back. Not only skeletons, but new monsters have also begun to increase. Not only their number, but their individual power also increased. If he were to charge in here, he would only be throwing his life away. Leo isn't that stupid. He already decided to save them and he has no intention to miss that opportunity. However, if such an opportunity doesn't arise, he has no plan to brute force his way in either. Right now is the time to endure. The chance will come soon. Believing that the time would come, Leo straddled on his horse, gave his commands and head to fight at the front line himself. However, aside from Leo who has made up his determination, others were different. Uwa. People who lost their morale and were exhausted from the long fight began to get pushed back. Leo went to their rescue, but such a thing continued to spread across the entire front line. It was not long after that Leo received a fatal report. Reporting. The left wing has been broken through. Send in the reserve squad. We won't make it. Please escape, Your Highness. There's no use escaping. Everything will be lost. Leo said that and took the horn from the knight and repeatedly blew on it. Then, is there anyone here who is willing to become the hero with Leonard Lake's Adler? Anyone who can still swing their sword? Anyone who can still run? Anyone who can still look forward? I don't care whether you are a knight, an adventurer, or a civilian. Those who still haven't lost their will to fight, gather at me, right here, right now. Leo raises his sword high. He then blew on the horn again. The sound of the horn echoes far away. Hearing that faint sound of the horn, Liza smiles. All men, speed up. Our battlefield is near. Leading the 1,000-men cavalry regiment at the forefront is Liza wearing her blue mantle. The people who still have the will to fight in the south now gathered there. Chapter 81. Appearance of the Demon. Lynfia. Leo's point of view. Abel-san. Are you all right? Yeah, somehow. Abel kicks away the skeleton while answering Lynfia. The half-encirclement along with the front line that held back the undead has already collapsed. Leo, on the other hand, refused to withdraw and formed a defensive circle formation around himself. With that being the case, they were almost surrounded on all sides by the enemies, but he managed to maintain a strong defensive ground. However, there was no time to rest because they were being attacked from all sides. Since earlier, the top adventurers like Abel and Lynfia along with the skilled knights have to struggle to hold the circle. Lynfia, how long will we have to keep this up? I think that we should be able to move soon, but even you don't know her. Abel looks around while saying so. Little by little, their allies started to get done in. They managed to pull them back inside the circle, so there's no casualty, but if this keeps up there will be no one left to keep up the fight. It would be great if those who ran away decided to come back, but counting on those cowards wouldn't solve anything. There are only about 1,000 men gathering under Leo. The other 1,000 ran away after the front line collapsed. Most of them were knights, and the people who remained by Leo's side are mostly adventurers. The difference in mindset between adventurers who accepted the raid quest by their own will and the knights who were ordered to be here by their lords really show here. Of course, there are many knights who stay, but she couldn't help but think how different a situation it would be if those who left decided to stay. What Abel found especially unpleasant was the disappearance of some of the Imperial Knights who should be acting as Leo's guard. TSK. As I thought, I shouldn't have accepted this request in the first place. I have got nothing but bad feelings since I came here. Then why don't you run away? Don't be stupid. We are adventurers. There's no way we can just abandon the quest we already accepted. Isn't this outside the scope of your quest? The quest we received was to protect the village. Fending off the monsters here and protecting that prince is the best chance we got, right? Abel's party members also agree with him. Unlike Abel, who was considered to be a veteran among adventurers, his party members were full of wounds. Still, they smile. They know well that there's no use making a dark expression in a life and death situation like this. Leader. Once this is all over, please make sure to ask Prince Leonard for a raise, okay? Yeah. We worked too hard for the pay. Seriously, let's do that. At the time Abel and his party were having such a light conversation. Leo, who was at the center of the formation, muttered, "They came back her." At the same time, cavalries were approaching them from the north. They are part of knights who retreat when the front line was broken earlier. Open the circle. We charge on Bassau. All men follow me. Leo leads the knights remaining with him and charges toward Bassau. Meanwhile, the cavalries approaching from the north make their way through the horde of skeletons to join Leo. Oi. The hell is this? Did they change their mind or something? It was His Highness Leonard's plan. His plan. He purposefully ordered some of his Imperial Knights to withdraw from the fight and lead the knights who ran away back to him. There are those who just followed the flow and retreated along with those who wanted to run away after all. He did that in such a chaotic situation. Normally, the first thought anyone would have in that situation would be to retreat. But His Highness Leonard didn't consider that to be an option from the start. That's why he simply planned his next move from there. If he decided to retreat, it would be much easier for us though. Yes, as expected of someone who aims for the throne, right? Linfia commented on such Leo and followed after him. With Leo and his knights cut open the way for them, the adventurers follow behind them. Their target was Bassau, where the Black Sphere is. Section. Your Highness, please retreat. You have already done enough. This is nowhere near enough. The Imperial Knight advises Leo to fall back, but Leo stubbornly doesn't give up. He keeps confidently cut his way through the horde of skeletons, creating a path behind him. Morale has risen enough. All that is left is to pass his baton to the Imperial Knights ahead. Another squad is already nearby. If they can just meet up, then their advancing power will increase. There seems to be no reason for Leo to work this hard. At least please fall back to the second or the third line. Don't speak nonsense. Whether they are knights or adventurers, the one who put them into danger is me. Even so, they still choose to stick with us. It is because I am fighting alongside them. Who would follow someone who only takes command from a safe place? The knights turned speechless. Leo just showed them a completely different side of him they have known so far. Despite being good at martial arts, Leo was not a fierce person. He has the impression of a good-natured and kind prince. However, right now, the prince leading them on the battlefield is like a general. Your Highness, shut up and follow me. We will definitely get through this. Saying so, Leo made his horse run even faster. After that, they met up with the other squad and their momentum increased even further. Bassau, that once was far away, is now within their sight. Bassau is near. Use all your power and push through. When Leo issues that command, someone swings his sword at Leo. Leo managed to intercept it, but his horse's legs stopped. When Leo stopped, It meant that everyone had to stop, and right now they are currently in the middle of a sea of monsters. Stopping here means death. Leo tried to rush ahead, but there is a man standing in his path of advance. Who are you? Fu. Who knows? The person who said that was a man in black. He is the instructor who killed Dennis in the basement of the mansion. However, right now his eyes are dyed black. Even the parts that are not supposed to be black are completely darkened. The man's appearance was obviously strange, but what stood out the most to Leo is his ability. His strength couldn't be described with only the word strong. The Imperial Knights who saw that Leo was struggling also went and assisted him, but they still couldn't push him back. The heck is this guy? Why is there such a strong guy here? Leo aside, even the Empire's elite like the Imperial Knights regard him as abnormal. A man who they can't lay a finger on even though they keep attacking him at the same time. Someone with this level of ability should already be known to the world. Who are you? Leo asks again. He repeated his question because the surrounding skeletons don't even show a sign of attacking the man. If you are going to ask my name, then how about giving yours first? Leonard Lakes Adler, 8th Prince of the Empire. I see. A royalty, her. Then it is only appropriate for me to give my name. My name is Balaam. For you lowly humans, it might be easier to call me a demon. A demon? That was a shocking statement. Demons are considered to be residents of a world different from this one, the demon world. In many cases, they are existences that are much stronger than humans. There have been cases where they were summoned by mages and brought disaster to the continent. It was said that the demon king the hero defeated in the past was also a demon. And now that demon has appeared in front of them. Why? Don't tell me. These monsters came from the demon world. Correct. They are just the vanguard. There is a summon gate connecting the demon world and this world together at the center of this city. Eventually, a large number of demons will flow into this land. There is no tomorrow for you. Then we will just close that gate. Leo then slashes at Balaam, but he only lightly intercepts it. Give up. There is no way to seal that gate. Unfortunately for you, I have already decided to never give up. HMPH, foolish. You are already too late. That's not necessarily the truth. A clear voice resounds. At the same time, Balaam's left hand flew through the air. Balaam immediately took a distance and stared at the opponent who took his left hand. Woman. Who are you? Marshal of the Imperial Army, Liselot Lakes Adler. Leo's elder sister. Anu. Leo's eyes open wide as he stares at his sister who he hasn't seen in a long time. Engulfed with determination, her mantle flutters in the air. Liza is still the same as Leo remembers her. Chapter 82. Spirit Tree Whistle. Going back a little in time. Around the time when Leo joined up with the second group that got separated when their front line collapsed and made their way through the skeleton army toward Bassau. Liza was finally able to see Bassau from a distance. There are monsters everywhere. But in there, some are still trying to break through it. She can't be sure since they are still quite far away. Even so, Liza was certain that Leo was there. As she sped up her horse, Liza shut her eyes. The younger brother who gritted his teeth and stopped her. The younger brother who was straightforward in what he believes. Even now he is probably still trying hard to do what is right. Then there is only one thing she can do as his elder sister. We are charging in. Yes, Your Excellency. When Liza charges in, 1,000 cavalries follow after her. They are neither adventurers nor knights. They are an elite cavalry regiment that has long fought under Liza. There is no need for her to give some big speeches to increase their morale. Every single one of them is a soldier who is willing to give her their lives. Even if she were to tell them to die, they would gladly obey. Regiment leader, we will be using that. Understood. Upon receiving the instruction, the regiment leader raises his right hand. Seeing that signal, 100 cavalries in the rear come up to the front. Each of them is wielding a crossbow. However, what they are holding right now is not just a simple crossbow. A circular tube was attached to the bottom of the crossbow and a small jewel was embedded right at its center. The prototype magic rotating crossbow is ready. Good. Eradicate anything that gets in my way. Understood. Target the monsters in front. No need to aim carefully. There are only enemies in front of us. Pull the trigger and the arrow will hit the target. Steady. Fiery. Responding to the regiment leader's command, 100 soldiers pull the trigger at the same time. Holding the trigger down, arrows rapidly fired from the crossbow using the magic power contained inside the jewel. The circular tube containing arrows attached to the lower part of the crossbow automatically rotates the arrow to the top, achieving the function of rapid fire. The arrows shot with an unimaginable rate of fire hit the skeletons one after another, pulverizing their body. With the opening created by that, Liza charges in. It's a good weapon, but the problem is when we finished shooting it. That's the developer's problem. All we can do is to place an order for it. The prototype magic rotating crossbow's fault is that once the magic power stored within the jewel run out, it cannot be fired using human hands and can only be used as a blunt weapon afterward. Liza was conducting a test run for this weapon in the rear along with training the new recruits. But unexpectedly she gets to conduct a field test using a real battlefield here. When we make a report for this incident, let's tell them to make the underbarrel replaceable. Its use will be very limited if it is only a single-use weapon after all. Yeah, let's put in an order for anti-monster weapons as well. That's a good idea. While having such a conversation, Liza and the regiment leader raise their weapons and pave the way for their men. Since the rotating crossbow was made to be used against humans, their effectiveness on the skeletons has much left to be desired. Since the skeletons can continue to move without feeling any pain until their core gets destroyed, the rotating crossbow has really poor compatibility against them. PM. It's been a long time since I got to do this. Leading a small number of her subordinates and charging into the enemy. She used to do this quite often in the past, but there are only a few occasions for her to do so now. Leaving the fact that there is no enemy for her to charge into aside, her position doesn't allow her to do so. Feeling her enemy's malice from up close, she continues to move forward. Now allowing their enemy even a single momentary rest, she treads the fragile path to victory. That's right. This is the battlefield. Saying so, Liza bears a fierce smile as she cuts through the enemy's army. Seeing that, the regiment leader who has been serving under Liza for a long time remembered the image of the princess general who raged through the battlefield, which was the object of fear for many foreign nations. When the crown prince passed away, she lost her fierceness and she only focused herself on the border defense. The image of Liza who once shone brightly on the battlefield. What's wrong? Regiment leader, you are getting slow, you know. Yes, I am coming right away. Getting called by Liza, the regiment leader immediately followed her. That's when the figure of Leo finally came into her sight. Section. Anu. Seeing the surprised look on Leo, Liza let out a small smile. When she saw Ul, she thought that he finally grew into an adult. However, that impression was even stronger on Leo. His appearance as he fought at the forefront of an army was the exact figure of a general, and he is also exuding the charisma that makes people around him want to fight for him. His appearance resembled that of the young prince she once swore to support as his general. It seems that wasn't just a big talker. The two of us can surpass our elder brother. Ul certainly said that. Looking at the current Leo, she can see that what he said was not just a bluff. His image made her think about what would happen if the straight-laced Leo was being supported by the flexible Ul. Did you grow taller? Maybe that's why Liza said that with joy, even though they are currently facing off the enemy. Yes, a little. I see. It's a good thing. You have to grow even bigger. Until then, I will protect you. Liza then looked at Balaam, whose left hand had been cut off. Balaam tried to attack several times while Leo and Liza were talking, but each time, Liza's right arm would react to counter him. Even though you said that you are a demon, you sure look like human her. Liza looks at the red blood flowing out from Balaam's left arm that didn't regenerate back. Although it was a wound that it wouldn't be strange for a high-ranking monster to be able to regenerate from, the demon in front of her eyes doesn't show any sign of any regeneration. Liza derives one answer from that. So you are possessing a human, right? That's some good insight. But what good would that do to you? It means that it still isn't too late yet. I wonder about that. If you bastard came here as reinforcement, then it only means that the playtime is over. Saying so, Balaam raises his remaining right hand to the sky. Then, black light started to glow on the tip of his hand. From the town of Bassau, high-ranking undead monsters such as 3 meters huge skeletons and dragon zombies with rotten bodies emerged. Quickly running away right now would be a wise choice, don't you think? Saying so, Balaam became transparent and disappeared from there. Liza and Leo, who were left behind, were forced to make a decision. As I thought, the difference in strength between our forces is too large. But if we fall back here, I don't know when we will get the next chance to approach Bassau again. It seems you already have your answer, don't you? I have no intention of retreating from the start. If that demon has to call in reinforcement, then now is the time we must fight. If we leave him alone, he will surely disappear into our society. Do you have any guarantee that you can win? None. However, that will still be true even if we retreat here. No matter how big an army we lead, the demon will just summon enough monsters to match our number. This may be a crisis, but it is also our chance at the same time. When Leo said that with so much determination, Liza smiles again. Shen then bisected the huge skeleton that rushed at them. Shall we go then? Don't get left behind, okay? But of course. We are attacking. Our target is Bassau. Chard. Thus Leo and Liza charged at Bassau together. Section. A while after Leo and Liza started charging toward Bassau, Linfia and Abel's party finally joined up with the leading group. However, the closer they get to Bassau, the stronger their enemy's resistance becomes. The number around Abel and Linfia began to increase and their advancing speed naturally started to slow down. If this keeps going then, such anxiety begins to sprout in Linfia's heart. Then, a fireball fired by a dragon zombie landed near Linfia. She was blown away by the shock and got herself separated from the leading group. Resisting the pain, Linfia stands up using her sword as a cane. Looking around, she realized that she was blown into the skeleton army. The skeletons around her are inching closer little by little. When she tried to move, she noticed that she couldn't move her body as she desired. At that time, a whistle spilled out from her pocket. It was a whistle made from a spirit tree that the old dwarf had given her. It's not a bad thing to rely on someone. That was the word that the elderly dwarf said back then. She thought that she couldn't call her allies into a place filled with death like this. However, the thought that she can't afford to die before she finds her sister was stronger. I will be borrowing this. Linfia grabs the whistle out and blows on it. However, no sound came out. There was no sound no matter how many times she blew on it. Maybe it was defective. Thinking that it is fully possible, she exhales and gently puts the whistle back in her pocket. However, the whistle did make a sound. It echoes far, far away. To the imperial capital. Maintaining her composure, Linfia grabs her magic sword and faces the approaching skeletons. At that time, all the skeletons near Linfia were blown away in an instant. What? She thought that the dragon zombie fired its fireball at her again, but she finally relaxed after she heard the voice coming from behind her. Are you all right? Female adventurer. Why? Are you here? I heard there was a raid quest. I brought the other guys as well. At that moment, adventurers from the imperial capital rushed toward the skeleton army from the huge transfer gate opened behind Linfia. Hundreds of adventurers appear one after another and defeat the skeletons around them. At the center of those adventurers, her greatest savior stood. If you can stand, then come along as well. It's time to make money. Yes. Silver. Saying so, Linfia followed after the masked adventurer. Chapter 83. The Headless Demon. Around the time when adventurers were gathering at the Imperial Capital Guild and Silver was about to open the transfer gate. Suddenly, a messenger from the castle entered the guild. Why, if it isn't His Highness the Second Prince? How can we help you today? We are having a meeting about the sudden incident at the castle. Your transfer magic is a valuable asset to us, so we want you to wait a little longer. When he finished saying that, Eric unexpectedly lowered his head. Unlike me, normally a royalty would never lower their head to anyone. That is the kind of position we have. Plenty of time has already passed. If you still can't determine your course of action, what guarantees that you can quickly make up your mind this time? I already proposed gathering all the troops near the imperial capital to guard the castle so that we can dispatch our imperial knights. That proposal will probably pass soon. Cool. Don't you have to worry about which one of you is going to take the credit first. With that said, I think that his solution was quite realistic. If the imperial knights can't be dispatched due to the castle security concern, then they can just call on the army to substitute for them. Although they may not be as powerful as the imperial knight, the army will be enough to ensure the castle protection. I have recommended Gordon to lead the imperial knights, so the process shouldn't take that long. That's strange. When the problem occurred in another country, you guys want to compete with each other to take the credit, but when it is your own country, you are willing to hand it to your little brother. I am a royalty and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire. I might be able to ignore other countries' problem, but when it is a problem of my own country, the power struggle is a secondary concern to me. What I prioritize first will always be the Empire. Saying so, Eric stares straight at me. It's not a bad proposal. It would be encouraging if the Imperial Knights can join us as well. It may be a good idea to wait for them. If I am going to put the power struggle as my secondary concern too, that is. If I am being stubborn and refuse him here, this incident might strain the relationship between the upper echelon of the Empire and the adventurers as well. When I was wavering, I heard a clear sound from somewhere far away. I don't know where it comes from, but strangely I felt that Linfia was the one who made it and that she is in grave danger. Linfia is seeking help. I have no evidence of that, but I was convinced. That clear sound was what transmitted that to me. But some of them might have to sacrifice their lives in the time we wait. While the Empire is perfecting its preparation, there are people who will be sacrificed to buy you time. What are you going to do for those people? I will do everything I can. Then I can't accept your proposal. Adventurers are not knights or soldiers. We are there to save the people who your government doesn't notice and those who are abandoned by it. Leave. We are adventurers. We will not take orders from anyone. We will do what we always do. This country's fate is at stake, you know. Don't you think that we should guarantee the highest chance of success? We do not know what will happen to the country. What we always prioritize first is the people. Return and tell the Emperor, Silver will take care of this incident. Do you think that such selfishness will be allowed? SS rank adventurers are allowed such selfishness. And don't look down on us too much. Adventurers of the Empire are many times stronger than you royalties think. Saying so, I turned back and created a huge transfer gate inside the Adventurer Guild. Now, it's time to make some money. Follow me. I stepped inside and said so. With that parting word, I transferred away. The moment I stepped out of the transfer gate, the whole area was filled with monsters. However, I saw a girl standing amidst all that. No matter how you look at it, the situation was filled with despair. However, she silently stood there, unwavering. She is probably thinking about her next action, like she always does. While smiling at such Linfia, I blow away all the monsters in her vicinity. This should make it easier for adventurers who will enter the transfer gate. Are you all right? Female adventurer. When I approached her, Linfia opened her eyes wide in surprise. Why are you here? I heard there was a raid quest. I brought the other guys as well. After I said that, adventurers from the imperial capital rushed out of the opened transfer gate behind me. They are quite lively. From what I see, the enemy's main force is skeleton monsters. If that's the case, then it would be fine to leave it to them. If you can stand, then come along as well. It's time to make money. Yes. Silver. Saying so, Linfia stands up. After applying healing magic on her, I and Linfia look to the front. What we are looking at is Leo and Anu, who are fighting their way through the monsters. Section. Silver. It's a dragon zombie. Hearing Linfia, I looked at the sky. A dragon with a rotten body over 10 meters in width is plunging at us with tremendous speed. Seriously. That's a monster that one would only find in a book, right? They won't let us past that easily, her. I went up to the sky and intercepted the dragon zombie. In the meantime, Linfia and the adventurers from the capital are clearing a path toward Leo. We are still inferior in number, but we do have the momentum with us. If I can suppress the high-rank monsters, they should be able to reach the city. So that's the black sphere in question here. While blocking the dragon zombie that plunged in to bite me, I look at the black sphere floating above the city. Unbelievable amount of magic power is emitting from that black sphere. However, it doesn't look like it is being used to send out an attack. What is it being used for? Googie, you are noisy. The dragon zombie that plunged at me was wrapped inside a barrier and got sent flying to the ground. Since I dropped it inside the skeleton's horde, the skeletons were blown away by the impact. Then, I thrust my right hand towards the dragon zombies that fell to the ground. Pierce, bloody lance. The magic was activated immediately due to the shortened chant. A huge spear made of blood emerged from the magic circle and accelerated toward the dragon zombie that was still trapped inside the barrier. The moment it hit, the barrier was broken and the bloody spear pierced the dragon zombie. Googa. The spear of blood emits high temperature and melts the dragon's rotten body. The skeletons around it also melted away from the heat as well. However, their total number of casualties was very small. To get rid of this many skeletons, I would have no choice but to chant the spell and shoot a big one at them. When I was having that thought, I felt a huge amount of magic power swelled up, so I looked toward its source. It was the black sphere. A man is floating in front of it. However, the man is holding his head on his side. Dullahan. Dullahans are AAA rank undead monsters, but the magic power being emitted by that man is on a whole different level. He may look like a headless human, but despite that similar feature, he is not a Dullahan. Deciding so, I tried to launch an attack at him before he moved, but he suddenly moved to the front of Leo and the others. TSK. Clicking my tongue, I transferred in front of Leo and Anu and protected them from the sword brandishing from that headless man. Coup. The multilayers barrier I deployed was destroyed. The power behind that attack. He is definitely not a Dullahan. I don't remember asking for help, you know. Masked adventurer. I can't let the enemy take the head of our commander. So bear with it, Sir Marshal. Stared at by my sister, cold sweat started to break out behind my mask. It will be okay. This mask is one of Gramps' prized magic items. Voice and smell are one thing, but this mask can also change the impression I left on others. Even a close family member like her wouldn't be able to notice that it's me. Despite her displeased tone, Anu knows that the opponent in front of her is dangerous, so she immediately took a distance from me and started attacking another monster. It seems she didn't notice. On the other hand, Leo is still by my side. Silver her. It's been a while, isn't it? You look fine. Prince Leonard. Yeah, I'm glad you came. If we are not on a battlefield, I would love to sit down and talk with you though. That's unfortunate. Let's do that when the opportunity arises. Leo nodded and left. When I confirmed that he was already a distance away, I looked at the man in front of me. He is just standing there, but there is something that gives me a feeling that he is something foreign. It's not that he is headless. Something made me feel that this guy is fundamentally not a human. The man with pitch-black eyes turned toward me and smiled. To think that there would be a human who can defend against my attack. That gave me a surprise, you know. Finding a guy who can make such an attack is surprising for me as well. A cocky human her. Well, I don't mind. It's been a while since I've been on the surface world. It wouldn't be fun if you couldn't do that much after all. A while. Oh, I still haven't given you my name yet, have I? The name's Furkers. I am borrowing this body right now, but I am a demon. Saying so, Furkers smiles. His smile may look cruel to a human, but for the person himself, he probably intended to smile normally. Hearing the word demon, one thing came to mind. The one that snatched away my great-grandfather's body was also a demon. At that time, it seems that the Imperial Knights and the Brave House were mobilized to subdue it. It's surprising to find a resident of the demon world like Demon. I see that you already have a vessel, but there should be a summoner too, right? Technically, demons cannot exist in this world. The exception for that is to have the demon possess a vessel prepared by the summoner. It seems that once there was a magician who used that method to control the demons, but now there should be no one left who can summon them. Binding a demon to you is very hard and it costs a lot of magic power for their upkeep. If you do it poorly, you will not be able to control it properly and the one who will be killed is yourself. One of the abolished spells in modern magic is demon summoning. To think that there is still someone who could do that. I have no summoner. Lie. I stare intently at the black sphere. The summoner is probably in there. Good guess. But that girl is in no condition to order me around. In other words, she is as good as doesn't exist. But you will be troubled if she's gone, right? That summoner is the one who stabilizes your existence here after all. What about it? I can just rescue the summoner from that black sphere. If I do that, then this ridiculous amount of monster will disappear along with you, correct? Good job. Your answer was almost perfect. Certainly, there is a hole at the center of this center that connects this world with the demon world, and both those monsters and I were summoned through it. If left alone, that hole will expand more and monsters will keep pouring in from the demon world. Everything is exactly as you say. Except for one thing. It's not me that was summoned, but us. At that moment, an owner of tremendous magic power appeared on the spot. When I turned around, a man in a black was approaching Leo. That guy is also a demon. That's ridiculous. He just slipped through my detection barrier. I tried to set up a barrier to defend Leo, but before I could do that, the sword that the man swung down was intercepted by Linfia, who just caught up with them. Linfia, are you safe, Your Highness Leonard? TSK. Irritated that his attack was blocked, the man disappeared. His attack speed was not high, so he is probably a stealth type. However, in this battlefield where allies and enemies are mixing with each other, he is a very troublesome enemy. I tried to head to Linfia's side, but Furkers blocked my way. Don't get in my way. It's a demon's job to mess with humans, don't you know? While he says that, the man in black appears again behind Linfia's back and swings his sword at her. Shit. At that time a voice suddenly echoed in my head. No. The voice was infused with strong magic power and caused Furkers and the man in black to stop their movement. This is TSK. I am retreating, Balaam. Understood. It seems this woman is off-limit her. Furkers retreated back to the city and the man in black called Balaam also disappeared. No way, that was the summoner's voice. No matter how I heard it, that was the voice of a child. Shinfa. What? That voice just now. Shinfa. Following Linfia's unusual disturbed gaze, I looked towards the city. Furkers fell back to the black sphere. If the owner of that voice is the summoner, then you are familiar with that voice. That voice belongs to Shinfa. She's my little sister that was kidnapped. I see. Things are getting clearer now. All the people that got abducted had odd eyes. It wouldn't be weird if they have inborn magic. If she has summoning as her innate magic, then it would explain the situation if the cause of this incident is that her magic has gone berserk. Still, the scale is too big. Your sister is probably inside that black sphere. From what I saw earlier, she probably forbade them to attack you. If we can use that to our advantage, then we might be able to do something about this. Are you going to save them? It will depend on you. Anyway, I need to get you to the city. Using transfer magic? No, it's too dangerous. They might be there waiting to ambush us. There is no choice but to escort you there on the ground. If that's the case, then we will open the way for you. We originally want to get to that black sphere from the start after all. Leo then turns toward his aide. Then, a knight got off his horse and urged Linfia to take the rein. Receiving it, Linfia straddles the horse. Then, if Shinfa is there, I have to go. I am her sister after all. You have a good reason. I will take the lead and escort you midway there. Follow me. Perhaps responding to the word, sister, Lizaranu smiled and immediately rushed ahead. With Leo following behind her, many knights and soldiers follow suit. They used to have the vague target of getting to the city, but now everyone has a clear objective of getting Linfia to the black sphere. Silver. My name is Linfia. I am just an adventurer from a remote village. A normal adventurer. Xinfa is my little sister and she is a child from an immigrant village. Still, are you willing to save her with all your power? Of course. Don't ask me such a boorish question. Linfia smiled a little and accelerated her horse. Chapter 84. Holy Flame. Just ignore the small fries. Liza, who is leading everyone, gave her instruction. As her words suggested, Liza is prioritizing advancing ahead instead of defeating the surrounding enemies. They only have one goal: bringing Linfia to the Black Sphere. Having an SS rank adventurer with us really saves us a lot of work. Abel, who was near Linfia, mutters as he looks at the sky. Yes. We were lucky that he came. While escorting her to the city, he gets rid of the strong enemies like dragon zombies and giant skeletons around Liza and the others as much as possible. He was the best reinforcement she could possibly wish for. However, why did Silver appear when she blew the whistle? That doubt exists in her mind, but she shakes it off immediately. Now is not the time to think about it. Linfia swings her sword, which is now in spear shape, and clears the skeleton away from her way. I am going to the front. Oh, oi. Everyone is here to protect you, you know. I can't reach the city without doing anything myself. Chemph. I like you, adventurer. Give me your name. Please call me Linfia. I am Lizelot. Have you heard of me before? Yes. Your Excellency is the strongest marshal of the imperial family and the elder sister of His Highness Leonard and His Highness Arnold, correct? You know Al as well? Liza was used to being called Leo's older sister, but it's rare for someone to call her Al's older sister. Al is a prince that people often don't bring up as a topic. In the meantime, he is also a prince who has no shortage of topics about him. However, Linfia favorably smiled at the mention of him. Yes. The very first one who reached out to me was actually His Highness Arnold. Al did. That's unexpected. It was surprising for me as well. But he was not like what people described him as at all. Both His Highness Leonard and His Highness Arnold are someone who can move for the sake of others. They even lend their power to someone like me. Leo aside, you really have a high opinion of Ulher. Don't you think so too? Leo. Liza talked to Leo, who was dealing with a giant skeleton. Ha! What did you say just now? Leo couldn't hear her properly, so he asked what she said in a loud voice. Properly listen to your sister, would you? If you have to talk about something important, then please choose a more appropriate time and place. I will stop that monster, so go on ahead. Take care of Linfia, please. Yeah, leave her to me. You be careful too. Yes, and you as well. After such an exchange, Leo along with a number of knights separated a little distance away from the group and started dealing with the giant skeletons. Meanwhile, Silver is facing multiple dragon zombies in the sky. They almost reached the city. Is that okay? Leaving His Highness Leonard there. He's my little brother. Don't worry about him. What were we talking about again? It's about how I have a high opinion about His Highness Arnold. Ah, that's right. Leo might save people out of pure goodwill, but Ul is different. He doesn't help anyone who isn't worth saving. Is that so? Yeah. He will only help someone when he judges that person is worth saving. From most people's point of view, he might look whimsical, but Ul has his standard. Does he have the power to save them? Does he have the cause to save them? Does he have the conviction to save them? Those are what he asks himself before he saves someone. So you can be proud. The fact that Ul saved you meant that he has acknowledged you. Saying so, Liza slashes at the skeletons in front of her. She stopped her horse there and started cutting down the skeletons. Ul reached his hand out to you and Leo walked alongside you. From here on I will pave the path for you. I will not let my little brother's effort go to waste. Make sure you rescue your sister. Never give up. Yes. Replying to Liza, Linfia advances. Shortly thereafter, Linfias and Liza entered the city of Bassau. Section. Now, attack its legs. Leo led the knights to fight against the giant skeleton. The knights attack the giant skeleton's legs all at once and the giant skeleton falls back. Without missing that chance, the knights went in to finish it off. Another one is coming. Get to offensive position. Don't let them get close to where Anu and the others are. Gathering all the knights around him, Leo leads them to defeat the giant skeleton. However, Leo suddenly felt a presence behind him. Leo jumps off his horse and escapes from it. Goo! Fell to the ground, his side felt strangely hot. When he gently touched it, the place was moist and bloody. You have quite an instinct, Prince. Balaam. It was the demon who has the ability to turn invisible, Balaam. The sword he held has red blood dripping from it. That was Leo's blood. He might have died if he hadn't jumped off. Thinking so, Leo stands up. The bleeding is severe but the wound was shallow. It won't prevent him from fighting. Your Highness, we are coming. Half of you go stop the giant skeleton. The other half take care of monsters around me. I will be Balaam's opponent. However, your injury. Balaam's target is me. Since he can turn himself invisible, there's no choice but to face him directly. Leo held up his sword. Thinking of attacking Leo from the back again once he escaped, Balaam clicked his tongue. There are two types of demons, those that are suitable for combat and those that are not. Balaam is the latter and his human possession wasn't perfect either. Furkas possessed an already dead human but the one Balaam is possessing is still alive. Therefore, his current vessel could not exhibit the true power of a demon. It was more convenient for Balaam to let Leo escape, but Leo saw through that and chose to challenge him directly. You are one cunning prince. I will accept that as a compliment. The tension increases between the two. Meanwhile, Silver came down from the sky. I will help. Balaam frowns at the arrival of a powerful enemy. Balaam has no chance of winning against someone who can block an attack from Furkas. However, the fact that this masked man is here means that there will be no one who can go against Furkas at the other front. Balaam wanted to destroy his enemy's morale by crushing their leader, but since his action is now having a pleasant side effect, he grins. However, no need. Please go to Linfia's side. You do seem like you need help though. She needs you. Please go. Leo steps in front and says that to Silver. However, Silver does not withdraw. I can't simply comply with that. It will be a problem for me if you die here. Silver then heals the wound on Leo's side with healing magic. However, Leo didn't express any gratitude or turn toward Silver. Don't mess with me. Don't worry about my life. Worry more about the lives of those children. You came here because of that, right? After I get rid of this guy, I will follow after her. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. Just go. But what? If you recognized me, then go. Leo turns his eyes to Silver. The strength behind Leo's eyes right now is something that Silver, no, Al has never seen before. What I aim to become is my ideal emperor. The first step toward that is to rescue those children. I have mobilized many knights and adventurers to pursue that ideal. If I still can't save those children despite all that, I will never accept it. I will definitely save those children and solve this incident. Go. Silver, if you call yourself an SS rank adventurer, then let me witness your power. It would be putting it nicely to call that an angry bellow. It was the first time for Ul to see Leo like that. That's why Ul gently kicked the ground and floated up to the sky. Then witness me well. Don't die before I get to show you that. Prince Leonard. It's all right. I am a man who would one day become the emperor. I will not die here. Is that so? Saying so, Ul headed toward the city. Leo then directed his strong gaze at Balaam. Come, Balaam. With the name of the imperial prince, I will cut you down for unleashing this disaster on the empire. If you think you can do it, then come. With that said, the fight between Balaam and Leo begins. Their swords collide. The usual Leo may have fought while calmly assessing his opponent. However, the current Leo was different. Cool. Due to the series of fierce attacks, Balaam, who only has one arm, took a step back. Then Leo hits Balaam's sword with a powerful strike. TSK. Leo twists his wrist and aims at Balaam's remaining arm. At that moment, Balaam turned himself invisible and fled. He disappeared. Leo concentrates on the sound and presence in his surroundings. If Balaam would retreat from just that level of attack, then he wouldn't come at him from the start. He will definitely come to attack him. Leo is confident in that. And he was right. Ha. Goo. Balaam, who suddenly appeared behind Leo, leaves a shallow cut on Leo's back. In his hand was a dagger. Leo turned around and waved his sword, but Balaam had already disappeared. Clicking his tongue, Leo looks around again. However, he could not find any trace of Balaam, and this time Balaam appeared from the side and stabbed his left leg. Ugh! It's useless, Prince. Damn you. Leo swung his sword at Balaam, but he slowly turned invisible and disappeared again. Aware that blood rushed to his head, Leo let out a huge breath. Where will he attack next? How should he fight back? When he was thinking about that, Ul's face crossed Leo's mind. Deception is Ul's forte. He is a master of getting his enemy by surprise. If it's Ni-san then. Leo thought about it a little and put his sword back into the sheath. He then concentrated on detecting the presence around him. His opponent's weapon is a dagger. Balaam has no choice but to aim at a critical point to cause a fatal injury. The attack with the highest possibility of doing that is a thrust. Balaam himself still has a leeway. He will not recklessly make an illogical attack. Then the place he will aim at will be his heart. Putting a hand on his heart, the moment Leo felt a presence behind him, he shifted his body to the right. However, heat runs through his left shoulder, causing sharp pain. Looking at it, he saw a dagger embedded in his left shoulder. Did you think you could avoid my attack by giving up counterattacking? No. I haven't given up anything. Leo clenches his teeth, shifts his body and grabs Balaam's neck with his right hand. He then concentrates his mind and starts casting. Flame descended from heaven. Save the virtuous. O supreme holy flame, nobly burn, and destroy the evil before me. Holy blaze. A 5 verses modern magic. It is a holy magic spell that has a great effect on undead monsters. Although it is a highly advanced spell that has few users among the widespread modern magic, Leo, who had equally learned many schools of magic so that the lack of knowledge would not trouble him someday, has already mastered this magic as well. The holy flame was born on Leo's right hand, burning Balaam. Even though Leo's hand is a flame, it has no effect on Leo. Guo. I won't let you get away this time. Balaam, who tried to escape, strongly grabs Leo's right arm, but unwilling to let him go, Leo strengthens the power of the holy flame. Eventually, Balaam stopped resisting, but Leo continued to burn him until Balaam's body completely turned to dust. Ha, ha! Turning to dust, the wind blows and scatters Balaam's body to the air. Leo pulled his sword out of the sheath and raised it high in the sky. The 8th prince of the empire, Leonard Lakes Adler, has defeated the demon. At that moment, the knights around him raise a loud cry of victory. Leo looks at the city. It's in your hands now, Linfia. At that moment, the black sphere emitted a strong light. Chapter 85. At the end of the outstretched hand. Entering the city of Bassau, Linfia and the others are looking at the black sphere that is floating above the city and the giant black hole underneath it. No need for explanation here. This must be the hole that connects to the demon world. Since Balaam called the monsters away all at once, there are not many monsters here, but skeletons are still gradually coming out from the hole. If they leave it alone, more and more monsters will continue to come out. We have to do something about this black sphere before that happens. If my sister is inside, I think that there should be some kind of reaction if I call out to her. So we have to find our way up there. Her. Liza looks up at the floating sphere. That sphere is not floating within a jumpable distance. While thinking about that, Liza suddenly got attacked from the side. She was blown quite a distance away, but she managed to rotate her body midair and safely landed. However, the sword that Liza was holding was broken in half. It received this much damage from just one attack. That was intended to be a killing blow though. Furkers lightly swings his sword and speaks. He couldn't hide his surprise that 2 people were able to take an attack from a combat-type demon like him. However, there is a difference between blocking an attack and putting up a fight. Furkers slowly approaches Liza, but Linfia and the soldiers stand in his way. It would be wise for you to back down here, don't you think? What about you? Wouldn't it be bad for you to attack me? There is no need to worry about that anymore. I already made my summoner go into sleep. In that black sphere, that is. What did you do to my sister? Your anger is illogical. That kid was the one who called us. In despair, she was looking for someone to protect her. She thought that anyone is fine, you know. She was only wishing for a safe place to be. That's why I protected her with that sphere. Protected. A demon cannot directly defy the summoner. However, how it will fulfill their wish is up to the demon's interpretation. If you asked it to help you, it will. However, with such an ambiguous order, the method it chooses will be free for the demon to choose. Because of such risk, the technique to summon the demons was abolished. In most cases, demons are more clever and cunning than the humans, so the summoner will be the one who will be at a disadvantage due to the demon's freedom of interpretation. Linfia may look angry because of what Furkers said, but she doesn't recklessly attack him. Furkers takes a step towards Linfia, but at that moment, Silver transfers in front of her. Your opponent is me. Who? You decided to leave Balaam with him? That prince is not someone who can get done in by that level of opponent. Don't look down on demons, would you? Let me return that to you then. Don't underestimate humans. The magic power of both of them suddenly increased. In the meantime, Linfia and the others take a distance away from them. They thought that they would only be a hindrance if they are too close. Your Highness, are you hurt? I'm fine. More importantly, we need to find a way to get up there. When Liza said that, a staircase-shaped barrier was created in front of them. It stretched up and reached the black sphere. Aren't you quite considerate, masked adventurer? I'm honored by your compliment. Linfia, go. That is also a type of barrier. If you can wake up the summoner inside, we should be able to do something about this situation. Yes. Thank you. Silver. To prevent them from climbing up, skeletons gathered and surrounded them, but Liz's men formed a circular defensive formation around her. We will defend this place to the last man. Under Liz's command, the skeletons are being fended off for now, but they will eventually be defeated as their enemy has no limit on how much they can increase their number. Thinking that she must hurry, Linfia runs at full speed. In front of her, Flukers appeared to block her way. You think that I would let you go? Of course, I will make you. Linfia keeps running at full speed. Supporting her, several magics fly toward Flukers. Flukers simply wards them away with his sword, but as if surrounding him, magic fires at him from all sides, pushing him off Linfia's path. Coup. I said that your opponent is me, right? It seems I will have to deal with you, bastard, first her. With that as the signal, the two started battling. Meanwhile, Linfia took that chance and headed toward the black sphere. Shinfa. Shinfa. Without any concrete idea what she should do, she called the name of her sister. However, there was no reaction from the black sphere. Linfia made up her mind and plunges her right hand into the black sphere. Jiua. A sharp electric shock runs through her right arm. However, Linfia doesn't give up and pushes her right arm on the black sphere. Shinfa. It's me. It's Linfia. She gradually lost the feeling in her right arm. Still, she continues to push her arm further in little by little. As a result, Linfia's right arm began to dive inside the black sphere. However, the electric shock is getting stronger, as if the black sphere was trying to eliminate a foreign object. Arg. Groaning in pain, Linfia grits her teeth. She keeps telling herself that it's not painful over and over. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Shinfa. It's all right now. Wani-chan has come to save you. Linfia's right arm sank deeper and deeper into the sphere. Then, when her shoulder began to sink in as well, a voice echoed in her head. Lin. Wani-chan? Shinfa. Shinfa. Are you in there? I'm scared. Lin Oni-chan. It's all right. I'm here. However, Linfia couldn't feel anything at the tip of her right hand. While continuing to reach her hand out, Linfia speaks with her sister. It's all right now. Let's go home together. But don't be scared. I will protect you. The person who tried to help me was dead. Lin Oni-chan will die too. What are you saying? I won't die. I have a lot of friends after all. Friend? Those adult people are your friend. That's right. They are here to help you, Shinfa. Adults are scary. Hearing her sister's words of doubt, Linfia clenches her teeth. Xinfa was a child who got along well with people back in the village. For a child like her to say something like this. What kind of things did she have to experience? What kind of eyes did she have to face? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xinfa. Lino-nichan, are you crying? No. I'm fine. I'm just glad that Xinfa is safe. You don't have to be scared anymore. I will protect you from everything. Even if there are scary adults out there, I will protect you. Really? Is it really not scary? Not just me. Will you protect everyone too? Everyone? There are other children with you. Are they safe? UN. You protected them, weren't you? Good girl. It's all right now. I will protect them all for you. The electric shock didn't stop. However, Linfia never showed any expression of pain. She doesn't want to make them worry about her. If she scares Xinfa now, everything will come to naught. Many people have given her their support. She is not alone. If she fails because of some electric shock here, she wouldn't be able to face those people. Grab my hand. Xinfa. UN. But Lino-nichan, where are you? Just reach out your hand. I will reach mine out too. Saying so, Linfia extends her hand out as far as possible. Then, something touched the tip of her hand. Confident that it was her sister's hand, Linfia made up her mind and plunged her upper body into the black sphere. The electric shock ran through her body and she couldn't breathe. Still, Linfia reaches out without minding any of that. Something important is right in front of her. Leo said that he would follow his ideal no matter what, and she decided to do the same. To never surrender. Full of conviction, Linfia reaches out with her right hand. Then, something touched her right hand again. Linfia did not miss that. She firmly grasped it and pulled it up in one go. What she pulled up from that black sphere was a girl with maroon color hair. The colors of her eyes are red and blue. Ah! Xinfa. Lino-nichan. The child she pulled up was certainly her little sister, Xinfa. The sister she swore to protect. The sister she couldn't protect. Decided that she would never let her go again, Linfia hugs her tight. However, that moment doesn't last long. Since Xinfa, who was the heart of it, has already gone outside, the black sphere begins to crack. Then, the black sphere emitted light and disappeared. With the sphere gone, the children inside begin to fall. Linfia jumps off and shouts at the bottom of her lungs. Silvera. Linfia screams and catches as many children as she can. However, she can't hold them all. Noticing that, Liza, who was underneath them, started to move, but it doesn't seem like she will make it in time. If it goes on like this, they will fall into the hole that is connected to the demon world. At that time, a huge silver eagle suddenly appeared in front of Linfia and the children. The eagle catches them on its back and powerfully flutters its wings. Wow! It's a beautiful Mr. Bird. It's a magically replicated eagle. I actually wanted to try summoning it though. Saying so, Silver appeared parallel to the silver eagle. When Silver sees Xinfa and the fainted children in Linfia's arms, he smiles. You did great. Leave the rest to me. Yes. I will leave it to you. Nay, does Mr. Bird have a name? Name? Right. I haven't named it yet. Why don't you give it one? Really? What name would be good? After smiling at the happy-looking Xinfa, Silver catches an incoming magic with his barrier. Behind him is the angry-looking Furkers. Unforgivable. How dare you hinder my plan? Unforgivable. That's my line. Don't think I will let you off with just dying here, all right? Don't start bluffing now. I already understand the extent of your power. Your power is nothing close to mine. Is that so? Try me then. The moment he said that, magic power emanating from Silver is getting stronger and bigger than before. Seeing that, Linfia understands something. He was being mindful of his surroundings, so he still hasn't shown his full power yet. From now on, Silver is getting serious. Chapter 86. The Wizard of Silver Destruction. Don't start bluffing now. I already understand the extent of your power. Your power is nothing close to mine. Furkers turns his belittling gaze at me. Judging from our battle so far, he must have thought that there is no way for him to lose. Certainly, I haven't been able to do any significant damage to Furkers until now, and it was clear that he still hasn't got serious yet either. He is probably saving up his power for an emergency in case he has to resist an order from his summoner. However, the one who hasn't got serious yet is not just him. Is that so? Try me then. I released my suppressed magic power. I kept it at bay to not scare Linfia's little sister, but since Linfia already rescued her, there is no need to hold back anymore. How many times do I have to tell you? Your power is nothing close to mine. What's wrong? If you are that confident, then come at me. It seems Furkers also released his suppressed power, but at most his power now is only twice the amount of earlier. On the other hand, my power is 10 times greater than before. The vast amount and highly concentrated magic power can be seen with naked eyes. It's rare for me to get serious and release this amount of power. After all, it's hard to fight like this while avoid causing collateral damage. There are only a few people that I have to worry about this time. I will get moderately serious now, alright? A few. There are thousands of people down there, right? Comparing that number to the people in the places I had to fight in recently, this is already on a fewer side. Thousands is not a big number compared to the number of citizens of Kiel or Albitro. Just in case, I also deployed a healing barrier like the one I used in Kiel here as well, but since they are all located in a small area, the one I deployed this time is on a smaller scale. There's no need to worry about the damage to the buildings either, so this place is quite decent for a battlefield. Furkers grit his teeth and held up his sword. No matter how powerful your power is, there's no point if you can't use it. Saying so, Furkers approached me at great speed. Magicians are vulnerable in close combat. He must have chosen that tactic because he knows that. Certainly, I'm hopeless when it comes to weapons. My physical ability is also below average. That fact doesn't change even after I turned into silver. No matter how much I can strengthen my body, my physical sense wouldn't improve along with it. However, if that's the case, then all I have to do is fight in a way that I don't have to rely on that. Got you. Furkers comes at me from the left. I lowered my body and instantly transferred away. The place I transferred to is the sky above the city, away from Furkers. Then, I extended my right hand toward him and chanted. Surge, thunder of blood. Bloody lightning. A ginormous reddish-black thunder runs straight toward Furkers. Furkers guarded it with his sword, but he couldn't withstand it and was blown quite a distance away. UOE. Furkers managed to escape direct hit by deflecting the blood thunder upward, but his body was left with severe burns. However, the burns that would render a normal human immobile was healed in an instant. Perhaps because he possessed a dead body unlike Balaam, he can exhibit more of his demon power than him. How was it? Have you understood the extent of my power yet? Don't get carried away. Furkers then created 5 giant swords, each with several meters in length, and sent them toward me. Like ferocious birds, the giant swords are flying at me with high speed. They are working in sync and homing after me. I flew up to avoid it, but another giant sword came at me from a blind spot. Then while I was playing chase with those giant swords, Furkers was approaching me from underneath. Now you can't transfer away. Don't look down on me. I stopped the movement of the giant swords with my barrier and threw out a right straight punch to counter Furkers, who was approaching me from below. My right straight took the shape of a huge semi-transparent fist and sent Furkers, who was still a distance away, flying back toward the ground. Guo. The technique called Magic Hand is a magic that creates virtual hands and feet. Furkers, who received a blow from my magic fist, was struck on the ground. As he bounced greatly off the ground, I performed a kicking motion. If Elna sees me, she might say that it was a poor low kick, but if I only want to just blow this guy away, then this is plenty enough. A giant leg was formed and blew Furkers away horizontally. Ua. Ku. Uoae. While bouncing off the ground many times, Furkers stabbed his sword down and somehow managed to stop the momentum. However, as a result of staying still, Furkers was once again the target of an attack. O King of Earth, give death to the insolence. Earth. Quake. The land on which Furkers was standing rapidly rises up and eventually becomes a huge spear made of earth and attacks him. Furkers tries to escape to the sky, but the spear keeps getting higher and higher. It will not stop until it can catch Furkers. TSK. One annoying magic after another. Judging that it will not let him go, Furkers cloaks his sword with darkness and slashes at it with all his power. With that move, the earth spear was shattered and returned to normal soil. Ha ha. You look tired, shall we take a break? Cool. Why? Why didn't you fight seriously from the beginning? If I get serious from the start, she will get scared, right? Your summoner, that is. That's all. You were holding back just because of that. Furkers opens his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe it. Well, that's the normal reaction, I guess. I only move to get the best result. Some people criticize me for that. Fighting in a disadvantageous place just to protect one village. Prolonging the battle for the sake of one person. Many people say that someone just has to make sacrifices, that it was an inevitable sacrifice so that the many don't have to be sacrificed as well. That was a sound argument. However, I have neither duty or obligation to listen to them. That's all. There are guys who say that those with power have the responsibility to do that. I do think that idea was half-baked at best, but it still has some valid points. If they are within your reach, then you should save them, but as painful as it is, I am also a human. I can't save anyone outside my reach. That's why I decided to save those within mine with all my power. Even if it's illogical, even if people call me foolish, that is still my belief as an adventurer. I can't understand that. The strongs are right. That's the rule of demon world. That might be true in the demon world. However, this is the surface world. This world has its own rules. Aren't those rules also decided by the strong? Yeah, that's right. And the strongest one here is me. In other words, here, I am the rule. Don't fuck with me. Furkers was furious at my words and started wrapping his sword in darkness again. He then swings them toward me. As a demon, it seems that he can't bear being looked down by me. His pride as a demon couldn't endure being humiliated by the likes of humans. However, that was simply a pure fact. The darkness slash that Furkers brandished at me was stopped by the barrier I deployed. It was a barrier that absorbs my opponent's attack. You should have started moving the moment you were summoned. It was your arrogance that gave you the idea to create your base here and summon other demons. The most arrogant one here is you. I won't deny that. Furkers puts more effort to break my barrier by increasing the power of his slashes, but this barrier cannot be broken using normal means. He should have given up breaking through from the front once I finished my preparation. Furkers glares at me, but I ignore him. The one who is looking at me is not just Furkers. Right now, many people are looking at me. At this SS rank adventurer silver. An SS rank adventurer is different from other adventurers. Everyone is thinking, if it's silver then he can do it. So, I have to become an existence that inspires people to think like that. And today I have told the future emperor that I would let him witness my power. He said that he will selfishly follow his own ideal and still asked me to lend him my power. That's why in reply to his determination, I have to show my power to him. Saying so, I converted the absorbed power from Furkers' attacks into magic power and started preparing a great magic. Realizing that, Furkers tried to stop me, but he was bound by the chains that came out of nowhere. This is, just stay still and watch. This magic takes time to prepare. I wonder when was the last time I used this magic. Since the succession war began, I was occupied with thoughts of how to assist Leo from the shadow. The things I have to protect also increased, and there were a lot of things I have to do, so I can't focus myself only on fighting like before. It used to be so easy. To fight alone and win against a strong opponent, that was all I wanted. It was simple and clear. Fighting as Silver was so easy. Despite that, I threw it all away and decided to help Leo. Today he already proved to me that it wasn't a wrong choice. He has grown and is getting closer to the figure of the ideal emperor I once saw. Someday Leo can become the emperor who will be praised by all. He showed me that possibility today. In that case, I can't laze around doing nothing either. In this place, I have to remind them once and for all of the awe-inspiring existence known as Silver. I am one who know the principle of Silver. I am one who has been chosen as the true silver. He's silver because he is wearing a silver mask. I didn't call myself that because of such a simple reason. Silver star of the star ocean. Illuminate the earth and frighten the heaven. There are several schools among ancient magic. Among them, there was one magic that is more powerful than others. And that magic was from the school I most specialized in. The name of that school was Silver Magic of Destruction. It was the magic I once used to subjugate an ancient dragon, and the first magic I ever used as an adventurer. The symbol of silver. The brilliance of silver is the truth of God. That silver brilliance is the divine protection of heaven. When I decided to become an adventurer, the first thing I did was defeating an ancient dragon that had entered its active period near the Empire and dropped it off at the Adventurer Guild headquarters as a souvenir. I was not registered as an adventurer back then, but the adventurers that were dispatched as the subjugation team reported what I did to the guild, and I was appointed as an SS rank adventurer through an exception. The silent flash of silver. Silver's brilliance is eternal. The name Silver was given to me at that time. In a certain sense, it was something close to my second name. It means that the name Silver is not just for show. O silver light, dwell in my hand, and destroy the arrogant. Between my hands appeared a silver ball that is letting out a strong brilliance. Feeling immense power emanates from it, Furkes squeezes all his power out and breaks free of the power-draining cursed chains and prepares his defense. He's quite a guy. Being able to escape from those chains meant that he is definitely stronger than the vampire duo that was treated as S-class monsters. Still, it was already too late. The silver light is already in my hands. Silvery ray. Crushing the silver ball, a huge ball of light appears behind me. It aimed at Furkes and fired a silver light. UOAE. Trying to offset the approaching silver light, Furkes brandished the strongest attack he could. After a long period of stalemate, Furkes managed to offset it. See, your greatest magic is. Furkes's triumph was cut short. Behind me are 7 balls of light, each firing that same silver light at the monsters below me. That image must have looked like God's punishment. Silvery Ray was a super wide-range destruction spell. It's magic that creates balls of light that shoot out silver beams of light at anyone I designated as an enemy. Unfortunately for him, Furkes was only able to offset one of them. Ridiculous. All of the monsters below me were wiped out. The only one remaining is Furkes. I use the cursed chain to bind Furkes again and bring him to the top of the hole at the center of the city. At the same time, all 7 balls of lights aimed at Furkes. You bastard. What are you? SS rank adventurer silver. If you manage to survive and return to Demon World, make sure to spread that name. Tell them that there is a dangerous guy here on the surface world. Damn you. This is a gift from me. You guys came all this way together after all. It would be pitiful for them if they couldn't see the light, right? Saying so, I raise up my right arm. If I swing it down, all 7 balls of light will shoot the silver light at Furkes all at once. Realizing that, he raises his voice to stop me. Wait. No. Saying so, I swing my arm down. The balls of light emitted an intense glow and released a focused ray of silver light at Furkes. Like the light of the stars, it was shining dazzlingly. In an instant, the silver light swallows Furkes and annihilates the monsters and demons who tried to enter the hole and headed toward this world. As the hole gradually shrinks, the silver lights become thinner and thinner. When the hole was completely closed, I slowly grasped my hand into a fist and stopped the silver light. All the monsters were wiped out by Silvery Ray. The demons also disappeared. The children trapped in the black sphere were rescued. I also assisted the knights and adventurers in their battle as much as I could. I can say that this is quite a good battle result. So I declared it to all the adventurers. The subjugation of the targeted monster has been confirmed. This marks the end of the Southern Incident. Therefore, I hereby declare the end of the raid quest, Blue Seagull's Rescue. It's our victory. As if the adventurers were waiting for that moment, they all cheer. Seeing that, the knights also raise their swords high and shout the cry of victory. The Southern Incident that almost shaken the Empire has been put to an end. There is still much more to do. Cleaning all this up will probably take time. Still, let us rejoice in this victory. Even so, there was something more valuable than this victory. What we gained is big. Leo is now a hero, and since he originally came to the south as the emperor's inspector, it may be time to fight back her. While muttering so, I started creating a transfer gate to send the adventurer back to the imperial capital. End of Volume 3.